Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Hell from up above, down below. Mojer taking down low, so you can expect him to be one of those contacts. And Wits again off the boost.
The creativity. He's an architect, basically. Just give him a design graduation by this point. He knows how to build those walls up, and he knows how to knock down Oasis. It's 5v3. There's the peek from Papichulo. NDG finding Marky. Synchronicity important here for the side of Naos. Wits walks on in just to die, but in a 3v1, while Oreo needs to go hog wild. NDG trying to get ready. It's Wild Oreo stepping on up when they need to the most. Looking to dump the competition. NDG towards the boat house. Classics out. Time running out. He gets the ace, sure, but he cannot get the round. Naos still stable in the backside.
Not bipartisan, but more towards at Naos' side. Information here to allow them to know that there's at least one, maybe two now. They can hear the footsteps, not yet confirmed on the third. But Ja, oh my god, this is a great position for him to be in. Nobody really expects that to be that deep. And Wits, they have a good crossfire when they do go across.
They're just cornered, they're just bound, and they're exterminated here by Wits. A 3K in the end. Naos, there was a plan A. Opportune moment. Naos delaying the inevitable though, and here we go, the showstopper, letting it rip. Wits still trying to hold by staircase, but it's Georgie making the trade happen. 4v3. Drop comes from the side of Naos, getting boots to the ground. Papichulo's there, Savvy 8K making the find on the Mojer happen, but Poppy evacuates towards the top side. Ja's here on the opposite end. Georgie might see him first. No, it's Ja instead with the catch. Savvy 8K though with the 3K of his own. It's all left to Ja now in a 1v2. The Killjoy lockdown is there, and Ja does it yet again. The Magician ready to pull off one more trick. Savvy 8K on the retreat, hands up. Ja's got you, and Ja kills you.
I think he played map 3, didn't he?
I don't think so, actually, but well, I do think that Georgie's inside. Papichulo trying to just go through the nanoswarms, but Drax finds it too to just allow Oasis a chance here. Wits though finding momentum and finding an opportunity himself. It's 4v3. Retake still possibility here for now as the resurrection though can't be used. Those bodies are in such predictable spots. Paranoia gonna get thrown. Ja gonna get pushed, but Wild Oreo will fall instead. Ja gonna be advancing here, and DG's there for cover. And Naos are gonna try to make the magic happen yet again. Looking to cast a spell on Oasis. Nexi though makes the shot ring and count. Nexi with another one. The push comes from Ja. Runs out of bullets and runs out of life. Conveniently enough, it goes in the way of Nexi.
Enough for them to get the punish. Ja very far in the lurk.
Pixel in favor of Oasis, and Ja, where did that come from? Finds two in the middle of the map. Radial differential perhaps. Just center here for Ja. Center resection. Oasis, look behind you. He's still there. He still is just relentless. Ace comes for Ja. He is just completely balling out of control by this point.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Hell from up above, down below. Mojer taking down low, so you can expect him to be one of those contacts. And Wits again off the boost.
The creativity. He's an architect, basically. Just give him a design graduation by this point. He knows how to build those walls up, and he knows how to knock down Oasis. It's 5v3. There's the peek from Papichulo. NDG finding Marky. Synchronicity important here for the side of Naos. Wits walks on in just to die, but in a 3v1, while Oreo needs to go hog wild. NDG trying to get ready. It's Wild Oreo stepping on up when they need to the most. Looking to dump the competition. NDG towards the boat house. Classics out. Time running out. He gets the ace, sure, but he cannot get the round. Naos still stable in the backside.
Not bipartisan, but more towards at Naos' side. Information here to allow them to know that there's at least one, maybe two now. They can hear the footsteps, not yet confirmed on the third. But Ja, oh my god, this is a great position for him to be in. And Wits, they have a good crossfire when they do Not bipartisan, a bit more towards Analysis' side. Information here to allow them to know that there's at least one, maybe two now. They can hear the footsteps, not yet confirmed on the third. But oh my god, this is a great position for him to be in. Nobody really expects that to be that deep. And Wits, they have a good crossfire when they do go across.
They're just cornered, they're just bound, and they're exterminated here by Wits. A 3K in the end. Now, there was a plan A. Opportune moment. Now it's delaying the inevitable though, and here we go, the showstopper, letting it rip. Wits still trying to hold by staircase, but it's Georgie making the trade happen. 4v3. The drop comes from the side of Naos, getting boots to the ground. Poppy Chulo's there, Savvy AK making the find on the Modra happen, but Poppy evacuates towards the top side. Jaws here on the opposite end. Georgie might see him first. No, it's Ja instead with the catch. Savvy AK though with the 3K of his own. It's all left to Ja now in a 1v2. The Killjoy lockdown is there, and Ja does it yet again. The Magician ready to pull off one more trick. Savvy AK on the retreat, hands up. Ja's got you, and Ja kills you.
I think he played map 3, didn't he?
I don't think so actually, but well, I do think that Georgie's inside. Poppy Chulo trying to just go through the Nano Swarms, but Drax finds it too to just allow Oasis a chance here. Wits though finding momentum and finding an opportunity himself. It's 4v3. Retake still a possibility here for now as the resurrection though can't be used. Those bodies are in such predictable spots. Paranoia gonna get thrown. Ja gonna get pushed, but Wild Oreo will fall instead. Ja gonna be advancing here, and DG's there for cover. And now are gonna try to make the magic happen yet again. Looking to cast a spell on Oasis. Nexi though makes the shot ring and count. Nexi with another one. The push comes from Ja. Runs out of bullets and runs out of life. Conveniently enough, it goes in the way of Nexi.
Enough for them to get the punish. Ja very far in the lurk.
Pixel in favor of Oasis. And Ja, where did that come from? Finds two in the middle of the map. Radial differential perhaps. Just center. Here for Ja. Center resection. Oasis, look behind you. He's still there. He still is just relentless. Ace comes for Ja. He is just completely balling out of control by this point.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Hell from up above, down below. Modra taking down low, so you can expect him to be one of those contacts. And Wits again off the boost.
The creativity. He's an architect, basically. Just give him a design graduation by this point. He knows how to build those walls up, and he knows how to knock down Oasis. It's 5v3. There's the peek from Poppy Chulo. NDG finding Marky. Synchronicity important here for the side of Naos. Wits walks on in just to die, but in a 3v1, Wild Oreo needs to go hog wild. NDG trying to get ready. It's Wild Oreo stepping on up when they need to the most. Looking to dump the competition. NDG towards the boat house. Classics out. Time running out. He gets the ace, sure, but he cannot get the round. Naos still stable in the backside.
Not bipartisan, a bit more towards Analysis' side. Information here to allow them to know that there's at least one, maybe two now. They can hear the footsteps, not yet confirmed on the third. But oh my god, this is a great position for him to be in. Nobody really expects that to be that deep. And Wits, they have a good crossfire when they do go across.
They're just cornered, they're just bound, and they're exterminated here by Wits. A 3K in the end. Now, there was a plan A. Opportune moment. Now it's delaying the inevitable though, and here we go, the showstopper, letting it rip. Wits still trying to hold by staircase, but it's Georgie making the trade happen. 4v3. The drop comes from the side of Naos, getting boots to the ground. Poppy Chulo's there, Savvy AK making the find on the Modra happen, but Poppy evacuates towards the top side. Ja's here on the opposite end. Georgie might see him first. No, it's Ja instead with the catch. Savvy AK though with the 3K of his own. It's all left to Ja now in a 1v2. The Killjoy lockdown is there, and Ja does it yet again. The Magician ready to pull off one more trick. Savvy AK on the retreat, hands up. Ja's got you, and Ja kills you.
I think he played map 3, didn't he?
I don't think so actually, but well, I do think that Georgie's inside. Papi Chulo trying to just go through the nanoswarms, but Drax finds it too to just allow Oasis a chance here. Wits though finding momentum and finding an opportunity himself. It's 4v3. Retake still a possibility here for now as the resurrection though can't be used. Those bodies are in such predictable spots. Paranoia gonna get thrown. Ja gonna get pushed, but Wild Oreo will fall instead. Ja gonna be advancing here, and
dear.
DG's there for cover. And now are gonna try to make the magic happen yet again. Looking to cast a spell on Oasis. Nexi though makes the shot ring and count. Nexi with another one. The push comes from Ja. Runs out of bullets and runs out of life. Conveniently enough, it goes in the way of Nexi.
Enough for them to get the punish. Ja very far in the lurk.
Pixel in favor of Oasis. And Ja, where did that come from? Finds two in the middle of the map. Radial differential perhaps. Just center. Here for Ja. Center protection. Oasis, look behind you. He's still there. He still is just relentless. Ace comes for Ja. He is just completely balling out of control by this point.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Hell from up above, down below. Mojer taking down low, so you can expect him to be one of those contacts. And Wits again off the boost.
The creativity. He's an architect, basically. Just give him a design graduation by this point. He knows how to build those walls up, and he knows how to knock down Oasis. It's 5v3. There's the peek from Papi Chulo. NDG finding Marky. Synchronicity important here for the side of Naos. Wits walks on it just to die, but in a 3v1, Wild Oreo needs to go hog wild. NDG trying to get ready. It's Wild Oreo stepping on up when they need to the most. Looking to dump the competition. NDG towards the boat house. Classics out. Time running out. He gets the ace, sure, but he cannot get the round. Now still stable in the backside.
Not bipartisan, a bit more towards Naos' side. Information here to allow them to know that there's at least one, maybe two now. They can hear the footsteps, not yet confirmed on the third. But Ja, oh my god, this is a great position for him to be in. Nobody really expects that to be that deep. And Wits, they have a good crossfire when they do go across.
They're just cornered, they're just bound, and they're exterminated here by Wits. A 3K in the end. Now, there was a plan A. Opportune moment. Now it's delaying the inevitable though, and here we go, the showstopper, letting it rip. Wits still trying to hold by staircase, but it's Georgie making the trade happen. 4v3. Drop comes from the side of Naos, getting boots to the ground. Papi Chulo's there. Savvy 8K making the find on the Mojer happen, but Papi evacuates towards the top side. Ja's here on the opposite end. Georgie might see him first. No, it's Ja instead with the catch. Savvy 8K though with the 3K of his own. It's all left to Ja now in a 1v2. The Killjoy lockdown is there, and Ja does it yet again. The Magician ready to pull off one more trick. Savvy 8K on the retreat, hands up. Ja's got you, and Ja kills you.
I think he played map 3, didn't he?
I don't think so, actually, but well, I do think that Georgie's inside. Papi Chulo trying to just go through the nanoswarms, but Drax finds it too to just allow Oasis a chance here. Wits though finding momentum and finding an opportunity himself. It's 4v3. Retake still a possibility here for now as the resurrection though can't be used. Those bodies are in such predictable spots. Paranoia gonna get thrown. Ja gonna get pushed, but Wild Oreo will fall instead. Ja gonna be advancing here, and DG's there for cover. And now are gonna try to make the magic happen yet again. Looking to cast a spell on Oasis. Nexi though makes the shot ring and count. Nexi with another one. The push comes from Ja. Runs out of bullets and runs out of life. Conveniently enough, it goes in the way of Nexi.
Enough for them to get the punish. Ja very far in the lurk.
Pixel in favor of Oasis. And Ja, where did that come from? Finds two in the middle of the map. Radial differential perhaps. Just center. Here for Ja. Center protection. Oasis, look behind you. He's still there. He still is just relentless. Ace comes for Ja. He is just completely balling out of control by this point.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Hell from up above, down below. Mojer taking down low, so you can expect him to be one of those contacts. And Wits again off the boost.
The creativity. He's an architect, basically. Just give him a design graduation by this point. He knows how to build those walls up, and he knows how to knock down Oasis. It's 5v3. There's the peek from Papichulo. NDG finding Marky. Synchronicity important here for the side of Naos. Wits walks on in just to die, but in a 3v1, while Oreo needs to go hog wild. NDG trying to get ready. It's Wild Oreo stepping on up when they need to the most. Looking to dump the competition. NDG towards the boat house. Classics out. Time running out. He gets the ace, sure, but he cannot get the round. Naos still stable in the backside.
Not bipartisan, a bit more towards at Naos' side. Information here to allow them to know that there's at least one, maybe two now. They can hear the footsteps, not yet confirmed on the third. But Ja, oh my god, this is a great position for him to be in. Nobody really expects that to be that deep. And Wits, they have a good crossfire when they do go across.
They're just cornered, they're just bound, and they're exterminated here by Wits. A 3K in the end. Naos, there was a plan A. Opportune moment. Naos delaying the inevitable though, and here we go, the showstopper, letting it rip. Wits still trying to hold by staircase, but it's Georgie making the trade happen. 4v3. Drop comes from the side of Naos, getting boots to the ground. Papichulo's there, Savvy AK making the find on the Mojer happen, but Poppy evacuates towards the top side. Jaws here on the opposite end. Georgie might see him first. No, it's Ja instead with the catch. Savvy AK though with the 3K of his own. It's all left to Ja now in a 1v2. The Killjoy lockdown is there, and Ja does it yet again. The Magician ready to pull off one more trick. Savvy AK on the retreat, hands up. Ja's got you, and Ja kills you.
I think he played map 3, didn't he?
I don't think so, actually, but well, I do think that Georgie's inside. Papichulo trying to just go through the nanoswarms, but Drax finds it too to just allow Oasis a chance here. Wits though finding momentum and finding an opportunity himself. It's 4v3. Retake still possibility here for now as the resurrection though can't be used. Those bodies are in such predictable spots. Paranoia gonna get thrown. Ja gonna get pushed, but Wild Oreo will fall instead. Ja gonna be advancing here. NDG's there for cover. And Naos are gonna try to make the magic happen yet again. Looking to cast a spell on Oasis. Nexi though makes the shot ring and count. Nexi with another one. The push comes from Ja. Runs out of bullets and runs out of life. Conveniently enough, it goes in the way of Nexi.
Enough for them to get the punish. Ja very far in the lurk.
Pixel in favor of Oasis. And Ja, where did that come from? Finds two in the middle of the map. Radial differential perhaps. Just center. Here for Ja. Center protection. Oasis, look behind you. He's still there. He still is just relentless. Ace comes for Ja. He is just completely balling out of control by this point.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Hell from up above, down below. Mojer taking down low, so you can expect him to be one of those contacts. And Wits again off the boost.
The creativity. He's an architect, basically. Just give him a design graduation by this point. He knows how to build those walls up, and he knows how to knock down Oasis. It's 5v3. There's the peek from Papichulo. NDG finding Marky. Synchronicity important here for the side of Naos. Wits walks on in just to die, but in a 3v1, while Oreo needs to go hog wild. NDG trying to get ready. It's Wild Oreo stepping on up when they need to the most. Looking to dump the competition. NDG towards the boat house. Classics out. Time running out. He gets the ace, sure, but he cannot get the round. Naos still stable in the backside.
Not bipartisan, a bit more towards at Naos' side. Information here to allow them to know that there's at least one, maybe two now. They can hear the footsteps, not yet confirmed on the third.
It is the first week here at VCT Split 2, and it is the end. And we already see these teams are evolving. They are not the same teams that we saw just a few months ago. They are not even the same teams that we saw just a few days ago. So ano kaya ang ipapalabas nila ngayong araw? We shall find out here on VCTPH Split 2.
It will be a sad result here by now. As next is prepared yet again. It just Relentless. Ace comes for John.
Day 3 na dito sa VCTPH Split 2. Tita Mika Fabs mo, mga kaibigan, mga iho at iha. And nakabalik din ako bilang inyong OFW VCTPH tita. Kasama ko today si Asray at si Raf. Ibig sabihin nun, Aso ni Raf.
Yes.
At mukhang ako din yung nag-iisang bughaw dito.
Hindi naman.
How are you guys?
Okay naman, okay
Pero
naman.
suot, tinan mo naman yung suot nyo eh. Hindi ko
Hindi.
nakuha
Akala
yung
ko
memo
mag-best
guys
ka eh.
na maroon dapat eh.
Nakita mo kanina tapos nagtanong ka pa. Should I change? I'm
Uy,
exposing
grabe,
you right now.
binubuking na ako. Grabe, Raf.
syempre.
Grabe, Raf. Wala namang ganyanan, di ba? Kakabalik ko lang, di
Joke
ba? Pero guys, thank you guys so much for tuning in, of course, and thank you so much to all of our sponsors, especially Mineski PH and Riot Games, as this event is made possible by you guys.
And of course, we also have Celebrate Great Wins with great food and enjoy free delivery every day. Subscribe to Grab Unlimited now, free on your first month.
Of course, guys, we would have to thank the Games and Amusement Boards for making this possible. So big thank you to everybody. And like Mika said, you know, she just came back. We all miss her. Welcome back. You know, I should have just worn yellow, so it's a little more,
Thank you. Oh, wow.
you know, it's like the flag.
It's a little bit more
It's-
patriotic. Like,
Yeah, exactly.
Ito naman tayo sa mga inside jokes kasi natin eh. Pero ayun nga, like you guys mentioned, kakabili ko lang dito sa VCTPH. So you guys have to catch me up on a few things, diba? Kahapon kasi nakita natin na every Rambutan has its day, and unfortunately, that clean run has to come to an end. Yeah, I see the cringe. I'm so proud of that face that Astray just made. Pero ayun nga.
Thank you for that. That was actually pretty good. Every Rambutan definitely has its day, and it seems like this was the time that Rambutan ni Tatay, the Rambutan was really opened up at that point by Game Lab Alpha. You saw kung gaano ka-dominant dito ang G Lab team, where they were able to get that 2-1 series win, and not only that, I think solidified na nga yung point na Game Lab Alpha is just that good on the Lotus map.
That good. I mean, we'd had so many talks on how we're supposed to properly gauge the power levels of this team, right? Kasi yung aren't you know what? I'm trying not to like die over saying Rambutan ni Tatay because it's the greatest team known to man. They have the greatest logo known to man. And speaking of that, just with that matchup alone, it's fairly difficult to gauge because we know how good Game Lab Alpha is. They're honestly like what, our third placer from the previous split, and they've really found their refinements. But on that Haven map, it really showed that RNT has a lot of heart, and I feel like I'm such a big fan of that type of playstyle.
I mean, how can you not, diba? I mean, pangalan pa lang, definitely an eye-catching one. As we see, as we check out the highlights from yesterday, by the way, let's see just how good RNT was up against Game Lab Alpha, and of course, our other match for yesterday, which was Looking for Sponsor versus Action PH.
Trying to hold the corner. Can he? And another thing about Game Lab, Aster, is that they're not afraid to expend ultimate
It's not just that. It's they can clear the back of the site, and they know also that there's a bit of.
Oh my gosh.
Ooh, oh my gosh, indeed. They're gonna stab him. They're gonna stab him. Get it. 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 Oh! Oh, and Cutie with the stab. The calls right now on the flags and the anti-flags is just absolutely perfect. He actually called back Onyx because the Onyx would have been not as useful as Rich was. In any case, that's the force of the hand from RNT.
Wow!
I mean, there is a wall right now, but look at how just awkward the positioning of that spike is, right? They're just gonna pop shots through it. Hot sauce! Oh my goodness! Where does he find that shot through the second on the smoke? That was huge.
Frag train going, as Magician is gonna chime in as well, but Own Cutie doing his best to try to salvage the situation. Aonix. Do they know he's here? It doesn't seem like they're checking. Oh no, he's been discovered.
I don't think so. They're still searching.
No way, right? Oh no, they don't. They have to guess. And Aonix, he gets a massive double kill, but he doesn't check his flank. And it's all up to Markel and Aonix. What are you doing? Is that legal? Hitman list. Seems like you're all too familiar with some of these shadow ops, perhaps. Acerine. Once again, a ruse might be brewing, but Fall X knows better than to fall for it, as those are major pickups. And, oh, wow, Fall X. That's unreal. RNT, despite trying to put up a valiant fight in the second half.
Duo, and with Micro and Derek now trying to get back towards the site. It's Sladom and Asta backing it away in shoot. Snake by throw, and then Asta finds Derek mid-transit. All left now to Micro in the 1v2 situation. He's been clutched before, and he's trying to do so now. 30 HP left here for Sladom. Caught out by Micro, and Micro matters in big moments. The defuse will go APH's way, and at least in the rifle round, they will still stand tall.
Micro going huge.
Balance himself over this girder here. He's just slowly crawling just in case someone plays on the rafters itself.
Oh, the
Spams it down, and the swarm is perfect. And the Hunter's Fury is there too for pressure. Action PH playing the stalling tactics to absolute perfection. Hydra now next on the list to go for the plant. Derek thinking about the lockdown, but Exotic is here. Watching towards screens, especially 3v4 scenario. Exotic waiting for more targets, and Exotic lockdown now forced out here by Derek. Exotic still awaits, looks for the head, and makes sure he's dead. 3 already here for Exotic. Another one bites the dust. Exotic is just gonna go on a rampage. Even takes the fight to Blurred.
Both back gonna come in, but the interruption also from the Hunter's Fury gonna try to do as much damage they can. They spot a one player of the fine Blurred through all that commotion. The Spike's gonna try to be interrupted, but Micro's gonna get the jump. 10 HP's in a pretty safe spot, but Attablack's able to capitalize, swing 1, 2, 3, and APH just gets kill after kill after kill, and it's all up to Slatham. We've seen him come up big, but now he's stunned, now he's scanned, even not burnt. Time against him, he only has that drone, no reason it's going to be available for the rest of this retake, and he only has the Guardian to work with. He has to speed through and try to get more from that timing. He knows there's one player, he's able to find one, but the third contact brings him low. 3 bullets and a dream. Is not going to be a dream that's big enough, because it's going to be a nightmare for him as Kelly S lands a frag.
Ayan, nakita natin na ang Action PH at ang Game Lab ang big winners for yesterday. I think on the side of Game Lab versus RNT, I was kind of hoping na itutuloy ng RNT ang clean run nila so far dito sa VCTPH, pero it looks like Game Lab was just really too prepared for them. And isa yan sa mga big questions ko for today, no? Yung parang how long can RNT keep up the meme team, the meme team, dream team kind of motto going dito sa VCTPH, di ba?
Ibang klase talaga yung ano nila, yung para yung energy around the team. Alam mo talaga they're just here, as they mentioned nga, to have fun, but at the same time, we and Raf mentioned this yesterday when we were casting na there is that level of pedigree with all of them, and we've mentioned that they have so much experience now from basically the local scene and international all mixed up together.
Yun yung gusto ko sa RNT eh. Like, even if they are just quote-unquote here to have fun. And I'm honestly, like, I believe that all the teams, despite everything, right? We're all still here to enjoy the experience of competing and whatever. But RNT, despite all of those, again, just for fun moments, they're still an incredibly dangerous team that if you sleep on them, they will outcall you and they will outmaneuver you. So, still really excited to see more of them and how they're gonna evolve throughout the split, because this is still a long journey ahead of us.
Yun na nga eh, diba? Parang, it's always good when things are for fun, pero until how long? And as we look at our team standings so far, ito ang mga teams that managed to get the W this week. They have a leg up so far dito sa mga standings, pero we're still expecting, of course, a lot of action, no pun intended, to happen dito, Azuray.
Yeah, so here's the thing then, diba? Even though we are going to be looking at action very quickly in just a few moments, gusto ko rin i-iterate dito yung story that is unraveling specifically for Oasis Gaming. Last time or last split, they had issues or had troubles overtaking Naos Esports, which technically made Naos the undisputed kings of PH for the regular season. Pero their match earlier this week was, I think, a good indicator that they are prepared to once again try to go for the role na probably going for that consistent, aggressive and very dominant playstyle.
I
Now
feel
to
like
check
the
out today's
sample-
matches. Go ahead, Raph. I was check out today's matches. I was just gonna say it's gonna be exciting when you see Oasis and Naos eventually go head to head against each other again.
Pardon me, but honestly, like when it comes to that discussion, it just becomes such a big back and forth with all of us. Like, especially with the consistency level of Oasis, we really expect them to be this good, and they're always this good at the beginning. I'm just super curious if they can keep that, I guess, mental fortitude throughout the entire split. But before we get too excited with those matches, these are what we're looking forward to today. So once again, RNT versus APH, a potential
And-
banger in the making already.
Absolutely. And looking for sponsor versus Zol as well. I think, looking for sponsor versus Zol is also very interesting kasi nakita natin na Zol actually managed to hold their own up against Naos in their previous match, Azuray.
Yeah. They were able to, I believe, 2-1. Naos, wait, let me just check my real quick my stats.
my
Yeah,
notes.
it was a 2-1 nga, where it was Zol that was able to pick up Icebox 13-11, which was very interesting, expecting that now that is one of Naos' stronger maps. So very good altogether performance talaga from this Zol roster. You do see Senior Carl be switched up to that duelist role. You do see, I believe Zin has taken a step back and went for that Sentinel role. So there's a lot of things that Zol didn't have nung nasa SR Nakagay sila that they're bringing into this new team, into this new organization with a fresh mindset that is seemingly making, fans and supporters of the team very hopeful.
Siguro it's not kung anong kulang nila, sir, but siguro yung na-rediscover. Because like we said, this is a shifting of roles. Zind is back on the Sentinel, which feels just that much more natural to him. He really pops off, but them having an anchor like that provides so much problems. Anybody to try and go into them. And Senior Carl has always been that reliable jet. Hopefully the pieces fall together for them, though, because it has been quite a while since we've seen that roster soar new heights.
But before we go over to looking for sponsor versus Zol, syempre, we have our first match of the day. At eto na, sa wakas, masasabi ko na dito sa broadcast, ang sure na pasok sa playoffs ng World Championship kung may championships ang best team name. Eto na, ang Rambutan ni Tatay versus Action PH.
I think the story for APH nga is yung lackluster finale nila come the second part ng split 1, right? And what's good about this team is even though they did lose I'd say a strong foundation player kagaya na Yanagi, picking up Kelly S just bolsters yung capabilities nila in terms of the firepower and I think in terms of consistency then. Kasi that's where I felt like Yanagi really fell off is when they needed somebody to take cover for Blurred pag hindi siya makakuha ng good entry, they needed someone to, follow up after. And that was supposed to be Yanagi. And now Kelly S comes into this role ever so smoothly.
smooth as butter, apparently, is he's been taking a lot of gravity off of Blurred, honestly. I mean, we've talked about player gravity and how some of these players can have too much attention on them, and it becomes that much more difficult to perform under the heavy expectations and stress, and especially when you get focused down. But again, you brought up Yanagi, which I feel like would benefit in a different type of system, right? But with everything that Action Page have, I think they were my dark horse last split. So I think they would definitely do better now, considering they are a bit of an older team, because that was their biggest question mark before. They're so young. They literally formed like a month before split 1. So there you go.
Not to mention the addition of one of the high-profile players here, si Kelly S. Diba? We saw yesterday how valuable this player could be, especially when enabling players like Blurred, for example, who hit some great off shots yesterday, by the way. Pero of course, on the other side, ito na clean run na sana para sa kanila dito sa VCTPH Split 2. Kaso lang, kahapon, nakaharap nila ang Game Lab Alpha, and unfortunately, Rambutan ni Tatay suffered their biggest map loss yet, 13-1. But let's see if they can run it back here as we take a closer look at their roster.
Truly one of the greatest names to ever grace the official circuit. Rambutan ni Tatay with such a stacked roster. Still, again, the way they do kind of present themselves may be lighthearted, but everybody who treats them as to light competition is in for a big surprise. Though they did start off with a rough loss, I'm still pretty sure that they have a lot left in the tank, and obviously having two Chings is going to be so incredibly dangerous to deal with. Again, we talked about him being one of the most stable players, right? Despite his fairly outgoing personality, you rarely ever see him go on an overextension or a hyper-aggressive play. He's always making the right call, and that is just a big testament to how experienced this team is as a whole.
And honestly, ang gusto ko lang idagdag din dito for RNT is some of their players then are juggling a lot of, I like to call it as responsibilities. And with that being said, it's amazing to see how well they're still able to perform with those kind of, again, things that they have to do pa outside of competing in VCT, which is, again, something that I really, really respect and appreciate from them. Not just that, is I think the ability then of this team to understand how they need to react and adjust. We did see how much agent pool these particular players have. Ang problema na lang dito is, I think, as you mentioned nga, medyo hindi pa sila ganun ka meshed as well together. It does seem that they also lack that map pool against the more veteran teams, but that is always the woes of newly formed teams.
Yeah.
Yun na nga eh. It seems as though like the chinks in the armor are slowly being revealed. Like, it was fun while it lasted, pero to outlast everyone na nandito ngayon sa playoffs kasi, or sa split 2 rather, you will need a bit more than just laughs, diba? It's going to be quite a long while. We have several weeks. We have lots of games here. And eventually, you know, it's great having fun, of course, because it's a din advantage ng RNT. I think Fluffy pointed it out yesterday. You all pointed it out, actually, that this is basically a meme team, diba? Advantage din yun, because I remember speaking to an IGL na nasa franchise league yon, at sabi niya parang never underestimate the power that fun brings to a team. Kaso lang ngayon, for how long? For how long? Yun ang tanong.
For how long, Astor, can it be fun and games between you and me? You know, I'm kidding, obviously.
Whoa. The tension's right there, man.
Parang iba na to,
relax.
I'm sorry, guys, ha?
Actually, so, yeah, you know what? Just a little bit of context. Me and Astor have been like, I don't know, man. Ever since we started working out together, it's crazy. We hit our like PRs on the same day and all of that. But enough of that. Focus on the game, guys. Focus on the game. RNT, yes, I love the way that they just have a open approach to the game. We know how serious the official circuit can get, especially with the stakes that are at hand. But first and foremost, enjoy the journey, right? And that's exactly what they've been doing. Despite all of that, they've still been making super, super solid calls. I am really interested to see how that goes against Action PH, because Action PH is one of the most default heavy teams we have. They can be very, very slow at times, but everything they've done, or at least with, I believe it's Micro at the helm, everything has been very systematic and very step by step. So with a very, very loose team versus a very, I'd say, machine-like team, it's a very interesting head-to-head.
So, I also wanted to point out a single player dito from RNT, and it has to be Eugene S. I think he's the only player that actually competed from Split 1, which was again from the former Sky Encore, Sky Empire roster, diba? And he had a couple of, I think, issues in the sense na he wasn't really given a role that I think he played the most comfortable in. I think he was relegated to Sentinel, giving way to another player from Sky Empire's side, and now he's brought back to his duelist role, where before his stint with Sky Empire, he was also put as that as the jet player, and I'm really happy to see that he's back on a agent and on a role that he can actually really play well on. Because it feels like he wasn't fully utilized when he was on that former roster of his from Split 1.
Alam mo, I love that you brought up Micro, because Micro is such a great Viper player, and and having these players that are so specialized in their roles, kasama din si Kelly S dyan, diba, sa side of Action PH, they're so specialized that it's such a great advantage to Action PH, diba? Which makes me question yung parang how to hold up against RNT, na parang, I mean, these players are comfortable with where they play in, pero hindi naman siya talagang specialized, di ba? Looking at our head-to-head right now, we do have Mark L versus Micro, and I have to say, again, Micro, he brings so much value to this team, and his partnership as well with like Kelly S, for example, really, really pushing that win yesterday.
I really like this head-to-head personally because, as you mentioned, a lot of times with our head-to-head, it can be the more explosive duelist, but this is where we inspect the more cerebral aspects of the team, right? The hard callers, both Mark L and Micro, the ones that really look at the macro side of things at a, how do I put this? Like a bird's eye view, right? Micro, I would say, has been so solid all throughout his career. Sometimes the volume isn't completely there, but his calls have always been super reliable, and like I mentioned earlier too, it's a super step-by-step process that they do for Action PH. On the side of Mark L, however, they have a very loose calling system and can be super on the fly, which I find incredibly entertaining.
Yeah, he did struggle a little bit yesterday then when he was actually put on the chamber. Even though alam natin na Mark L is very proficient with a particular agent, I think GameLab did such an excellent job at just being able to beat him down, which really lowered or reduced yung options ng RNT in terms of yung map controller. I think that was just akin to how Fall X was just so high up the bar na every time somebody would just try to lurk, he always does 1v2, opens it up, na 3 versus 5 na dito yung RNT, and they don't know how to transition to that. On the flip side naman, kagaya sinabi mo for Micro, I really loved his performance from yesterday. He's one of actually the highest kills that was garnered and highest ACS from yesterday's matches then against LFS. So you do see the impact that they got, especially on yung Haven map.
Yes, and speaking of which, we can head into our map vetoes right now. And ito yung tanong ko, no? We've been saying how Icebox and Haven are pretty much standard for our teams dito sa VCTPH, diba? Will Action PH, will they risk Icebox and Haven knowing na malakas din yung RNT dito sa match na ito? It's a big question, and RNT siguro they need to ban that Lotus after what happened yesterday.
Ooh.
I think that's a good call, just to get Lotus out of the way, right? Especially with what happened. But at the same time, it could also be a statement pick to just let it loose and see if Action PH can size them up. I feel like Fracture is a auto ban for a lot of the teams because how Fracture is one of the most set play heavy maps. It can really expose your entire playbook if you just let it rip this early on. So that's just my take. And Action PH, I feel like their style meshes well with, again, maps like Ascent, Icebox, Haven, super default maps.
I also want to add na lang din dito na I feel like Lotus still isn't too bad for both of the teams. I think it just gives them also a better understanding. Kasi ang magiging problema dito is what if their good maps get banned out very easily by the more established teams natin ngayon dito sa Split 2. What's gonna happen to APH and RNT? That being said, Fraction and Ascent, very interesting that RNT actually willing to take out Ascent in this particular roster. So APH, could be Icebox. Honestly, I feel like it could also be, more so than not, I think it's going to be Lotus or Haven. I really feel like APH, even though they haven't really gotten the best Lotus pop-offs, maganda pa rin yung ano nila, yung control nila on the map, even though they have lost to teams such as Game Lab Alpha in the past.
Oo nga eh. Pero I feel like for these maps, like in general, kasi RNT tends to be very, very aggressive on the defense. Diba? You usually see La Magician or Eugene S rather.
Okay.
Oh, Pearl! Ayun, you'll usually see them running out, which like, for example, on a map like Pearl, I feel like APH, sometimes they tend to play a little bit too closely by the books. They tend to not attack without like at least the first pick security. But for a team that takes more risks like RNT, it's very, very contrasting styles dito. So very interesting to see how this match is gonna play out.
I like that you brought that up. You know, Action Page, they prefer that security over, I guess, a super bravado and super shock and awe type of approach that RNT likes to employ at times. But Pearl, I feel like, is a complete curveball. We might actually see both their operators be up and running. I would honestly love to see a throwback of Ching be put on that jet. Just, you know, just a little treat for everybody. And Icebox, the map that we were all talking about, finally shows its head. Does this look like a 2-0 to you guys? Like, honestly, for whoever you're going for? Because this can be super snowbally in terms of, like, just a start off Pearl and then going into I guess, region favorite like Icebox.
I feel like it's honestly go 3 maps, but then actually, this is one thing I forgot to mention, guys. Check this out. Diba, ano, bagong pickups lang, or bagong pickups si Eugene S. Hey! Si Eugene S. saka si Kelly S. I forgot to mention that they actually played both on the Sky Empire roster on different sides of the spectrum right now in this particular best of 3 then. So, at least in terms of recent events, teammate versus teammate, former teammate versus teammate is what we're gonna be seeing technically din dito sa series na to.
Natawa pa rin ako sa ni Azuray.
I'm sorry. That's on me. That's on me, my bad.
Si Rap pala. Out of nowhere eh. Pero ito nga, Action PH will also ban Split. And correct me if I'm wrong, no? Hindi pa natin nakikita yung Split dito.
Nope.
At least for Split
Did
2,
we?
no.
At least for
Wala
Split 2.
pa.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wala pa.
I think we only saw Split on playoffs na, di ba?
Yeah.
For Split 1.
Maybe one split map nung regular season. But that's about
yung
it
Abaddon
talaga.
eh.
Oo.
Di ba it was in the Abaddon game nag-split pero unfortunately talo sila. Okay, so decider map Haven.
Okay.
I guess we were pretty accurate with how this was gonna go. I just did not think Pearl would be part of the equation because Pearl is such a painfully slow map that I did not think would benefit either of these teams, but they must have something cooking.
Sorry, I was just gonna add lang din na it feels like that's our fatal 4-way of maps, diba? Ascent, Pearl, Icebox, Haven. For the most part, Split, Lotus, and Fracture are the outliers talaga. I think it's just more of a specialized map as for now for a minority of the teams that are playing. So
Or baka din pang playoffs.
Also
Yeah,
true then.
no.
Also true. They could be saving it for the then. And since everybody knows how to play these maps din naman, not really bad at all.
Yeah. I feel like, so syempre nasabi na natin na Icebox Haven are pretty much consistent. So these are safe picks no matter which team, no matter which team comes up, diba? Pearl though is really interesting. So nasabi mo din, guys, diba, na parang I think the series will be decided here on this first map, dito sa Pearl. Because whoever takes this first map, they can take the series and run with it already. Especially since, ayun, alam nga natin, Icebox, Haven, pretty much check marks here. And also because RNT managed to pick out Icebox, alam naman natin na malakas sila dito sa map na ito.
Totoo lang. Parang ayaw ko sa Pearl. Ang bagal talaga ng mga defaults sa Pearl.
Okay.
Like, it's just...
I
Well, I
prefer
was gonna
Pearl
argue
over
with
Ascent at least, you know? I prefer Pearl
Over
over
Ascent?
Ascent.
Really?
Over Ascent. At least
You
in
do?
terms
Let
of
me
like
think.
as being a viewer at least, I prefer Pearl over Ascent because I feel like Pearl has better interactions than what Ascent gives. Or maybe sawa na talaga ako sa Ascent because it's been, up there for years.
Wow, grabe.
Since the
Sawa na si
beginning.
As a
Aso
viewer,
na
okay, as a viewer, not coasting the teams to put, pick it out, but you know what I mean.
So Riot, sinasabi ni Azuray,
Oo.
take out
I mean,
Ascent. Ascent naman ang
guys,
babalik naman yung bind,
They're,
diba?
yeah, exactly. They're bringing back Bind. I was about to get to that na rin. So we could. I don't know if we're gonna have like an 8-map pool or something moving forward, pero interesting lang to say at the least.
But really quickly before we move on into our match, Raf, you can start us off here for our predictions. Where is this map going to go? Is it going to go the side of RNT or Action PH?
Oh man, you know, as much as my heart is with RNT, I feel like just the stats man in me is just really leaning so hard into APH, and Action PH is definitely going to be my pick. I am so sorry, boys. You know, I love Sauce, I love Markel, I love everybody on that roster, but I have to pick Action PH today. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, you know what? Yesterday, I already picked Rambutan ni Tatay, so I'm gonna go the opposite direction and go for Action PH right now. I'm really hopeful with the Kelly S pickup for this particular roster, and it looks so well yesterday, so I feel like it's gonna do well now today.
I actually also predicted Action PH. Believe me, I really wanted to pick RNT. Kaso lang, you know, I've asked the question, diba? Until when? Until when can the meme team survive? Pero I hope that I'm wrong. Kasi masaya naman pagdating ng playoffs, diba? Yung parang RNT. Syempre, just a chance to say that name sa stage. O diba? Yung parang... I would love to see this team really succeed.
Could you imagine if they actually just like
The dream!
brought a Rambutan on stage, right? It's like, guys, ooh, you know.
Tapos pag
that
nanalo
would be
sila,
the
there's
best.
instead of confetti, it's like Rambutan just falling off from the ceiling.
I think that's kind of dangerous, though, honestly.
But I mean, it's kind of cool though,
Oo.
right?
No, it's not. It's cool. Pero sige, Asaray, pag-isipan namin yan. I will try to see if we can do something about that Rambutan confetti na ini-imagine mo. Pero eto na tayo, we will see indeed if Rambutan ni Tatay can prove everybody wrong dito, or if the action continues with Action PH. Casters, Riku, and Fluffy, over to you guys. Thank you very much, Mika, and welcome to VCT Philippines Split 2. And we're currently in the first week still, but it is now day 3. My name is Riku. Joining me today is Fluffy02, and we're going to be bringing you a lot of Valorant action from the local scene. And before we head on over and talk about the itty-bitty details about our matchup today, our series today, we are available in other languages as well. You're currently watching the English broadcast, but we're also available in the Filipino broadcast, as you can tune in on YouTube and as well as on Facebook.
And don't forget, while you're watching the games, you can enjoy free delivery every day and get exclusive discounts when you subscribe to Grab Unlimited. Don't miss out on your free trial for your first month.
It's for free! It's for free on your first month. And it's going to be very important because most of our matches so far in our first week have been reaching game number 3s, map number 3s on the decider map. But since, you know, this is going to be our last day for week 1, we have basically witnessed every single team already played in our split 2. So we have a little bit of a preview, Fluffy, on how these teams have been performing, at least for their debut games for this current split.
Yeah, for day 1 and 2, we didn't have much statistics to back up what improvements and what adaptations teams have done, but because every team has already played, as we move on to the agent select, we can see how these adaptations come into play. We will be starting off with Pearl, but later on for Icebox and Haven, this is something that both teams have already played. But sticking to the current map pool, we can already see that both teams are deciding on which agents, and surprisingly, RNT is going for that Fade as well as Astra.
Yeah, this is going to be a very interesting matchup for sure. Heading over to Pearl, I wonder if there's going to be any differences when it comes to composition. And it feels like there is the battle of, again, the double controller versus the double sentinel, or the double initiator instead.
What I'm interested is how Kelly S is playing this Pearl. We saw him yesterday. He filled in as Yanagi's role previously on APH as that initiator role, but now Kelly S is actually going back to his roots, playing the Raze alongside Blurred's Jet. We saw how powerful he was on the operator, and now moving on to Pearl with a lot of these long angles, I'm sure that he can funnel them into his teammates' eyes.
Yeah, I'm really loving the configuration of the double duelist combo with the Jet alongside with the Raze. And usually when we see the Jet, most of the pairings that we see is either with a Phoenix or with a Reyna. So how do you think this Raze in Pearl will contribute to the dynamic of that competition?
I think for the side with Kelly S playing on the Raze, because he has that Jet, he has additional support when they do entry, but they don't actually have a good way to flash for them outside of their initiator. So it might be a bit awkward at times when you do just go in. We've seen Game Lab Alpha in the past do something similar with that double duelist, but they have that Reyna with that flash. So this time around, you have a much more explosive mobility, but less of control. On the other side of things, the Fade with the Raze gives you a lot more presence because you don't have to trade people since you have that Boombot as well as Prowlers to work with.
And there we have it, the breakdown of the composition. Very exciting to take a look at our first map, Pearl. RNT versus APH. We saw yesterday, again, the performances of both of these teams, and RNT came from a loss against Game Lab Alpha, so we'll see, as already RNT getting first blood, but traded almost immediately.
They're so aggressive on taking this mid control. Pistol round, they start with the high side, they move up to get some space, but Derek's gonna get even more value, takes out Josh S as they fall back and go for that default position, now 3v4.
The spike alongside the rest of another member blurred here. It's very difficult considering that they still have to go up against an Astra with a couple of stars in their hands.
Hot Sauce, though, only has the one, so the delay won't be that strong on A if he pops it early. With only 40 seconds remaining, there's still a lot of options and time. It looks like the attackers are going to posture themselves to go for this A hit, and the rotate from the defensive side for that Killjoy is going to be a bit late for this. The 2v4 on side will be massive, especially with the entry coming through.
Yeah, it's going to be incredibly important here. Ching already with a hunt to see if he can tag anyone. That's going to be a no. They made their way already into the side, but nice shot coming from Ching with the ghost. Hot Sauce, though, really funneling all their efforts on towards this angle. Mark L as well. Gonna jiggle peek. In the end, is able to get a kill onto Kevzy. Now 3v2. Blurred. His position has been given through the, again, Fade. Now it's all up to Derek. At this point, they still have to defuse. Derek has to buy time. Someone is low, but Mark L denies that, and the first round goes to RNT.
I like the change of pace that they have mid-round. They start off with the aggression, taking that early mid control. They fall back on that defensive side to play default again because they did lose some members, but it was still enough that they have the man advantage, even though they had a late rotate for the defense. Because of the shot landed when they were trying to cross this one that Ching got, it really gave them more momentum as they're going for the entry. Able to isolate the fights, and with this 2v1, with only the pistols, yes, it's a lot of damage still that you can do without the armors, but 2v1, one can tap the spike, you do it for the double swing. Very smart call so far from RNT.
Yeah, Mark L. Ching did an amazing job at the last few seconds of that round. So now with a bigger buy on the side of RNT, we'll see how APH, if they're going to make this a fast round or not.
Looks like a very aggressive round, though, because even though they lost that pistol, they will still be forcing up, getting that armor as well as Spectre from one side. And the opposite end, they also have the Spectres, but with the Bulldogs. So almost equal firepower at a certain range. So if they're not able to abuse these Bulldogs long range for the defensive side, the attackers have a pretty good chance, especially with Micro having all 4 stars regenerated already. They can go for this hit. He will spot out one player. At least they should know that he's on the opposite side, but does he know that he's this close? Josh S is staring down the barrel of 3 APH players. They're gonna go for the entry. The Raze goes above him. He gets the second. Sprays to try and get the third. That's still a lot of value for them as Derek lands the trade.
Yeah, the spike is in deep in enemy territory at this point. But good thing there's only one person guarding that, which was Josh S. They're still able to retrieve the spike, but they do have information where everybody might be coming from. Look at this push coming from RNT. Very aggressive. They might win this 1v2, which they do against Kevzy. And now the spike is about to get planted at B. And we'll see how the post plan is going to work out.
Like the confidence coming in from that defensive side, willing to take space even on this. They already spotted one player. They punish Derek for pushing a bit too far, a bit too over-eager. They've already taken long, so they have to know that it's planted for B-Link. 4 players. Even with the Spectre in hand, 70 HP is not going to be enough. He goes for the Yoru clone push there all the way with that raise, trying to fool everyone, but it's not going to fool our attacker right there. He's actually going to help his teammate get another frag.
Yeah, RT, a good start on Pearl, which is, again, very interesting considering that both of these teams, at least on their debut match for Split 2, they didn't actually take any Pearl recently from yesterday. So this is a good showing from Rambutan and Tatay.
2-0, and they have that weapon advantage because APH did go for that force buy. They're forced on the Sheriffs, but we know how deadly they were. In their previous series, APH landed amazing Sheriff, and they got the most thrifties from that 2-0 that they had yesterday. If they can repeat that feat today, it'll be great momentum for them because they do need to start getting around soon.
Yeah, they want to stop the potential snowball that RNT set up. And with that said, the high tide having a lot of space covered here in Plaza.
They have a lot of space, a lot of room to work with, but it's a quiet start for both of these teams. They already have the mid presence for the defense. The harbor wall actually gives them a lot of control, and it delays the peak from mid, and it allows them to make sure that the sides or the extremities of the map is already clear. This time they're playing a bit more default. They already have their duelists there on the defensive side on Art, prepared for any push, and APH is just trying to find one kill.
And that's the most important thing. It might start here with Blurred here on Art, but the Star Smoke Trigger with a box. That corner unchecked with the shots land. That's Le Magician's turn to peek through the box. That's 4 kills already. He definitely wants the ace for this 3-0 start. Derek, all alone, using the boombot to scout. We'll see if Derek denies that ace away from Le Magician. Nope, there you go. Good opening round 3 for RNT.
Eugene S, the Sorcerer Supreme, helping his teammates move, coming out of the box like a rabbit, and is able to land the frags, get the multi-kill with the setup from his teammates. Seems like a lot of kills are waterfalling for this, and hopefully RNT can keep the momentum up.
And then that is absolutely important. Again, when we talk about RNT, they had a 1-2 loss against Game Lab Alpha. So this is definitely a very important momentum boost and confidence boost. And they definitely want to put more scores on the board. With Bulldogs in hand versus a lot of rifles, we'll see how APH is able to take advantage of the buys.
They do have a lot of setup though, and here comes some frags, some trades. Micro lands on top though and takes out the MVP of the previous round. Eugene S falls, and they're forced back. But on the other side of the map, Blurred already is so deep. He has the Vandal, he has the weapon advantage, but at this range, they're ever so deadly. Kelly S gets one for himself as well. 3v5 right now before this retake begins.
Yeah, Kevzy already with a plant. 3v5. Very dicey for RNT. Let's see, Josh S. coming from Flowers. There's a lot of people looking through that angle. There's one towards the side. Blurred says hello. And now it's a bit difficult for RNT with not a lot of options utility-wise. Ching gets the kill though. Kelly S finishes off Mark L, and APH was their first round in this map.
APH able to strike back, they get around, and that's what they need right now. They need to start building that economy, building back that momentum. But Rambutan and Tatay, are they going to stick with this double operator buy? They can play slow, but looking at how they played last round, they got punished by this quick entry, which might hinder this operator play. Looks like they're going to go back to that default Vandal, only forcing out the 1-up on Mark L.
Yeah, I mean, it has been, considering the fact that I remember back in the previous split, there were a lot of very talented and amazing Sentinels with the op, but this might be a very fast execute from the side of APH for the flashes. Eugene's wanted to run away. Hot Sauce instead is able to kill Kelly S. APH is in a roll at the moment with the first few seconds of this round.
Kelly S, the only player that falls on the side of APH, and unfortunately, RNT lost 2 of their own. So the value from that operator from Mark L just drops, and because of that, it allows the defenders to go for a retake. But is this the correct read? Both teams slowly shifting themselves to that B side.
Yeah, it's super interesting that, again, most of the members are hovering around the major portion of B site. While RNT doesn't know this is happening just yet, Josh has eyes on mid to make sure if the rotate will aggressively come from there.
But APH, though, they are walking into a setup. Instead of re-hitting A where there's no contact for RNT, they're actually walking right from their hands. They're walking into that alarm bot, that nano swarm, even the turret already set up. Kevs cannot heal himself, 70 HP. An aggressive push comes out from the Magician, but Eugene S gets shut down. Blurred with a kill already. This operator was something he was trying to get the value of, but this nano swarm's already going to push out Ching. They're boxed in here on the backside. Has to try to get a frag here, but he just runs through and doesn't care about the damage at all. The spike gets planted, but at the end, it's going to be the weapon and man advantage that wins. Micro landing the shot on Josh S.
Yeah, they were able to even pick up that up, but yeah, it felt like a horror movie. The way that Ching was looking from different sides of Hall, I'm like, I'm trapped here. I have nowhere to go now.
But it's okay because they do have that lockdown at least in case that happens next time on Mark L. But on the other side of things, they have a lockdown on their own for APH. They have the Raze ultimate. They have the knives and Cosmic Divide. A great util, especially if they go for that B hit. But they are deciding to posture themselves for a very default with the spike towards A.
Yeah, they're basically doing the same thing as earlier, trying to get a pick if anyone's going to be aggressively coming through to get the orb. Considering the fact that Josh S is very close to his ult and as well as for Ching. A couple of traded shots, but no kills just yet.
No kills, but a lot more sustain coming from the APH team. They do have the Sky Rejuvenate if they need to use it and at least bring them somewhat closer to full HP. They lose the armor, but they do gain the orb. A trade, I think, still worth it for the attacking side because that does mean that the defenders for A have to be a bit more wary. Josh S fires some shots downrange that reveals his position, but it's something that I think the attackers should already know at this point.
Yeah, it's the information game again. Because look at their rotation now. They're slowly creeping up to B. It's practically the same execute of the previous round.
Practically the same, but hopefully it's going to turn out a bit different for one of these teams. The Dogs are going to trailblaze its way all the way to B-Link. It will spot out Mark L, who's on a star for himself. Also, the High Tide comes in to buy some time, but also gives them a lot of space. The stun comes through with the Raze ultimate as well. Kelly S takes out Mark L. That gives them control on that B-Link side, but the hop, skip, and the jump away is not going to stop. But it's going to be Eugene S who actually lands before the Cosmic Divide forms.
Yeah, really nice coordination there coming from the side of APH. But yeah, good trade. Either way, Josh S able to eliminate Blurred from Hall. But the Reckoning is going to create chaos onto B. Hot Sauce kills Derek, and it's only 7 seconds on the clock. Micro has nowhere to go, and he's going to try to flank to at least get a couple of exit frags before the round ends.
They get a couple, gets one. Will he get two? That's a lot of value still for them, but the operator is still in the hands of Josh S. Means that they save that. Moving on to the next round for that defense.
Yeah, I was a bit worried for RNT there. APH. Again, so far it has been on the RNT side, 4-2. They've been doing really well. It has been a a back and forth of operators. I believe that is still the same op that we've been seeing for the first on the first buy. It has been just picked up by the teams.
Yeah, just passing it on to each other. Next one is your turn, my turn. But now it's going to be the turn for this defensive side. RNT, they still have a lockdown of their own. And last round, APH used 3 of their ultimates already, and they didn't convert that round, meaning that RNT's lead can be secure, especially this very pivotal round. We look at the map, we see that Hot Sauce already has control of A, but also B main is pushed up. They have to know that this is going to be a mid hit.
Yeah, considering there's a lot of ults slowly available. Ching, Hot Sauce, very pivotal in slowing down the attack of Action.
The Dog Gonna trailblaze itself onto A and re-clear that for the attacking side. The defense on B should alert Josh S that they are very close to him. He has all the util that he needs. He knows that the Nebula comes through. The flash comes, but both jump on top, and he only manages to get none, actually. It's gonna be Hot Sauce panicking on the backside. Blurred finds himself another. This operator on retake is not gonna be that helpful, but the ultimate will from Mark L. The plant is already gonna start, and ooh, there comes the up. They spot out the operator.
Yeah, they know where it is now. They know where to be wary, and that's why Kelly S inching closer and closer towards the op to bridge that gap, to catch him by surprise. But they'd rather save the op than risk throwing it and passing it back to APH.
A bit different style for RNT. Yesterday, we saw them on Icebox jump for joy, 5v1, 4v1, trying to get the knife kill. But this time, the discipline moving on to these group stages. They want to keep that operator in hand. They don't want to throw this lead that they have. Yes, they give APH the round, but they do have the tools that they will have on the next round with this save to maybe grab one of their own.
Yeah, the save on the op, the save on the lockdown. They'd rather secure the next to make sure that they can retain the potential momentum and that they were able to build, the lead that they were able to build.
Double hop on the box. It's just so overwhelming to deal with as a defender. And also, in fairness for the attackers, it's a good thing that they landed on different spots, because if they landed on the same spot, one would just fall down just like that jet. Thankfully for them, though, everything does work out. But it's so far so good, and things are working out for this attacking side, finding their own groove. But this time, Rambutan and Tatay, they saved the previous round, so they have to make this one count.
Yeah, to give again for the people watching out there that just joined us for Split 2, again, Action PH, they were the team that landed 4th place, and they only have one change in their roster, which was, it was Yanagi before, but now it is Kelly S. And this is Rambutan and Tatay that came from the open qualifiers. And while they are a new name, their players are not so new. They're experienced players combined. So it's this is the current what do you call this, situation and matchup we're currently in.
A lot of familiar faces, especially here from the pro scene. The Avengers assembling from all the different teams around the world to just get that RNT banner into place. But hopefully they can hold on to their dreams and stop being memes, because if they win, I'm sure a lot of memes will come up on social media. We already see the attack, though. This is not a meme at all, because it's the high pressure situation. They're already flooding in onto the A side, forcing all the defenders back. But Eugene S is able to find one. It's going to be a great pain shells also right on top of Kevs. It brings him low, actually removes him from the round. The defending Killjoy already gonna explode, gonna take down, not gonna detain anyone, but it's still gonna be enough to get them space. Derek is able to find one for himself. Hot Sauce one for himself as well, and Derek's just forced back 5 HP. They saved last round, and because of that, they're able to save this round.
Yeah, it's a bit difficult. 5 HP, you don't have a lot to work with against 3 healthy HP bars, and therefore the save instead.
This time, though, RNT, they have a bit more tools. We see how the opening kills. I think the positioning from Eugene S, their Le Magician, on top of that box just really helped them secure a lot of frags that otherwise would have been smoked off with that Nebula. This time around, though, RNT still has a lot of retake ults that can be very good. Eugene S very close to the Raze ultimate, but it's going to be Ching and Hot Sauce bringing that util in the form of the Nightfall as well as Cosmic Divide. APH going to take a breather, though. They have a bunch of tools to work with. They have the rifles, and Blurred will be able to drop one as well if he opts to use the knives.
That's correct. And yeah, it's going to be really scary knowing that you'll have to face on APH side the wrath of these, what do you call this, these ults like the Nightfall, like the Cosmic Divide for retake. So they have to be worried about that. The fact that they only have the potential of the Seekers when it comes to utility and not more of a damage utility like the Blade Storm. Action PH, I'm afraid, I feel like in terms of like prediction and how the round can potentially go, I feel like APH can definitely still continue this into a 6-3.
I mean, the problem that they really have to deal with this time around is going to be that operator on Mark L. Wherever he posts himself up, it's going to be very dangerous, because yes, they have two duelists, but the only flash that they have is the blinding light coming out from Kevs, and because of that, it's the best flash because it lasts the longest time, but it's also the worst flash because it's so telegraphed.
That's true. You're able to dodge, you're able to predict, you're able to destroy. Blurred searching for the right first target, rather. The Hunt will spot him out using the Cloudburst to sneakily reposition away from that area to make make RNT guess.
They're actually leaving him though. They give him the advanced positioning, holding off any B pushes. On the opposite end for the defense side, Mark L's gonna hold the A push, mirroring each other right here. And the fight will begin here on mid. Ching has a scan ready, or the C's ready rather, in case there's gonna be some pressure onto the B side, but it's actually him who's pressured. Boxed out already with his Nebula, giving control all the way to connector if they choose to do so. But the defender's already there for the pinch. Depends how many players that they do lose. It's gonna use the Prowler to try check close, and here comes the the attack.
Oh. Well, yeah, the Nightfall even initiated. Eugene S will get eliminated by Kelly S. Blurred already in enemy territory. Nice headshot with the Blade Storm. He doesn't know someone's on top of the box. He will leave that to his teammate, Kevzy. And now it's a 3v2, op versus op. Where will Hot Sauce come from? It is going to come from Link 1 from Spawn. And unfortunately, again, RNT has to save, but at least they still have the lead.
They have the lead and they keep the op, but is that enough for the next rounds? Is this enough? Where is the balance of how much rounds we're going to save versus how much we're going to try? Because this operator, when it finds value, is huge. But when it's like this, when it can be avoided, it doesn't get that impact that you want from this massive investment of a weapon.
And that's why the switch of the rifles are there. Kelly S has to run away, has to re-pick up the op, has to run away, but it feels like APH says nope. They're gonna pick it up for themselves, I believe, or instead.
And APH, a beautiful pinch coming here from the B-Link side while they leave Blurred early on to the round to take control of B, which means that they meet and pincer all the players on the side at the same time. Beautiful coordination coming out from APH after that tactical pause. And because of that, they salvage a lot of economy for themselves. They get that operator, they're able to buy, and this time, util-wise, outside of the ultimates, they are in the lead. RNC on the back foot, they have the lead in rounds, but can they keep it? Because so far, APH has been catching up.
Yeah, despite the utility, the lack of ult utility earlier, APH stormed their way into the site through coordination. Eugene S and Magician has eyes on the prize. He has the showstopper. Boom! Kills Micro and he's gone.
And that's the controller player as well, meaning it's a lot less nebulous and delay for them. But look at Hot Sauce, he's stuck inside because he got concussed on top of the Nano Swarm. Now Mark L's going to be swarmed himself. Kelly S as well as Derek able to find two.
Nicely done combination. A bit difficult to escape from that one. It's still a 3v3, still very doable for both of these teams, but with a pickup of the guns, this makes it incredibly extra doable for RNT.
Extra doable, especially with this operator in hand, but they have to wait for the spike to go down yet, so the defenders are still wondering if it's A or B. They have the confirmation now that it's going to be coming from that A side, though.
They have to battle through the op. They do have Josh S still with his utility. Headshot coming from Kevzy. Make that a double. Really scary coming from Dogout. Josh S denies that though, so Blurred decides to reposition. And 5-5 now for APH.
5-5, the close angle with that operator. So hard to swing into, especially because they knew he was coming from that flower side. They managed to stabilize the rounds, equalizing the game for them, and the momentum that RNT had from that aggression seems to have slowed down. I feel like nowadays, APH just finds their way onto site. Yes, they have an aggro play onto B because they're on eco, but for the other rounds, they have to find a way to get some space. It's just so difficult when APH just knows your map movements.
Yeah, they've been brute forcing their way through these couple of rounds through coordination and communication and the way that they're able to hold these angles around post plant as a team. And now it's 5-5 RNT. Let's see now with a bigger buy, or with an even buy rather. Showstopper activated. Kelly S chasing Mark L down. He's half HP.
Mark L somehow manages to survive that. Pushing the Nebulous, Kelly S is going to be very brave going to this. The flash from his teammate goes through, which gets him a kill. Will he get the second? No, Josh S going to be able to trade 4v4 right now, but the operator is still in the hands of Blurred. They're going to use the high ties to bring some high defense for them. The retake, very, very possible. And the Reckoning as well going to stall out, but look at how much is on the spike already. Both Nano Swarms, the Alarm Bot, even the Gravity Well is available for them. Kevs is stunned out, but is able to find one. He's able to still get one. Hot Sauce also there for the trade on Kevs, but they have to play this long angle. They have the Cascades to work with. Mark L already taps the spike, but they have to back up. The rain of bullets from APH is just too much. The handles all up the hot sauce behind the Cosmic Divide. He manages to find one. The scrap comes through, but Micro ends up on top, taking out hot sauce. Another round for APH. Now they're in the driver's seat.
Crazy. That post plan was really good. You're right. The gravity well, the 2 nano swarms, the alarm bot, everything. And the fact that RNT threw everything, through every line of sight blocker to make sure that they're able to play through that space.
They have that double controller, which means that they have the ability to always re-wall up, especially how flexible Harbor is on this map. You know, you're under the water and he brings the waterworks already on the battlefield. One round separates the end of the half. Would it be 6-6 or 7-5?
A little bit of reset. Judge in hand for Le Magician. Will he work his magic as the gravity well activated? He's coming in close, Derek, and he gets a double kill. Nicely done by APH. Their entry is right there. Ching's still waiting across this cloud burst. They have no idea.
Knows.
The trigger discipline. He 1, 2, 3.
It's so big.
Ching, this is huge.
He finds one.
He gets the 4th, and he wins that round for RNT.
They know that the aggression is coming from A, and Ching smartly decides to use the trigger discipline that he did get checked off of that dash. He didn't look on the right side. It baits his teammate into forming already the crossfire they think is going to be solved, but they don't expect his position behind. We look at the replay, we can see the start it off. They spot out the first and second player, but they actually don't have the info that Ching is there until he revealed himself, and with a great final kills, able to secure the round, equalizing it for both teams.
Nuts. That's a way to end the first half of this map. And now it's a swap. On 6-6 pistol round earlier, Rambutan and Tatay, they did an amazing job in their pistol round. So we'll see if APH, as we take a look at this tech pause for now. And so far, so good, Fluffy.
Are those butterflies or flies?
Those are fireflies, I think.
How do you know?
Because butterflies are not into light, I think. I feel. I don't know. I don't know insects.
True. But what we do know is a lot about Valorant. During this technical pause, we can see already Rambutan and Tatay is not gonna stop with the aggression. They already buy up on all the ghosts. They don't even need the util at this point. They're just going to go click heads, win game. APH, though, more on that util buy, the armor coming out from Derek, and a bunch of setups for them as well. The Sheriff on Blur is going to be massive, especially because RMD does not have those armors. I mean, it won't really matter with the Sheriffs, but it does mean that they are 2 body shots, if it does count.
Yeah, that's true. All-out offensive on the setup for RNT. You mentioned not a lot of shields. Some utility, I guess Mark L does have that, whatchamacallit, that turret for the possible anti-flank or for information. So we'll see how this setup's gonna go.
Blurred's gonna aggressively peek, but will he expect both players coming out? He gets tagged himself, though, without the armor because he bought that Sheriff. He's forced back a bit, so the aggression and control for middle gonna go to the side of RNT, which allows him to play a bit more far forward, but the wraparound already on B-Link. One manages to sneak his way through, though, with the timing, and it's not gonna be checked. RNT lands the first kill. Eugene S gets blurred out of the picture. That already converts to a 4v5, and it gives him another advantage, but Kev's able to equalize somehow, and Josh S again brings it back.
Now this entryway is quite open. Derek's still in dugout. He's being very patient right now. Oh, he managed to meet eye to eye with Mark L, the killjoy, and he's using the smoke, but the smoke gets, now he has to hug the wall. He gets the blast headshot onto Josh S. Will he get the second? That's going to be a no. Kelly S gonna make his entry here, only up to Micro at this point, versus 3 people. He has already tried to clear that angle, but surrounded by 3 members, it's a bit dicey for APH to win that round.
Oh man, eye to eye indeed. Both eyes open for both me and Riku because we can see clearly how this game is going. RNT manages to get the pistol round, enabling them to further the advantage that they once had on the previous half and bring it back for them. They want to win this Pearl map. It's not a map we've seen them play so far here on the group stages for Split 2, but it looks like they're a bit more disciplined and a bit more confident.
Yeah, they look really, really clean. And I mean, versus their performance yesterday against Game Lab Alpha, as we recall, their debut map was against, again, G-Lab with their Lotus premiere, and it was unfortunately a 113. So the gap of their performance yesterday on that map versus Pearl is showing a huge improvement in how they've been synergizing well as a team.
Speaking of team synergy, though, both teams sticking together, but the gamble from APH is not going to work out. They go for that A side control, but it's actually B, which will be the landing place of the spike. It gives them a lot of time to burn already because the plant comes in so early with no resistance. And it also means because they have that forward position on CT that they know they have to come from long, and it's going to be Ching already marking.
Yeah, even with the off, I mean Marshall rather. It's a really good kill coming from Ching. And with that said, they are having control of a lot of space here. Look at that, Mark L as well with the support shots. But Derek and Kevzy will eliminate everyone from ramps. There's all up to Josh S and the rest who are on site to buy time for this plant.
Not just time, they have the weapon advantage. The Bulldog, 3 players already marking where they can possibly come from, even pushing closer. The high tide gonna separate the gap even more. Kev's though's gonna find one. These deadly sheriff shots can land. 44 HP on Hot Sauce means just a body shot will do it, but Hot Sauce will be the hottest one on the battlefield, getting both of the APH players down and out of this round. The spike explodes, RNT converts, and now on the 3rd round, a very pivotal one for APH.
Yeah, considering that this is important. Oh, sorry, this was very similar to what happened in the first 2 rounds on the first half. Basically, them doing it again is really huge. And Markel with a support at ramps. You know, good job with Ching.
I like the bait and switch coming in from this. I think I mentioned it earlier in the cast while it was happening. The fact that they only spotted out 1 player, they don't know Mark L's positioning. Unfortunately, though, Mark L's not able to get even more value, but the idea behind it is very good team play, and that is the sign of a great team. Hopefully they convert to more rounds. A very aggressive turret coming from the defense, going to get broken instantly, but it will hear the bullets coming from 2 players. At least it gives some form of info. But with that contact play done, Derek doesn't have a lot of things to work with. Tries to get some more pot shots, but the rest of his team is still far away.
Yeah, no turret anymore. There is the star, at least coming from Micro, to stop the aggression, and the couple of nano swarms as well, in case RNT decides to push the go button.
Push the go button, but now we're at a stop. Is that going to be the signal, though? The blinding light's not going to actually get any info. Will they choose to rotate off of it? Yes, the defender's already going to hop inside, but will they expect this much? A great scan is able to pop out one. Eugene S gets a frag off of it. Blurred finds Hot Sauce somewhere in the battlefield, but it's going to be Blurred in the backside defending. Manages to find one, but Eugene S is on that relentless pursuit to get even more. The paint shell is there to cover and even land the kill on Kevs. The Cove is going to get that safe plant for them. Now it's 2v2.
Yeah, still very much doable. Boombot still available for Kelly as he doesn't want to give away his position, but the shots will, though. Making his way towards inside the Cove, and Josh S will find Kelly S. 1v2. Micro gets the first kill. He's half HP. Reckoning is going to be a nuisance, but it expired. He still has a bit of time. Ching has eyes on the spike. 93, he has the edge when it comes to HP, but utility, Gravity Well will scare him away, but the Haunt will spot him and tag him. He has to destroy it, and Micro gets the headshot and wins this round for APH, for RNT rather.
Micro, but
I was right the first time.
big moment for Micro, though, because he's able to find the frag, even look up and thank everyone because of he's able to convert that round. I think Ching went for a very, very tiny pop-in when he tried to go for the kill, but unfortunately did not work out for him. The defense was able to give him the 1v1 that Micro was able to win.
Yeah, that was huge. The fact that he didn't have the HP advantage, but he had a lot of utility to create chaos against Ching.
Well, Chaos Undivided cannot be easily controlled, but the control from APH is very apparent. This time around, it seems like they're the ones dictating the tempo of the game, and it's going to be RNT trying to find the chinks in their armor for the defense and figure out how they're going to make their attacking plan. They try to take presence off on B long, but it's not going to work out. The rest of their players already defaulting towards that A side, which means that the rotate is going to be possibly an A hit, but that very aggressive default turret that was put earlier by Derek in the previous round exists still and will spot out this push if they keep going to A.
A really nice placement of utility coming from the side of Derek. But it feels like the plan still for RNT. I mean, if it kind of worked earlier, then it will possibly work again. Eugene S, Limb Magician already making his way, but the alarm bot will send alarms through the roof. Derek eliminates him. Josh Ash with the trade immediately. And again, control coming from the side of RNT at this point on towards A.
So difficult to play a position. You lose the Killjoy. He does get one for himself, but that's a lot of utility wasted. The Cove comes in, but so does the Seeker, seeking them out from the Abyss. And Mark L is able to find one. Blurred comes for the trade. Kelly's as well. Hot Sauce. We're staring at his screen right now. Now it's Ching passing it on to his teammate, making sure this spike won't be defused. It's planted for them, but somehow Blurred's alive. They're both low. 10 HP and a Dream. Goes for the Cloudburst. Will this be enough time, though? The Classic just about will do it. The right click doesn't land. It just draws around him. Blurred's going to be able to maybe half this, but he doesn't actually stick it. He goes wide, and Blurred ends up on top, getting another round. These dicey post plants are not working out for RNT, and APH are always capitalizing on these small mistakes.
Yeah, I bet Ching was like, it's deja vu. I've been in this place before. But the biggest difference is they had even HP bars this time around. It was a more of a lot of like exchange of fire shots exchanged. But in the end, Blurred gets the kill.
So unlucky for Ching. At that range, I understand that the pattern for that Classic isn't the best, but any of those 3 bullets that would have hit him in any part of the body would have done enough to secure them around, but the right click was just not enough, and it was Blurred's Classic who seems to work.
Yeah. Insane set of rounds for APH, and now they've caught up once more. Now that they are able to take it 8-8, now it's RNT's turn for the timeout.
Thinking about what to do, what is the plan, how do we play the post plant better? That is the questions they need to answer during this timeout. They have a lot of util to work with. They will get their ultimates online, but the weapons are a different story. Only on the Sheriffs, only on that low buy. While APH, they have good ultimates of their own, and they have the weapons.
Yeah, that's the issue now for RNT. Either they just use this round to farm orb ults, to make sure that they're able to transition that into the following rounds when they have a better buy.
It seems like on the attacking side, RNT are able to find kills, but they're not able to find trades. And I think that's what's important. That's what keeps the advantage up instead of just being at the 1-for-1. Because if you keep going 1-for-1, they don't win the 1v1 so far. The Seize, though, is going to stick Kelly S. Somehow he survives with 1 HP. The Decay is going to come back and kick in, giving him 24 HP. But that's basically the same. Any bullet, even a Classic at 25 damage, will take him out. Has to fall back on the backside. Another great scan coming from Ching. But the slowing of pace is about to begin. Here comes the Waterworks.
Yeah, a lot of the utility already pretty much used. Kelly S's positioning has been revealed on towards dugout. But still no commitment, no commit on the site just yet, but they're still lingering around A.
They know that they can wait out this Nebula, but what they don't know is APH has already have a player posted on that B long. They know if they do re-rotate, so I'm surprised that the defense is still moving for APH, expecting it to come from maybe Link, because look at their Jet. Blurred is all the way there, already marking it, so why are they already rotating? And they're waiting so long, 40 seconds are remaining, and the attackers haven't moved. The hit finally comes through with a Cosmic Divide, as well as the Waterworks. The High Tide is coming in because it's high noon now before these Sheriffs have to go.
Yeah, this is a bit of a dicey round for APH. There's a lot of utility, and now the spike has been planted, and the rest of APH still has to make a very, very far rotation as they're making their way towards the site already. The Magician pushing forward. Derek with a lockdown to flush anyone from RNT off the side. The Flowers 1v1. Josh S will win that against Derek. Kevzy with a trade. Josh S as well. It's been an exchange of kills, 3v1. It's all up to Mark L once more to make this plant count. Blurred with a Cloudburst. This is the same angle for the third time in a row. APH manages to take this round win.
Such a difficult position for Mark L. It's not planted for him. He only has the Sheriffs. His team wasn't able to stay alive long enough for him to get any value off his util. And just because of that, yes, they got the plant. Yes, it's a win in a way because you're able to buy up because of it and you give some. But you still give that round, that all-important round, to the opposing team APH. Because of that, RNT, I like the idea behind what they're doing. They're slowing it down a bit. They're playing a bit for more of the trades. They're going to creep and crawl, wait out the utility instead of just exploding. But because of the advanced positioning from Blurred, they are a bit telegraphed.
APH managed to read This from the slow start to the fast-paced attack onto long. B is the prize. Showstopper activated. Nightfall even. Le Magician eliminates Blurred, is unable to run away. The up is down, the up is gone. And RNT has full control onto this site.
Eugene S decides to show us a magic trick, entering the site, removing Blurred, and giving that operator up for APH. They can decide to pick it up as well, but the recascades up on Heaven as well as CT will block a lot of this. But this Cosmic Divide will divide a lot of attention as the lockdown's going to come in. Time is ticking. Kelly S finds one on the backside, but will he expect Josh S? He doesn't, but he still manages to land the shot. The Magician trying to make tricks of his own, but there's nothing up their sleeves anymore, as it is only Mark L yet again in that 1vx, 1v3. The spike is planted, but will he see him? Yes, he gets checked at the end of it. Derek turns around at the right time, and Mark L falls.
APH's retake has been very clean so far. I think it's basically 4 rounds in a row already. RNT, they always get the plant down, but the protecting the spike is a different story.
I can't tell right now if it's the overextension at times, but I think it's how good APH is playing, how good they're able to take the fights they want, dictate the pace with their utility, using that Cosmic Divide, using the lockdown, everything that they need to give the pressure back. Because normally when it's on post plant, it's the retakes team that has the high pressure on them, but they're flipping the script, giving it to R&D, saying, no, you have to push our Cosmic Divide, you have to make the move.
Yeah, the layers of utility, the timing of these abilities. Hot sauce with a Sheriff headshot versus Blurred. Denies the op once more.
Him and his team just firing shots down range. They managed to drop him low enough that that operator is in fact a steal. Mark L in an interesting position. Derek finds Eugene S, though. This Prowler is going to spot out one for a Ching, but he's not going to be able to push off it. Will he expect the rest of his team? Derek goes big with 2, but Hot Sauce comes up on top, upgrading his weapon as well. He hears the satchel. He knows Kelly S is close, but he has a player to swing off there on that B side. Micro is ready for the swing. Manages to find one. Is able to find one, and Kelly S there to secure the round as well on Mark L.
Now it's close to match point for APH. They've been winning every single round so far, despite, or rather, it doesn't matter if RNT has the bigger buy or has a complete buy. They have been winning a lot of these rounds.
It's really the trades making the most for them, playing off each other. The team play coming from APH, a team that was formed very early for Split 1, but now they've had the time to work together. Now they've had former teammates from RRQ, like Kelly S, as well as Kev's, back onto the same roster. Even though it's a new addition, it's still the same vibe. APH playing a lot more solid, and it looks like what started with a back-and-forth series with the lead of RNT is now APH running away with the game.
Yeah, they've been doing a lot. Especially these last few rounds, APH has been crazy consistent. RNT, even with the plants, again, it's about keeping that spike down. And now wondering if the slow-paced style would suit RNT in these following rounds.
RNT, though, they have that double controller, but some way, somehow, they're not able to make a lot of perceived pressure. They're using the star onto the B side as Kev spots out the players here onto A, but because they can't remove Blurred's positioning with the operator, this is one of those key factors that really worked out for APH in their previous series. Funneling to the operator, stacking towards the other side, a very solid strategy. This time, though, it's going to be Josh S going back, trying to go for the recascade, pushing off that operator, but no one's going to budge on the defense. Very default. They know that time is on their side right now, 40 seconds, and still, here comes, I think they're thinking about going for the hit. I think they're going to go for the hit now.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, with the gravity well activated.
Oh, no.
Oh, Eugene S is stuck in the middle. And now, Kelly S again with a big 2-kill. Ching, though, denies that away from them. But it's now a 4v1. Very dire for RNT.
Hot Sauce behind the box, 16 seconds. Probably won't be able to get the spike. All eyes are already watching all the corners. He just has to play his life. Hopefully save this rifle because they need everything as we move on to match point for APH. So far, the retakes have been great. Their trading has been amazing. And the team play from RNT has been a bit lacking. They're not able to play off each other. In a couple of missteps here and there, their team tries to walk in and salvage the situation, just like when the gravity wells slow down their entry. But in the end, it's Kelly S and his firepower that really is the one that's above and beyond. The upgrade for their team has been working out so far.
Yeah, the configuration that APH has been doing, the the layering and how they're able to cover each other throughout these angles. Their timing has been amazing, and that's why they're match point, and that's why they're really close to winning this Pearl map.
They're so good on the retakes, and this time they even have the lockdown, but the opening kills already swing their way. Kevs and Kelly S, former RQ boys, finding two for themselves. Now the spike is all the way in A, and both players from RNT are scrambling to take it. Mark L gets the lurk kill though, is able to go for the reload and reset for a bit, give some breathing room, but Kevs is not going to stop. He has a Trailblazer to spot out even more. Mark L gets concussed, but he won't even swing off it. Playing discipline, they have to know that it's in the bag. All they have to do is play the time.
Yeah, they have a lot more members alive. 3v2. Mark L. He made it into a 2v2 now. With Micro with 11 HP, this feels like a very winnable round for RNT.
Very winnable indeed. Mark L able to find the frags that he needs to keep his dream alive. The Malaysian monster back in action again. It's planted for backside. They avoid the operator from Blurred, but do they know that he's watching from that A main? His eyes are on target, but it's in the wrong side of the wall. They suspect where Ching is. If he peeks a little too wide into the op, he does, and now it's Mark L left alone. 1v2. He knows the operator is there, but does he know exactly where the second player is? No, he doesn't. Blurred is able to secure a round, swapping that operator for that Vandal.
And there we go. Action PH wins the first map in their series against Rambutan ni Tatay. Really nice round, really nice map. It started off really, what do you call this? Back and forth. I really thought Rambutan ni Tatay was going to win in the end based from their start, but as you take a look at the Action PH players, they're doing a little bit of pose. They're very happy about their performance, and they're very happy about how that game ended.
Very happy indeed, because so far they haven't been dropping any maps. They haven't slowed down their momentum at all. With the addition of Kelly S, it really has seemed like this team is more put together than ever. And also for RNT, we see their signs of more discipline. We've seen those moments where they have good ideas, but the little scrambles and stumbles towards their execute has really hindered a lot of the reasons of why they've not been able to convert these rounds.
Yeah, it felt like it felt like they had a huge plan, a plan in mind. It was very effective in the first half, but for the second half, I felt like it all fell apart after the post plan coming from RNT. And let's take a look at the stats. It's so nice to see Kelly S and Eugene S are the MVPs in the post stats. Sorry, in this map number 1. Both players came from Sky Empire.
The former teammates, now new rivals, and as they play, we can see in the highlights what exactly happened during this match. The opening already on the side of RNT, they had momentum, they had great ideas. Josh S able to convert huge at times, Ching also with the discipline, and even Eugene S finding one. But this defensive side, this defensive fire seemed to have slowed down once they got into the attack, because the rock solid team of APH was just impenetrable.
Yeah, the retakes coming from APH, I don't know how they do it. It feels like just pure coordination and teamwork and knowing where to go from there. And this was one of Ching's moments from one of the rounds in that map, and it was props to Ching.
Props indeed. But the magic doesn't stop, because Kelly S finds one for himself. Even Derek highlights all the players on this map trying to get the most value, trying to get the big plays, and they do happen at times. But unfortunately for RNT, APH is the one it always seems to work out for them.
Yeah, again, it's the way that they even dealt with high pressure situations, all of the 1v1s. I believe it was 3 in a row. APH had the better gunfights, the better 1v1s, and the better, what do you call this, teamwork in this first map.
Just a lot more coordination coming out from APH, and hopefully we can see that continue, as Blurred is going to be the one who's going to deliver the win with Grab Unlimited. Again, just want to remind everyone, if you want that first month for free, subscribe to Grab Unlimited now. Use the QR code just there beside the APH.
Yep, very very important, as again, even if it's the beginning of our first week of VCT Philippines Split 2, the action feels like it's not even like a slow ramp up. It feels like the action is right there in your face almost immediately. And honestly, I'm really looking forward to the next map because, again, when we look at the record, Rambutan ni Tatay didn't do so well against their match against Game Lab Alpha on Icebox, which is going to be our next map.
It's going to be very worrying for RNT. They don't have the best statistics on it, so it's always a bit scary, but there's always a lot of room for improvement.
Yeah, there's always a lot of room for improvement for sure, considering that I feel like the improvement we saw from the first map of Rambutan ni Tatay and into their, again, I guess, second series that we have is really nice to see. But there's still a lot to watch, as this is not the end of our first series, as we still have Icebox. So we're going to head on over to a short break, so don't go away. We'll be right back. And we're back over here at the VCT Philippines Split 2 broadcast, and we're currently in the middle of another intense series between APH and Rambutan ni Tatay, and we'll be your casters for this current series. My name is Riku, and together with me is Fluffy02, and it's currently 1-0 in favor of Action PH, but it is very, very close when we looked at the Pearl map. But before we talk about, the itty-bitty details about this match, we're currently available in 2 languages for this broadcast. You're currently watching the English one, but we also do have a Filipino one. So if you want action, here. If you want action, then head on over to I believe, YouTube and as well as on Facebook.
And if any of that action makes you very hungry, you can always enjoy free delivery every day and get exclusive discounts when you subscribe to Grab Unlimited. Don't miss out on your free trial for your first month.
Again, very important because all of our series so far has been, I guess most of them has been reaching map 3. So we'll see if we'll indeed see a map 3 in this current series, because we're heading on over to Icebox for our second map. And I do believe yesterday Rambutan ni Tatay had a 6-13 record against Game Lab Alpha yesterday.
Yeah, they had a very cold start on the map, and it wasn't the result that they wanted. So it's a bit, nerve-wracking knowing that you're gonna have to play on this Icebox. But we have mentioned previously how these players, they might be a new team, but they are very experienced individually. So I'm sure that they have that pro mentality to know how to bounce back. On the other side of things, though, we have APH with an opposite kind of story. On contrast to RNT, they had a stellar performance on their maps, able to get that clean 2-0 sweep. And for both teams, they did play Icebox and maybe the next decider Haven. So a lot of familiarity, at least, with how things are going for Split 2.
Yeah, that's true. Action PH had, I believe, a 13-9 record against Looking for Sponsor yesterday. So they managed to, air quote, warm up already in Split 2 yesterday for their first series in this tournament. So I'm excited to see if there's going to be any sort of quick changes, because again, they played this map yesterday. So it feels like Action PH looks, again, like really, really stable. But I feel like Icebox in the Philippine scene, at least, feels like a semi-trap, like most of us, for most of the time, at least when we look at Split 1, for some of our teams that feel like, we're already good at Icebox, and then suddenly, wait, we're actually not good? This other team is better at this map?
Yeah, I mean, to give an example, Naos Esports was the masters of Icebox during Split 1, but moving on to Split 2, they faltered on their first opening game on that map, a map that they have some adaptations with bringing an Omen in, but it didn't work out for them. So a bit of trial and error coming, but hopefully more success than errors for all the teams.
Yeah, I remembered one iconic thing coming from Action PH is the way that Action PH plays Icebox is having to leave, at least for Split 1, leave Micro into his very heavy lurking capabilities and win the 1v1s for stragglers from the opposite side. But I feel like yesterday that changed a little bit. Micro has been pressing on forward and leading the charge, I suppose, in some of these executes, at least for attacking side.
Micro is just able to find the kills that he needs. Even on that controller road, the Smoke Criminal does not stop on his relentless pursuit to get even more impact. A bit of strategy change. If you take a look at the game yesterday, you can see on the map how instead on the attacking side where they commit the wall mid-round, they just use it really early. And moving on to the agent select, we will be able to see what agents they decide to bring, especially because of the little adaptations that they have. Kelly S this time around on APH yesterday did play that KO, so it's very interesting to see the shift from his previous map on that duelist role, but still have that duelist mindset on that KO for Icebox.
Yeah, especially that he is definitely the MVP from earlier in Pearl. So I'm curious to see like this kind of flexibility that he brings to Action PH, and as well as, again, his former teammate from Sky Empire last split. We also saw Eugene S. Le Magician being able to be also the SVP on the opposite side. So it's so nice to see these two players thrive on a different environment, on a different team.
I mean, the rabbits out of the hat for RNT. The surprise factor that they had during that open qualifiers was one thing, but moving on to this Challengers series, it's very hard for them, it seems, to find the foothold that they once had. That momentum that they built up is a bit lacking, and that heat retention has been cooling off, especially on Icebox.
Yeah, I'm so curious because, again, I feel like Icebox is definitely one of the maps that is a bit more on the flexible side on what competition that you want to run. And so far, I feel like again, in the head-to-head, we saw that Micro on the side of APH is one of the players that we're looking forward to perform on this, especially on this map in particular. So perhaps the Viper should appear on the side of Action PH.
APH, they have tended to run a bit more of that standard composition, not really going for anything very experimental. We see Derek, Blurred, and Micro already lock in the Jet, the KJ, as well as Viper. On the other side, though, a bit of a change up, not only in what you're going to play, but also the roles. Josh S, now the controller, Ching on that Sova, and Hot Sauce is on the Reyna.
Yeah, there's a lot of swap arounds now. Yeah, you're right, but it is still. I suppose earlier, if it wasn't a double duelist composition, now they are running it. So, the difference of not having again the Killjoy, having that Sage instead, and opting for a secondary duelist with the flash dynamic that you talked about earlier, should change the tides of this Icebox map.
It has to shift something for sure. Something that Mark L told me behind the scenes is actually in their draft, because they're just a very happy-go-lucky team. They kind of just pick their agents during agent select, just how you, myself, and everyone at home would do in our own ranked games. So this why you can see that there's no real roster lock in terms of what dedicated, dedicated controller, dedicated sentinel, etc. Hot Sauce this time is gonna bring his hot fire and hopefully melt down a lot of enemies here on Icebox with that Reyna.
Yep, sorry. It's going with the flow here for Rambutan ni Tatay. For Action PH, of course, they want to, again, rack up the scores, considering that, again, they already won their first series yesterday against LFS. Rambutan ni Tatay, for sure, they want to get 1 point on the board, but just as you said, they're a team that definitely wants and thrives by going with the flow.
Gotta go wherever it flows. They have to be able to adapt, because this team lacks that anti-flank. It lacks that post-plant. They only have the Viper mollies to work with, and the rest of the team, similar to how other teams have played different maps like Game Lab Alpha in their Pearl, is really about that full committal style. Looks like they're going to commit towards this B side in the opening round for the pistol, with them already running up all the way to B main. They don't even want to make any surprises. The party, they're knocking on the door already of the B side. One goes for the swing, but Eugene S finds one.
Yeah, with that swing, very quick. Zarek 46 HP,
shock
16,
dart.
make that 0 Ching with a shock dart kill. Markel, and the spike has been planted, but Kevsy's doing a lot of work for Action PH. And now they're all clean, they're all gone, with a pistol round just swifting by.
They run it down just like the animals that they are, but the hunter is on the opposite side because it's the Sova. One eye open, just like my co-caster, able to find the frags, then land the shots.
I'm sorry, without Kevsy with the 4K. I don't know what's pilik mata again. That's your eyelash, right?
Eyelash, I think.
Eyelash, yes. Yep. That's what happened.
Well,
To my
hopefully
eye.
RNT doesn't blink again, because that opportunity just went out so fast for them. Now the round's about to begin, and the better buy on APH is going to be immense.
Yeah, they're slowing it down right now in comparison to the first round, where it's so explosive. They're no breaks at all. Just keep going. RNT has to find an opportunity here as Micro is lying and waiting. Ooh, the dink. The Micro, not damaged at all, is just gonna pull back.
Still good damage though, and good info. They know where they are, but the party don't stop with RNT, because the bus is still on the way on the B side. They have a lot of room to go. They're gonna get the orb so that in the future Mark L will have that resurrection, bringing back their team's hopes and dreams with it.
Yeah, very important later. Especially his wall, you said that not a lot of options for post plan, so that wall is going to be there to slow down the time for them. It's very silent right now for the side of RNT, but the wall is up for that Viper wall, but the spike now being planted will signal APH to move. Kelly-S getting a lot of kills through that Spectre, as now Kevsy's the only one sacrificed so far. 2v4 feels like a quick round, and we'll see how RNT is able to slow this down, as the spike has already been planted anyways. It's a little bit difficult as we see Blurred pushing through yellow already with a Cloud Burst. 69 AHP, wow! Eliminates Kelly-S, Blurred with a trade, and now it's all up to Ching. Blurred will finish off this round, making it a 2-0 for APH.
Blurred, even with the higher ground there, able to land the shots that he needs on top of top white, not expecting his position onto yellow. A round converted for APH. They sacrifice Kevs to the gods, but they're gifted with another round for APH.
Very important. Only lost one person there, and yeah, this seemed to be an okay round for RNT with a couple of kills here and there.
I like that small step from Blurred. You know when you do the jiggle, normally you go left and right, but he just said, nah, I'm gonna go right and then right again. You'll
Wow.
never expect this. So able to have a little shimmy there, gets him the frag with that ghost, converts another round, and RNT has that buy. They have to be able to heat up hot sauce right now because that is their main entry outside of the jet, and that's also their flash to get into sight, the key to open up the doors when they knock on APH.
Yeah, it's extremely pivotal. Considering that, again, it feels like they've been getting the plants down. It's about having to secure the round for themselves. And look at that. There's the flash that we talked about. Immediately get traded, though, by Micro. Really nicely done. Spike is now planted, at least. But it's a 3v4. I'm not sure how RNT is able to salvage this as the wall is already down.
It's planted very open though, so everyone's going to find and have an angle on this. The question is, will there be enough time for them to reposition? Because that drone's going to push out one player already. The knife's not going to connect, but it does at least give the info that it's shot from the left side of yellow. The Viper mollies are on it, but a bit too early. They have a lot of time to work with. They have a lot of ways to go about it as well. Mark L in a tricky position. Josh S brought low, has to fall back, drop down on white, and the running gun coming from Micro gets punished, but it still manages to get one. Kelly S finds for one for himself, and it's all up to one player, but Blurred is too good with the sheriff shots, able to land one onto Josh S.
Yeah, despite the weaker buy, the weaker guns coming from APH, they were able, again, to deny the round despite RNT, who has been constantly planting down these spikes, and they had rifles in their hand as well.
This time around, though, they are on that lower buy. They have the resurrection to work with, but out of all the ultimates you can have on an eco, it's not necessarily the best one to have because you'll only res someone who will have a sheriff unless you manage to find the kill and convert that. But look at the weapons for APH. They're not going to stop. They allowed Blurred to save for 2 rounds on that sheriff, and because of that, he's rewarded with that operator, which has turned the tides for them so much.
Yeah, it happened at Pearl, and it can happen again. Kelly S pushing far forward into the A site and catches RNT by surprise.
Oh no, and Blur is still able to find one, the aggression. He's not gonna land the second shot, but still the fact that he's able to do it for free is great. He swaps off to the sheriff, and because of his teammates, able to find one. Will he know that there's one close? Kelly S gets Josh S, and it's all up to Ching.
Yeah, it's all up to him with a
Ooh.
sheriff. Wow, beautiful headshot though. Gotta give props to that one. Can he get the second? He has to reload. Surprise! Yep, he gets the second. Look at this. 29 HP. He's just gonna probably get wallbanged here, but he might get the third if he finds an angle. Might find the third one. Nope, Blurred is right there to just deny that. 4-0 now for APH.
The repositioning from Blurred is so good. He gets that early aggro pipes kill. Then he tries to go for another, but then he swaps out to the sheriff after this kill to just get one on the belt, even pushing for his teammate. Then he goes all the way up the belt, falls down, repositions, and takes out Ching as well. A lot of value coming from Blurred playing this jet right now. It gives him the knives as his reward. The null command is going to be so good, not only into the Hunter's Fury of Ching, but also stopping the potential res for Mark L.
Yeah, yeah, that's true. The Hunter's Fury can be used definitely in so many ways. Maybe even prevent the spike to get planted, just as we saw in the previous round, but it could be a different story now that they have RNT has better guns.
They have the better guns, but which team has the better idea? The A side already given up so early, but this is something that Derek already played yesterday with how good he is on that retake. He normally jumps, there it is, jumps on top of this, and is able to go for the spam kill if they plant 2F, but they're actually planting default. Here comes the Hunter's Fury, both actually from both teams. Derek finds one, Kelly has another, and it's just a lot of utility.
Yeah, this is just so clean.
Oh.
Kelly, yes, though. That was so close. They exchange fire. They have to reload. Maxed out on those clips. Let's see now. Mark L gonna rotate through this. There's the flash. That's a double flash. And another. He is winning. Definitely on this round, making it into a 2v2. Now with the spike being planted, they have to buy time. Josh S with the snake bites, deterring any sort of entry through there. But with the Blade Storm activated already, Mark L knows where he is. Now it's a 1v2. Blurred. Now it's a 1v1. 87 HP. He knows where he's from. He knows the Cloudburst expires. He doesn't know. He has to clear every single corner where Mark L is. And there's the wall bang and the headshot rather. And Mark L wins that round for RNT.
not just win the round, he also picks up the operator, revives his teammate for the economy, which is the jet, meaning that he can drop that weapon, give it to someone else, and take the knives as well. Take a look at what happened last round. A great entry from Mark L, able to find the kills, able to reposition himself, and from the top, he makes him drop, and he's able to convert the round. Finally, RNT's on the board.
Yeah, but that's such a huge round. The fact that Blurred, it was a choice, you know, there was a fork road. Do I go up or do I wrap around and stick through the spike to bait out Mark L's position when he taps the spike?
What will they do now, though? They have a lot of weapons. They don't actually keep that operator in hand. Hot Sauce uses the only flash that he has. That's the signal for the entry for RNT. They take early control of the front part of A, and they're going to be able to take front side, but the alarm bot already waiting for that elbow control. But instead, it's going to be Eugene S dashing onto side. He gets delayed for a bit, but otherwise, it's a clean take right now for the A side.
Now they've managed to do what they've done previously. If it worked, it can work again! Derek! Oh dear me, now the spike is not yet planted. They have to pick it up. They have to see through this. At least they do have that Viper Spit. Ching already with a plant.
Going to be able to plant the spike, but will that be enough for them? It's in the Viper's Spit, and he has not much vision, only 18 HP, and the Dream. That knife's also going to give them more info. Hot Sauce falls. It's 5v3. This retake slowly but surely is able to find even more value.
Whoa.
There comes the kills. Kelly S finds one. Josh S playing close now. He's able to find, but because of that, reveals his positioning, dropping that Viper's Pit as well as this wall. It's going to be so valuable as he has to swing through it, and Blurred is on the other side.
And they did it again, Fluffy. I swear, the retake. And I felt like that could have been an RT round. The fact that they had that Viper Spit, they had a lot of time to work with. They were able to kill most of the people that were trying to push through that Viper's Pit. But in the end, APH managed to find the source of that pit.
What is that swing from Kelly S? Up, down, and all around. Able to reposition so fast, he doesn't even get traded by the teammate. Instead, he baits out the positioning, allowing them to fight even better into that Viper's Pit. So patient in waiting it out. Normally, the Viper's Pit, once you put that down, makes the retake extremely difficult, but APH is trying to say otherwise. The Recon Dart early mid is going to be valuable. He's going to spot out the jet from the sky. Kev's is going to find one. He's going to back off as he chooses to play his life, play that man advantage, use the drone instead to play contact. Possible kitchen already notified for the defense side. They spot out at least 3 players, so they have to know that the pressure's on them. Somehow through the smoke, Kevs finds another one trying to shoot the one he tagged, but it's the other player, Josh S, that actually tanks the bullet.
Crazy start for APH here. RNT now has to pick up the pieces after losing 2 members. Ching will meet eye to eye with Kelly S. The sheriff shots will not land, but the spray will. And again, Mark L with the Vandal, extremely important. Will he do a miracle play just like he did earlier? And Derek says no, and the spike is in the middle of this entire map.
And Hot Sauce left alone gets spotted by that, and Kevs repositions himself from middle to kitchen to land another round. Even though it's an eco, it's still a very valuable round for APH, and I don't think RNT was able to get the most value out of that round, especially with a start like this. Eugene S flying too close to the sun, gets swatted down, and the rest of the team from APH is already prepared to cover and rotate. This is a team play that has separated them so far from the rest of the split 2 teams that I have seen. The most improved team, and I think the most cohesive team so far.
Yeah, they're super consistent in split 2 based on at least the maps that we've seen since day number 2. If they keep this up, it shows they're very promising. I mean, it's so advanced to think about playoffs. We're just at week 1, but it seems very exciting as a Hot Sauce will drop down, and now the plan is now towards B instead.
Micro falls though. That is going to be the controller. It's going to be a big deal in terms of map movement since he's out of the picture. But Kelly S is going to find 2. They're not going to be able to clear him in time. Josh S does trade though. Mark L also there to help. It's 2v2. They have a lot of snake bites available. The plant has gone down, but where is it going to come from? Kevs is able to find Mark L, forcing this into a 2v2, and it's gonna be the 50-50 positioning from both teams. They know that he's above, but do they know that this lockdown is in a place where he can't be destroyed? The scan is gonna notify exactly where he is, and Derek from the other side is gonna be able to take him out. Ching, left alone in this 1v2, is gonna be able to at least get some damage in. He has the Recon Dart to work with, and there it goes flying. through the air. Is not going to be able to get both. Only one on top of the wall, but the diffuser has a third contact as well. Will Ching be able to land this shot? Goes for the swing, goes for the vibe. He knows he's not on the spike. He can go for the half here. Derek's able to go. The shock dart actually lands on himself. He is so scared. He's not be able to half it, and it's going to be him who lands the shot that removes Derek from the equation. Converts around now. RNT finds one.
I was so scared for that when we saw. It felt like a slow-mo of the shock dart bouncing against the wall to him instead. But in the end, he was able to make it work, and it was so huge. That was a 2v2 at first. It was Sovas, the Sovas of the team, doing a lot of work for themselves. The scans are so pivotal, and in the end, it was Ching who was able to clutch that round for RNT.
Knowing these players, I can hear the comms in my brain, half laughing and half like, thank God, because they're able to find the round for themselves. APH not able to convert that very dicey situation that RNT presented them. So they're going to take a timeout, take a pause, and reevaluate the situation. Looking at the economy, though, for a bit more stability here, Hot Sauce does have the Empress, meaning that 25 armor that he has with that light armor might be nullified if he gets those important frags on the Reyna. But the rest of his team, though, they do have the weapons, but not necessarily the armor. They're not going to be that stone wall that a lot of teams face, but on a map like this, there's so much chip damage that you can take. There's so many mollies, the fragment coming in from Kelly S, the shock darts from Kevs, the spits coming in from Micro, as well as Derek with the nano swarms. Every damaging ability helps them, especially when they're running all these phantoms.
Yeah, that's true. And it's not like they have the sky like earlier. To be able to help sustain through all of that chip damage. And now RNT, after winning that previous round, definitely will help pick up the pieces. Blurred playing very far forward from Tubes.
Very far forward indeed, making his teammate feel safe as they double up towards mid. That stops the mid control from the attacking side, but it's okay because it's gonna all be funneled onto that B side. Eugene S leading the charge, sneaking up very close with the alarm bot. Will eventually spot him. They take out the nano swarm as well, but they don't have enough time and distance to really tap that spike. Here comes the wall from Lester, and it's gonna be a great play.
And they're able to bait out another nano swarm here. That's less of the utility on the side of APH. The spike landed. Wow! The Magician kills Derek. Ching as well as Kelly S. Ching has eyes on the flank. And this seems to be a very clean round for RNT that started from that win earlier done by Ching.
Another round for them, slowly ticking away. Micro and Kevs are forced to back away. The 5 players from RNT able to stabilize, and unlike the previous rounds where a lot of them get lost on entry, or a lot of their lives rather get lost on entry, it seems like they're a bit more stable with this slow and steady simplified approach.
Yeah, the way that they were able to slowly pinch through that site on towards B, bait out all of the important utility, and then move from there. Now it's 6-3. APH, I mean, while they have a lot of leeway, I feel like they should be a little bit worried. RNT has been racking up a lot of these rounds now.
Racking up a lot for them, and slowly the momentum could possibly shift. They didn't do so well on their previous series, an Icebox, but so far they're slowly climbing this mountain, and hopefully they're able to convert more because they do have the Hunter Street to work with, and still Hot Sauce has that Empress, not still finding value on the Reyna, but hopefully this round he'll be able to shine.
That is the goal now. The mid part of the map seems to be the approach of RNT with this wall. Kevz again. Being in mid, Micro though gets 2 kills. And now it's a numbers disadvantage, and the spike is in the middle of nowhere.
And just like Dak said yesterday, Micro matters in big moments, and he's somehow still alive, able to survive, but APH is able to clean it up and keep him alive as well. I don't know how they're doing it, but slowly and surely they're just taking the 1v1, swinging together, and the delay from Micro was enough to split up RNT and make sure that they had to deal with so many other angles while APH is just falling into them.
Yeah, the coordinated peaks, the way that they know the timings to make sure that someone is there to cover for them is the reason why APH has been not only winning this Icebox map so far, but also earlier into Pearl. And We'll see now. RNT decides like, okay, B, it worked earlier. Maybe we can make it work again here on the A side, but they are spotted by this recon dart.
Spotted by the recon dart, and that's gonna be huge for them. The damage coming through. Hot Sauce and Eugene S able to find two. Kelly S gets one for his trouble, but is that gonna be enough to convert the rounds? Bullet rains through a lot, especially with a util being thrown at them. It's a slow and rocky start, but they're slowly making progress toward that A side. Josh S able to find two off of that flank. Will he find the third? He will, and that is another round for RNT. Able to put another foothold, climb even higher in this match.
Yeah, maybe a rocky start, but it feels like the style of Ramboing through the side is exactly what RNT needs to do to catch APH by surprise.
Able to surprise everyone right here, but hopefully not surprises that APH can't read or don't expect, because they're at the cusp of making this an 8-4, or will they give RNT another round? Blurred doesn't have the knives. He only has the Sheriff to work with this time around. So if he gets one orb or one kill, it will be enough. So they're going to try to give it to him. Going to tap the orb instantly, but the punish coming from Eugene S for the aggression is already there. He removes Blurred. He gets an orb in a way, but not in the way that he wanted. He's able to get backside as well with a dart. Able to support Eugene S. Push even deeper, but the push and the pressure is not going to stop. Josh S finds another in front of Kelly S. He's kneeling down, hoping his team is going to come to rescue him, but it's not going to be enough time. The Hunter's Fury also runs through. The scan is huge coming in from APH. Kevs finding more value, but look, now it's 2v4. Now they're scrambling to figure out where they're coming from. The resurrection there to even stabilize this even further. They just have to play default. They have the man advantage. They have the angles covered. They spot out Derek already. He's not able to find one. They have to expect Micro from the flank. The updraft's going to be able to spot him, and Eugene S goes huge. He goes all the way deep into sight, all the way back out of sight.
And that was a very, very clean round for the side of RNT. Again, they were quick, they were feisty, they were aggressive, they were making the initial entry count and are able to get a pick. And I feel like this Rambo style of just and going in feels like it suits them more, and it doesn't allow APH to breathe.
I like the sound effects. What skin is that? Is that your favorite skin?
Which skin?
Oh, what's your favorite skin?
Oh, you're asking. My taste in skins are interesting. Basically, I have the Gaia and I have the Spline one.
Well, hopefully it's going to be a lot of trees, because they have a lot of growth to do with, because the roots are already planted from APH. This time, it's RNT's challenge to really uproot their position and get themselves out of the ground.
And that is the question here now with the orb. This is the last round before the second half. Or rather, we are already. I don't know why the Gaia and the tree thing got me a little bit confused.
Well, Mother Nature is one thing, but the Relentless Cold here on Icebox is not going to stop the momentum, because that heat retention that RNT had from the previous half has to come through. They should be able to do the retakes just how APH is, but look, they're using so much utility so early, and the spike's not even planted, not even tapped yet. So they already use a bunch of their util, and they have bought a bunch of weapons as well, meaning that it's going to be very hard for them to retake in other sites, because they only have what to work with. No more flashes on Hot Sauce, no more darts on Ching outside of the recon, no more util from Josh S as well with that molly. They wasted a lot of them, and to go for this rehit might be beautiful for APH.
Yeah, that's what's going to count now. They need that wall later for sure, coming from Mark L for that defuse if ever APH decides to truly commit on towards the site. The Viper walls are up. This could signal a potential APH attack. Look at Micro already sneaking his way, hugging the walls, but still no movement. 17 seconds on the clock. The recon dart is destroyed, but Le Magician gets first blood on towards Derek. They don't have a lot of time here, Fluffy. 10 HP from Blurred. And with that said, they still are able to plant the spike with this timing and able to clutch this spike plant. Kellyus hugging this part of the wall. He'll get the second headshot, and this is complete chaos as Le Magician, the only one left to clutch this pistol round for his team. And that's going to be a no, as the pistol round has been won by Action PH.
They burned so much time baiting out that util, and on the rehit, they're able to find themselves some value. Kelly S planting himself in that position allowed him to get these first two kills. Mark L slightly before this tried to get the heroics to get the spike planter, but just not enough time. And because Kelly S stayed alive, it draws the attention off of Eugene S. It makes him wonder, do I peek the people who are playing onto that yellow side, or do I have to check to my left? And unfortunately for him, that split attention is very hard to deal with in a 1vx situation.
Yeah, very difficult indeed, especially that open space on towards B side. And now maybe the approach is very different. Oh, Josh S with a first blood headshot onto Blurred. No duelist anymore from the side of APH, but the spray down from Kelly S is going to solve the problem and make it even on the manpower for this round. Now another headshot coming from Hot Sauce is able to heal back. And with that said, really good start for both of these teams, making it into a 3v3.
3v3 right now, but only Sheriffs in hand for the side of RNT on this defense. Going to be very hard to take, but the shots are going to land. Eugene S will be able to find one. They split the attention. The damage is dealt, and through the fire and flames, Mark L does land one. The spike not yet planted, but they know it's dropped. They can wait for him to tap the spike and swing together. But what will they do? The players already split up for RNT. They're just drawing his attention, pulling him apart, and Micro, the pressure is on to find a place to plant the spike. He's going to plant it in a relatively safe place, and RNT is actually going to wait it out, play his life. Lester is shouting right now, Mark L, stay alive, stay alive, stay alive. I have the flank, and he's going for it. The big flank, the game sense from Mark L, slowly creeping on to Micro, but will he expect it? His teammate has to already make some noise because he's already staring into the barrel of Mark L. Mark L finds one, the attention is drawn, the pincer maneuver comes, but is it going to be fast enough? Micro drops one player with a classic, and it's going to be up to Eugene S to find another frag. Does not have much to work with, and it's planted for Micro, already thinking so far in advance. It's half though. Will he expect him to get off of it? He won't have the timing. Will he be able to land the shots? He'll be very close, and he lands it. Micro comes up on top of Eugene S.
That's insane. That was so good for both teams, but in the end, Micro was able to get that clutch. The fact that he didn't want to reload, he had 8 bullets, I believe, on his Phantom, and didn't want to give away his positioning. And he's able to deal with the flanker, despite the big wraparound from Mark L, and made it into a 1v1. That's really good coming from Micro, switching from the pistol, jumping through versus the Sheriff, and playing it close range, meeting eye to eye with Mark L in that area.
I like the call, I like the idea behind it, but the execution a bit lacking. This time around though, the timing's gonna work out for Eugene S, able to get Blurred out of the picture. Still playing the same position, doesn't have a great way out of it. Derek and Kelly S find the trade.
Nicely done by Derek with a trade, just as you said. 2 members have fallen already on the side of RNT. I wonder if there's going to be a rotation coming from APH.
They do have a lot of options though, but APH seems like they're determined to take this A side, especially with the mid control going the way of RNT. This wall is very cheeky, getting that off angle and blocking the right side, funneling APH onto the left or on the ropes. Kelly S is already prepared for this though, but Mark L drops down.
Yeah, that's true. The fact that there's a Viper wall on top of that as well will make the rest of APH guess if he's still on top of the box or not. Destroys the knife, denying any sort of information, as Ching will decide to pull back. Mark L he's actually going to get flushed out due to the snake bite. He's going to use this Viper wall as a confusion, as a wall.
Oh, the flash.
As a way of actually hiding, but Kelly S is right there. No surprise attack for you. And Derek is able to get a kill on the Ching. 3v1 now, all up to Josh S.
He has 2 snake bites to work with. He has the gas regenerating as well. He lands the shot on top of the ropes, which makes it a little easier for him, but still a difficult situation. 17 seconds. They know that they have to get the spike. One spots him out. He has the headshot angle, but it's not going to run away. They're going to back up. The snake bite's not going to land the correct place. They're actually planting towards that left and back side. The Viper wall that he used on the defense slightly working against him. The alarm bot also going to spot out his position. He doesn't have a lot of info of where his opponents are, and similarly, they're just playing together, playing to swing off each other. Nano Swarm's already there for delay. It's so open. He could be rafters, but they're actually doubled up already. He tries to go for the swing, but Derek is there, and even if he missed, it's going to be Micro with the refrag instead. A great way to play together for APH, and the momentum from RNT is slowly running out.
Yeah, that's a really good post plant on the side of APH. Planted for that side, and unfortunately, there's only so much Josh can do as a Viper.
There's not much you can do there, especially with the util that you have. Looking at it now, though, not only do they not have the util, or they have the util actually, but not the ultimate economy. They don't have the weapons for RNT, and it's such a pivotal round. APH is already on the double digits.
Yeah, it's so difficult, the sort of climb from this deficit and the momentum, just as you said, Action PH has pretty much everything. Null Command, Lockdown, and Rambutan ni Tatay, they still have to make their way throughout the important utility when it comes to area control, site control, like the Viper Spit. You need 2 more. And as well as Hunter's Fury. It's a long ways off before you're able to get that. So at this point, APH feels like they're set in stone to possibly snowball as we head on over to a tech pause.
Hopefully that snowball doesn't turn into a landslide because they need every resource that they can. They have to squeeze out as much every round because it's going to be a long fight if R&T wants to come back from this.
And with that said, again, APH already 1-0 into this series. If they are able to win through Icebox, that will make them 2-0, meaning 2 points already into the regular season ladder, which means it's a very fruitful week 1 for Action PH if it does happen. And again, Action PH, they were the team that landed 4th place from the playoffs, I believe, and they only did 1 change with their roster. It's Yanagi, now in a different team, still playing at VCT Philippines Split 2. But they bring in Kelly S from a previous participant of Split 1 from Sky Empire. But now the tech pause is over and the match will resume.
Hopefully APH manages a way to convert this round. They have all the tools that they need. They have the lockdown, they have the null command, and with this plan, they can surely get this unless RNT has anything to say. You mentioned the fruit of the day is gonna be RNT, and it looks like Rambutan ni Tatay is in this advanced position, but they don't spot out Kelly as the aggression doesn't stop. He spots out both players on the backside, but will he get the third? It's gonna be Micro able to go for the assist. The wraparound from Kelly S gonna find one as well. The flash through the wall. Kelly S not stopping the pain train as he tries to hold an even deeper angle.
There's just so much control from Kelly S right now. Again, that's the 3rd kill. He's just walking through the site. He has complete control of this space. And the fact that I don't think he even tried to use some utility, just sneakily walked past everyone's defense across this A site.
I mean, util is important, but equally important is that timing. Able to make sure that you get the unexpected because the unseen blade is the deadliest. And it looks like Kelly S is very sharp this game, getting that 3K in the previous round, and is able to convert another great positioning and another great play on that A site for APH.
That was even, I couldn't even remember that round existed because how fast of that round finished. And now 11-5, close to match point already from APH. It feels like they have the perfect setup to secure match point.
This time, though, they have an operator for R&D. They saved up for this big investment. The question is, will it pay off? It's on the correct site. He's holding from the nest, but it's going to be Hot Sauce playing close alongside Shane. They're going to spot out the players already, but will they expect the waterfall? Because the relentless pursuit of APH is not going to stop. They're just going to wait this out. Hot Sauce going to peek into one player, but it's not going to land. Blurred won't give him the opportunity to dismiss out. The lockdown's going to come into play. One drops down, but he knows that that's just a KJ. Will he expect Elias from the above? And he won't. Pipes already striking another kill before this lockdown pushes UGNS, but he does find one.
Yeah, Le Magician decides that could be a potential bait. We'll see if APH decides to push and search for that detained player now that it expired. Look at this though, went really close. Kelly S has managed to play very close onto Le Magician's hands, and he is able to win that one. Mark L will get traded by Kelly S once more. He is huge, and 2v1 right now. Josh S won't survive, and that's match point already for APH.
We talked about earlier in the analysis how Kelly S on this team is able to find the frags, the firepower that he brings, the duelist mindset, even on this KO, even on other initiators, is still there. And because of him, the past 2 rounds, he's gotten in 7 of the kills, meaning that the high impact player that he is able to just find the timings and the positionings, able to read his former teammate and punish him for doubling back because of that early detain.
Yeah, it's so crazy how much he does. In especially this icebox map that we saw previously, is just walking casually across the sites, storming through with timing and null command activated already. Blurred gets the kill onto Mark L. Remember, this is match point already.
They have a lot of pressure for RNT, but they do get at least a 4v4. No operators in hand, but still a lot of utility for the side of APH. But the relentlessness of Kelly S is not going to stop. He pushes through his own molly, goes through the flash, and that converts at the end of it to a 2v2. But through the fire and in the sky, there comes Eugene S trying to get the last kill. He doesn't. He puts his teammate into that 1v1, but the spike is planted already for Micro. All he has to do is play the time. He has the molly to work with as well if he needs to. He's going to jiggle with it. He's gonna finally fire it, but will he expect the player to be on top? There comes the smoke screen, and the reverse Viper molly is gonna come into play. They're just gonna molly each other off, making sure no one can peek, but it's the pressure that is on. Oh, he gets to half it though. Will he stick this? The smoke will last long enough. He springs in the wrong area, is able to get away with it.
That was an exciting Viper versus Viper 1v1, and yeah, the smoke screen was right there to camouflage Micro, whether if he's going to drop from kitchen or not and play closer. But I guess the stubbornness from Josh S to stick onto the spike to the defuse paid dividends.
After that initial spray, after the snake bite, Micro just wasn't able to connect, and Josh S had the confidence because pros don't fake, and he's able to stick that spike, get another round, and keep RNT's dreams alive for the series. They need, again, to win this map. They did lose the previous map, so they have to really convert somehow. It's going to be Kelly S again. He always plays this pipes position, and he's not really punished for it. This time around, though, the attackers are finally finding some space. I mean, the defenders, it's going to be Eugene S and Hot Sauce opening up already.
Yeah, really nicely done. They know where APH usually plays from, but Kevzy is going to most likely deny, but no. The Magician is able to get that trade. 2v3 right now. Still, while doable for APH, Micro is separated from his fellow member Derek, who's already trying to scout if B is a possible plan for the rotation. And that smoke screen bait, I wonder if Micro is still going to remain unless they want to save their weapons for the next round.
Oh, even though the recon doesn't land, they surely hear him drop down. They know he's playing closer, already ready to swing. Mark L manages to resurrect Josh S, but the spike is still with Micro, and he might not expect Ching to play this close. Mark L already very wary of the situation, but does he know he's looking at the wrong spot? The first one lands, he's able to find the second, but Josh S is able to stabilize, but that leaves Derek left alone, and it delivers the spike to the defenders. Now it's all up to Derek. He has to find a way to get so much space, but with only 17 seconds remaining, how does he have the time for this? It might be the end of RNT's dreams because he has to make a run for it, bolt his way 10 seconds, but 4 seconds to plant, only leaves 3 seconds to kill 2 players. It's not going to be enough time. He does land the first kill though. Will he manage to find the second? Just don't peek. He runs away. He plays the time, and it's gonna, oh my god, playing with fire. Josh S is able to run away.
That was so nerve-wracking. Imagine if the series ended with that a few milliseconds left for Derek to get a kill. I would be speechless.
They managed to find some value, but yeah, one misstep, one bullet, tempting fate a bit, but still is able to find it. Micro with this very risky play, because he got those 2, at least it gave his teammate a fighting chance, and Derek was there, but not enough time for him.
Yeah, it makes me wonder if that was a painful death, considering that not everyone from RNT are in complete rifle buys, as it is quite a bit of a broken buy on their end.
A bit of a broken buy, but still unbreakable in their dreams, able to really muster themselves together. They had the gift already of that last round. How will they use it? They flash through. APH goes for the aggressive push, this time taking mid, changing up the pace, but it's going to be Eugene S from above, able to get 2. The Hunter's Fury comes up as well for support, but it's not going to be in enough time. Josh S punishes Micro for this play, and it's all up to Kevs and Derek against the 4 players from RNT. They have site control. The site is going to be the spike is on the way to get planted, but it's going to be Derek holding the flank.
RNT doing it again. They're doing so well. Kevzy tried to clutch it, but Limagician is right there. And now they're 12-8, creeping in closer and closer, coming into the score and denying the round, the map win for APH a little longer.
They're slowly climbing their way back. R&T with the momentum is able to find retakes of their own. They do lose a couple players early, but because of these moments of brilliance coming from the rest of the team, they're able to stabilize, equalize, and then convert. And that's what you really need, especially when your back is against the wall like R&T is right now. They're one round away from possibly losing the series, and APH is struggling to close it out.
Yeah, and sometimes it gets into the mentality, the possible frustration of knowing that you had a lot of leeway when it comes to points. You had a lot of chances with the enemy having perhaps some thrifty rounds being won, or an incomplete buy on the side of RNT, and they're making it work in APH. I wonder how they're able to stabilize, and hopefully it's through this timeout.
They have a lot of room to breathe. They can calm themselves and figure out the plan that they need, because they need to start finding the solutions to all the questions they're being presented by R&T. How are they losing rounds? Why is it so close? We were doing so well. What can we do now? This time around, what they can do is activate that Viper Spit. And they also have the knives on Blurred, able to even give his teammate a rifle if they need one, but they still can all afford that full buy. R&T, though, sitting very comfortably with the ultimates that they do have as well. The Hunter's Fury for Ching, for me, will be the most impactful one.
Yeah, especially if they want to delay the spike being planted. But interestingly enough, we're gonna possibly see Mark L block tubes with this wall, possibly, and look at a different angle instead.
The limited resources they have, though, they do block off that tube as B is already getting pressure, but that does mean that if he chooses to use the barrier orb there, they won't have much on the retake. It's gonna be two players already preparing themselves, but the Hunter's Fury is not gonna be able to do the damage that he wants. Gonna be able to spot out one, though, and Blurred gets taken out even from above. A great read by Ching off of that Hunter's Fury that gives advantage to R&T. They get pushed out a bit. Hot Sauce has to reposition. Kevs takes out one, but that they don't know that he's playing so close. They spot him out eventually. Will Hot Sauce choose to challenge this, or will he still back off? They end up doing the safe thing. The Recon Dart does come out. That gives some more space for their team, but will that be enough space for them to keep breathing this match?
Yeah, that's the biggest question, because they're using all of their utility as Ching. Derek, rather, will fall in the hands of Ching. They're using Snake Bites and some of the post-plant utility to fish out these angles, to clear these corners, rather. And now they're making their way slowly from mid and possibly C and say hello to Ching. Like right now, Kelly S gets that headshot. This could possibly be the start. Will they make and continue through their way on towards A, or wrap around as Markel finds Micro? It's a 2v3 now, very doable, and I don't think they expected Josh S to linger around that area, and it's all up to Kelly S with 70 HP. He has a flash, he can see the shoulder of Mark L. There's only 13 seconds on the clock. He doesn't have any choice right now, and now it's 12-9. R&T is holding on.
Off of that tactical pause, APH still not able to close out the game. They had the full rifles, they had all the tools that they needed, but the Hunter's Fury from Ching and the second kill that he got was just enough momentum and enough map control gained for them to really convert the round for the side of R&T. R&T playing a bit more aggressive, playing a bit more confidently, because when there's nothing to lose, there's only to gain, and you cannot expect the unexpected.
That's true. Rambutan ni Tatay creeping up now, 12-9. So close to that 12-10. But APH, of course, still with a very strong buy. Blurred activates Blade Storm.
Activating Blade Storm, but the storm of this cold map is surely taking their toll on a lot of players. The Snake Bite's gonna allow him to be vulnerable, push him out a bit, but that's not gonna stop the push entirely. This drone, though, is a different story. Able to find the value, and Hot Sauce plays a great position with this arena. Normally, it's not that great, but because you can keep dismissing off of the kills, it's a great way to play these off angles, using his agent to the highest potential. But the operator already there, marking a lot of spots. Will he see one cross? He does, but will it be enough for him to land the shot? I'm not sure if they spotted out the operator for the attacking side, though, but Josh S with another risky play. He gets the droning player. A great timing for him. Backs out as well. He sprays through. Hot Sauce covering his teammate. Blurred lands one from the sky. Jumps up, jumps down, but the suppress gonna remove the knives from him. Up to Derek, and he's gonna get 2. So this might be the round that APH needs.
Yeah, 13 HP now onto Blurred. 4v2 rather. And here comes the lockdown as well, coming through, forcing Le Magician out. But he's actually eliminating Kelly S into Derek. This is huge for both the Jet players, making it into a 2v2. Very important, because the spike hasn't been planted just yet. And the enemy, or rather the R&T Jet, still very, very healthy. Now, with that said, 19 seconds, they need to plant the spike. But look at this!
Ooh.
Micro is able to eliminate Le Magician. In 13 seconds, they have time to plant the spike. Then it's all up to Mark L to do this clutch, to survive one more round, to keep surviving, to take this into map 3. Mark L making it into a 1v1. He has to reload. He has the heal. He's still very healthy. He's up against a Micro who is 75 in HP. And he has to wrap around, reposition, find where Micro is. He's hiding across the smoke. It's a 1v1, and the timing is not going to be in his favor. Wait, no, 30 HP. He's trying to defuse, and there you go. APH will take this series 2-0 against Rambutan ni Tatay.
RNT, just like my dad, struggling to survive, not able to convert any map, but APH is able to convert this, get their victory, and look at them on the screen right now, very happy they haven't dropped a single map yet this entire split.
That's that was really intense. You could tell that Mark L, I mean, Rambutan tried their best to keep surviving, and they really held on for so long, but APH with the initial a very strong start, dwindling the numbers of RNT quite early into that round, made it easy for them to rather plant the spike and then play for time.
They had a lot of options, and I think that early momentum that RNT really showed were those moments where, yes, they're able to find a lot of these kills, and they had those explosive rounds which gave them a lot of hope they could convert it, but sadly the structure that APH has built over the course of their small improvements over time and how long they've been together was just enough to keep them together.
Yeah, and I think it's honestly a very good showing from the side of RNT. I mean, APH, it felt like very solid for the succeeding rounds, but during the end where they were at match point, it felt like they were sort of, instead of stabilizing, destabilizing, and they had to use some of the timeouts to sort of stabilize again.
Somehow RNT, though, they're able to salvage some form on these rounds, bring it all the way to 9-13. APH actually struggling to close it out because of all the antics coming out from RNT, but they still end up on top. That consistency comes in part because of these highlights that you'll see, especially the ones for Kelly S and Kevs.
Yeah, Kelly S. Well, Kevs as well in the opening round. Like, honestly, is just so good and super consistent. But I guess Kelly S as well on his KO. He was basically strong arming through the sides, walking casually. He's not on a jet. He has to walk manually across the site, and is still able to find a lot of these picks rather.
They had their moments of brilliance though, Ching especially for me on that Sova. Able to find important kills with the Hunter here with his own aim and able to clutch out a couple of rounds as well. Kept that dream alive. Eugene S also able to strike from the skies when need be. You see him, the magician himself, bringing out the magic stick as the opposite side, Kelly S. He just has that consistency factor.
I know, it's again, it's so nice to see Kelly S shine throughout these rounds, especially he is definitely the new addition to the group of Action PH. But of course, we have Micro, who was our head-to-head coming into this series. He is delivering the win with Grab Unlimited.
He's going to be able to deliver the win. And if you guys want to have that free delivery on your first month, just scan the QR code beside that big APH logo.
Yep, sirree. Scan that QR code for your first free Grab Unlimited on your first month subscribing. But yes, that is the conclusion of our first series, or well, second to the last series, coming in from week 1 of VCT Philippines Split 2. And so far, Action PH has already a good start for their first week. It is a 2-0 record, and I feel like while they were crazy consistent when it comes to teamwork, when it comes to synergy and execution, I feel like, again, Rambutan ni Tatay showed a lot of improvement from their first day here.
Not just a lot of improvement, but you can also see the change in discipline, and I'm sure the panel has a lot to say about it as we move on to them.
Thank you very much, casters. At ayun nga, 2-0 in favor of Action PH. At yung tanong natin kung how long can the main team survive, mukhang naki-question na talaga kung how much they really need to come together as a more serious team than they entered this split with as Arrive.
Grabe talaga. And I think it's not just that. Kasi ano rin, there were still some really good rounds dito from Rambutan ni Tatay. You saw Ching with the full control play or triple discipline play sa dito sa Peril, and even this one from Eugene S. So there is pieces, there are plays that is giving RNT some really nasty as well as very clean rounds. But the problem I think now for more than anything else is APH have very much been rounded out beautifully by the pickup ng kay Kelly's.
Tingin ko nga yung pwesto ng RNT ngayon is where APH was last split, where this team has incredible potential with the pieces they have and the experience as a collective. But there's just some things that they have to round out, and ayoko maniwala na meme team lang sila. Despite the super lighthearted approach and everything that they bring to the table, because like I said, like our caster said, even though it was a 2-0, it just really did not feel like it was that clean of a 2-0. And Asrai was really highlighting how immediate the impact of Kelly S was to this roster for APH at least.
Oh yes, Kelly S talaga, the past few days, he's been really showing just how much value he can bring to this team, diba? He's been top frag consistently kahit anong map. Tsaka kahit na initiator siya or duelist, it doesn't matter. You give this man any role and he can deliver.
I also wanted to point out then it really felt that aside from that, Nasing natin yung praises ng Action PH dito, but I also have to point out somewhat then that they did a lot of the struggles I think also revolves around Blurred. Not to take anything away from how he's been playing, pero I feel like teams have been so used to just how Blur approaches these kind of fights, and it has affected him in the way that there are some of these, positions, peaks that he has na dapat matatamaan niya. But unfortunately, he whiffs, and because of that, they have to take that extra step to even clutch the round. So, at least moving forward, just wanted to lang. This is going to be a difficult time for Action PH if they're going to go up against the other top teams dito sa ating split 2.
I feel like, as we mentioned earlier, right, the gravity between Blurred and Kelly S are different now. And kahit hindi sobrang, I guess, pop-off ni Blurred kanina, he still delivered. He still did his job. He gave Kelly S the space they need. And obviously, Action PH revolved around the team as a unit, right? And of course, there you go, the MVP, Kelly S. Really, I guess, Asra, just to add on to your point earlier, and I guess in the light that you did shed, kind of picking up the slack for Blurred, but I digress. Blurred still contributed in bunches, just not the same volume we're used to.
I do have to also point out as well, the Reyna pick really did not work on the side of RNT, no? Pero I do have to commend the second win of RNT kasi APH was at 12 for a while, di ba? Ilang rounds ba yan? They were able to hold that win off for...
That was, what, 12?
Siguro mga...
5 ata? 4 or 5 rounds, I think?
Yeah. Mga ganun
Yeah.
nga. And the pressure to be able to perform when alam mo na isang mistake lang and you lose a series, that's commendable. And that speaks to, the veteranship that all of the players on RNT have experienced before. Yung parang nagsasnap na yung parang, okay, kailangan ko talaga mag-deliver, kailangan ko talaga i-clutch tong round na to. And I really did feel that for RNT. So parang, okay, it's there. Yung parang the seriousness is somewhere there. And ayun, I hope to see more syempre from RNT kasi alam low-key we're cheering for this team just because we want to be able to say their name over and over again. Pero congratulations to Action PH. Superb teamwork here.
Oh, sige. I also wanted to add one thing lang din. Honestly, I feel like Split 2, the narrative here is a lot of our players then that have switched up on their teams, I felt like have found their desired roles or roles that I feel like they will be most effective at, right? Kasi, again, we go back to the... Ito lang yun ako dyan. Kasi last time, again, we talked about how Kelly S and Eugene S, I think, weren't at the roles that they were kind of wanting sa Sky Empire, especially sa Eugene S. Now that he's on that duelist role, happy to see him back there. Kelly S naman and the others just looking a lot more cohesive. Whether that's gonna turn out into good or bad results still have yet to be truly seen. Siyempre kasi we still have like a bunch of weeks pa dito sa ating split number 2. But at least it feels like that way, at least for me.
Wow, Asarai, it's not like we pointed out time and time again in our first split that it was gonna be a feeling out to see where the discomforts were, but it's fine. Don't worry
It's
about
to
it.
continue the narration, man. It's to continue the narrative. You know what I mean? Sure.
Pero ayun nga, despite what these guys are saying about each other, about the teams, about the players, we saw Action PH definitely triumph with a 2-0, the first win of the day dito sa VCTPH Split 2. Day number 3. Mamaya naman, makikita man natin ang Looking for Sponsor versus Zol right after this quick break. Huwag kayong aalis, pabalik ang VCTPH.
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Hell from up above, down below. Mojer taking down low, so you can expect him to be one of those contacts. And Wits again off the boost.
The creativity. He's an architect, basically. Just give him a design graduation by this point. He knows how to build those walls up, and he knows how to knock down Oasis. It's 5v3. There's the peek from Papichulo. NDG finding Marky. Synchronicity important here for the side of Naos. Wits walks on it just to die, but in a 3v1, while Oreo needs to go hog wild. NDG trying to get ready. It's Wild Oreo stepping on up when they need to the most. Looking to dump the competition. NDG towards the boat house. Classics out. Time running out. He gets the ace, sure, but he cannot get the round. Naos still stable in the backside.
Not bipartisan, a bit more towards at Naos' side. Information here to allow them to know that there's at least one, maybe two now. They can hear the footsteps, not yet confirmed on the third. But Ja, oh my god, this is a great position for him to be in. Nobody really expects that to be that deep. And Wits, they have a good crossfire when they do go across.
They're just cornered, they're just bound, and they're exterminated here by Wits. A 3K in the end. Naos, there was a plan A. Opportune moment. Naos delaying the inevitable though, and here we go, the showstopper, letting it rip. Wits still trying to hold by staircase, but it's Georgie making the trade happen. 4v3. The drop comes from the side of Naos, getting boots to the ground. Papichulo's there, Savvy AK making the find on the Mojer happen, but Poppy evacuates towards the top side. Jaws here on the opposite end. Georgie might see him first. No, it's Ja instead with the catch. Savvy AK though with the 3K of his own. It's all left to Ja now in a 1v2. The Killjoy lockdown is there, and Ja does it yet again. The Magician ready to pull off one more trick. Savvy AK on the retreat, hands up. Ja's got you, and Ja kills you.
I think he played map 3, didn't he?
I don't think so, actually, but well, I do think that Georgie's inside. Papichulo trying to just go through the Nano Swarms, but Drax finds it too to just allow Oasis a chance here. Wits though finding momentum and finding an opportunity himself. It's 4v3. Retake still a possibility here for now as the resurrection though can't be used. Those bodies are in such predictable spots. Paranoia gonna get thrown. Ja gonna get pushed, but Wild Oreo will fall instead. Ja gonna be advancing here, and DG's there for cover. And Naos are gonna try to make the magic happen yet again. Looking to cast a spell on Oasis. Nexi though makes the shot ring and count. Nexi with another one. The push comes from Ja. Runs out of bullets and runs out of life. Conveniently enough, it goes in the way of Nexi.
Enough for them to get the punish. Ja very far in the lurk.
Pixel in favor of Oasis. And Ja, where did that come from? Finds two in the middle of the map. Radial differential perhaps. Just center. Here for Ja. Center protection. Oasis, look behind you. He's still there. He still is just relentless. Ace comes for Ja. He is just completely balling out of control by this point.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Hell from up above, down below. Mojer taking down low, so you can expect him to be one of those contacts. And Wits again off the boost.
The creativity, he's an architect basically. Just give him a design graduation by this point. He knows how to build those walls up, and he knows how to knock down Oasis. It's 5v3, there's the peek from Papichulo, NDG finding Marky. Synchronicity important here for the side of Naos. Wits walks on in just to die, but in a 3v1, while Oreo needs to go hog wild. NDG trying to get ready, it's Wild Oreo stepping on up when they need to the most. Looking to dump the competition, NDG towards the boat house. Classics out, time running out. He gets the ace, sure, but he cannot get the round. Naos still stable in the backside.
Not bipartisan, a bit more towards at Naos' side. Information here to allow them to know that there's at least one, maybe two now. They can hear the footsteps, not yet confirmed on the third. But oh my god, this is a great position for him to be in. Nobody really expects that to be that deep. And Wits, they have a good crossfire when they do go across.
They're just cornered, they're just bound, and they're exterminated here by Wits. A 3K in the end. Naos, there was a plan A. Opportune moment. Naos delaying the inevitable though, and here we go, the showstopper, letting it rip. Wits though trying to hold by staircase, but it's Georgie making the trade happen. 4v3. The drop comes from the side of Naos, getting boots to the ground. Papichulo's there, Savvy AK making the find on the Mojer happen, but Poppy evacuates towards the top side. Jaws here on the opposite end. Georgie might see him first. No, it's Ja instead with the catch. Savvy AK though with the 3K of his own. It's all left to Ja now in a 1v2. The Killjoy lockdown is there, and Ja does it yet again. The Magician ready to pull off one more trick. Savvy AK on the retreat, hands up. Ja's got you, and Ja kills you.
I think he played map 3, didn't he?
I don't think so actually, but well, I do think that Georgie's inside. Papichulo trying to just go through the nanoswarms, but Drax finds it too to just allow Oasis a chance here. Wits though finding momentum and finding an opportunity himself. It's 4v3. Retake still a possibility here for now as the resurrection though can't be used. Those bodies are in such predictable spots. Paranoia gonna get thrown. Ja gonna get pushed, but Wild Oreo will fall instead. Ja gonna be advancing here, and DG's there for cover. And Naos are gonna try to make the magic happen yet again. Looking to cast a spell on Oasis. Nexi though makes the shot ring and count. Nexi with another one. The push comes from Ja. Runs out of bullets and runs out of life. Conveniently enough, it goes in the way of Nexi.
Enough for them to get the punish. Ja very far in the lurk.
Pixel in favor of Oasis. And Ja, where did that come from? Finds two in the middle of the map. Radial differential perhaps. Just center here for Ja. Center protection. Oasis, look behind you. He's still there. He still is just relentless. Ace comes for Ja. He is just completely balling out of control by this point.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Hell from up above, down below. Mojer taking down low, so you can expect him to be one of those contacts. And Wits again off the boost.
The creativity, he's an architect basically. Just give him a design graduation by this point. He knows how to build those walls up, and he knows how to knock down Oasis. It's 5v3, there's the peek from Papichulo. NDG finding Marky. Synchronicity important here for the side of Naos. Wits walks on in just to die, but in a 3v1, while Oreo needs to go hog wild. NDG trying to get ready, it's Wild Oreo stepping on up when they need to the most. Looking to dump the competition. NDG towards the boat house. Classics out, time running out. He gets the ace, sure, but he cannot get the round. Naos still stable in the backside.
Not bipartisan, a bit more towards at Naos' side. Information here to allow them to know that there's at least one, maybe two now. They can hear the footsteps, not yet confirmed on the third. But oh my god, this is a great position for him to be in. Nobody really expects that to be that deep. And Wits, they have a good crossfire when they do go across.
They're just cornered, they're just bound, and they're exterminated here by Wits. A 3K in the end. Naos, there was a plan A. opportune moment. Now it's delaying the inevitable though, and here we go, the showstopper, letting it rip. Witz still trying to hold by staircase, but it's Georgie making the trade happen. 4v3. The drop comes from the side of Naos, getting boots to the ground. Poppy Chulo's there, Savvy AK making the find on the Modra happen, but Poppy evacuates towards the top side. Jaws here on the opposite end. Georgie might see him first. No, it's Ja instead with the catch. Savvy AK though with the 3K of his own. It's all left to Ja now in a 1v2. The Killjoy lockdown is there, and Ja does it yet again. The Magician ready to pull off one more trick. Savvy AK on the retreat, hands up. Ja's got you, and Ja kills you.
I think he played map 3, didn't he?
I don't think so, actually, but well, I do think that Georgie's inside. Poppy Chulo trying to just go through the nanoswarms, but Drax finds it too to just allow Oasis a chance here. Witz though finding momentum and finding an opportunity himself. It's 4v3. Retake still a possibility here for now as the resurrection though can't be used. Those bodies are in such predictable spots. Paranoia gonna get thrown. Ja gonna get pushed, but Wild Oreo will fall instead. Ja in.
Nagbabalik kayo dito sa Day 3 ng VCTPH Split 2, and this time you are here with Fluffy and Riku, as well as me, Tita Mika Fabs. Fluffy, Riku, welcome po sa panel.
Maraming salamat sa welcome. Alam mo na ba, Mika, yung tandem name namin?
Yeah, brought to you by
Akala ko yung sinabi mo
Likeable.
kanina eh.
No.
Ano yung tandem name nyo?
Ikaw nga, Fluffy, magsabi.
Sabi ni Laika, Koofy. Damn.
Koofy.
Yeah.
Okay. Akala ko parang hindi.
Reflu.
Okay na yung Koofy. Okay na yan. Baka mamaya kung anong mga combinations yung pag-iisipan ko dito. Pero before anything else, before we proceed, of course, we want to thank all of our sponsors. Thank you very much to Mineski PH and, of course, the mothership, Riot Games, because this event is made possible by both Riot Games and Mineski Philippines.
And if you need to take a coffee break, you can always get some hot coffee, especially when you use Grab Unlimited. Enjoy free delivery every day and get exclusive discounts when you subscribe to Grab Unlimited. Don't forget that you don't miss out on this free trial for your first month.
Ewan ko ba, sobrang benta nun. Pero of course, this tournament is officially sanctioned by the Games and Amusement Board at thank you po very much.
Very good ka dyan, Fluffy. Baka ililibre kita ng Koofy dyan.
Yo, baka kailangan ko din kasi 6 p.m. na.
Is this your Koofy time pala?
6 p.m. Koofy.
Magsisimula na din ang ating second series for the day. This is Looking for Sponsor versus Zol. And both of these teams, they do really need to be able to get this series, to be able to just get on the board dahil wala pa silang point dito. And of course, they really need that leg up because syempre week 1 pa lang pero things can go by very quickly dito sa VCT. Alam naman natin yan. So let's go straight into it. This is Looking for Sponsor and Zol. And we're gonna talk about this team over here, which actually put up a very good showing up against Naos Esports, the so-called Kings of PH. This is Zol Esports.
They might be under a different name, but they're still playing the same game. Zol Esports returns with Naru, Josh F, Batman, Senior Carl, and Zin. This team has really taken up and stacked well against the best teams of the previous split. Mika mentioned earlier how Naos Esports was the kings, but they were able to dethrone them there on Icebox, the map that Naos was surely statistically supposed to win. So a lot of unexpected things from the low-key usurpers. That is going to be Zol Esports.
Yeah, yung nakita natin na performance ng Zol against Naos Esports, akala natin malaking-malaki yung gap between the top teams versus the rest. Pero I feel like Zol's opening series against, again, the champions nung isang araw, I feel like mataas talaga yung potential nitong Zol Esports. Especially, isa lang yung kanilang kailangan i-adjust when it comes to team dynamics. At yun, I see Josh F that was retained from the previous Zol Esports roster.
Josh F, ang pinsan ni Josh S, tsaka ni ang pamilyang S na si Kelly S, tsaka si Eugene.
Oo nga, no?
S is the key.
Joke lang. Tsaka may isa pa sa pinsan si Mark L, di ba? So
True!
pero yun nga, they will be up against looking for sponsor, another team that has stayed together even though they are flying under a different name or maybe even untitled currently. This is a looking for sponsor.
Kung ang Zol Esports naman, halos retained ang kanilang roster. Parehas din ang masasabi natin dito sa looking for sponsor. This is practically the same people under Abaddon Abyss sa Split 1. Pero they had to re-qualify from the open qualifiers. Same story ang nakita natin before. Sila yung team, again, from Split 1 na if mas mataas yung pressure, mas lumalabas din ang totoong lakas nila. So ngayon, ang feeling ko, ang hinahanap ko sa team na ito ay paano nila mailalabas ang lakas na to sa kahit anong oras. Hindi kailangan laging high pressure all the time.
LFS, they started out Split 2 after a bit of adaptations. With a low score, they're not able to get any map when they play it against APH, but hopefully they do convert it because we know from Split 1 that they're able to climb out of the abyss and they're walking into this really refired.
Wow, I saw what you did there, Fluffy.
Ooh.
On point today with the word play. Very good, very good. Pero yes, it was a frustrating loss kasi the rounds were pretty tight yesterday. And it was a very good match actually between LFS and 8PH yesterday. But ayun nga, they ended up with a loss. And this is actually a very exciting matchup, no? Kasi it's a very interesting matchup too kasi you mentioned, diba, these teams have actually stayed together for quite a while. Imbes na yung mga ibang teams na they've been switching around the roster, it's nice to see the progress, diba, from Split 1 and even way before carry on to this match. So I do wonder what form we're going to see these rosters here today as we get into this series, Fluffy. And I know that you've known them for quite a while. But I feel like, despite the roster having the advantage of being longer together, both of them, they don't exactly have like maps that pop off. Correct me if I'm wrong here.
I mean, they have a lot of map differences here and there. Generally, Zola's always leaned towards a bit more bigger maps. Like they like to play close quarters too sometimes to that split. But I think that when we look at both teams, especially with our head-to-head, we can see how both of these players stack up because there are individuals that really stand out for me.
Actually, alam mo, nagulat ako kay Zin kasi di ba nag-killjoy siya. And I remember towards the later part of last year, maganda naman yung performance niya on the duelist role. So akala ko he was really, on a roll, with the role. Sa Zol. Pero
Okay,
it seems
the wordplay.
Everyone with the wordplay, love
Pero,
it.
I mean, it really seems to be working kasi they gave a really good fight to Naos at napakaganda din ng performance ni Zin.
Oo nga eh. I feel like, again, we're looking at a lot of these two players who are extremely flexible and they have all their shining moments and consistency. Pero pagdating yesterday, like both teams struggled against their matchups recently. Si Slatham naman yung nakikita kong sobrang consistent. And twice in a row, I believe, with their match against Action PH, he was the top fragger. He was a high-impact player in his team. So sobrang excited ako to see this matchup on how the team is actually going to play through that kind of impact.
Yeah, impact. That's one word to describe how Slatham plays, because he always finds value. If it's that initiator role that he plays, he's not a duelist even, but he always manages to top the scoreboards, like Riku mentioned, because he's able to use his util well. He's able to support the team, but in his own right, similar to, I guess, how Kilias is with his initiator role, still able to frag out.
Alam mo, like, as I were mentioning earlier about how Exotic is, like, an amazing duelist. And I agree, Exotic is kasi is a kind of different duelist, diba? He's not a very flashy duelist where he knows the right time to strike, diba? Parang like a cobra or something. Pero para sa akin kasi, si Slatham is the one to watch out for. Siya yung parang, yung nagbibigay ng mga flashy plays na usually hinahanap mo sa mga duelists, diba? And as we go into our map vetoes, I'm very curious here because on the side of LFS, like, I feel like they can also switch out and Diba Fluffy, you say Hydra for Rababs, and depending on who plays, they can switch up the roles a bit.
They can always swap up roles because they have very flexible players. I mean, they also have flexible maps. There's a lot of options. We take a look of how Zol played, and here on Split 2, they have that favor for Split. They're a bit 50-50 on Ascend, and if you include the open qualifiers, also that Icebox is very favorable for them as they took that game off of Naus.
Yeah, I feel like that's the thing, right? A lot of these teams, again, I think Split was the least played map nung nagbago na yung rotation dun sa Split 1. Pero a lot of these teams are finally bringing it out. And gaya ng sinabi ni Fluffy, Zol Esports ay isa sa mga teams na magaling dito sa map na ito. So, curious ako kung LFS will decide to ban Split dahil I believe wala silang record last time sa as Abaddon Abyss. Pero hindi, Icebox yung binan nila instead.
Surprise.
Interesting. Wow!
Yeah,
Shocked!
wow.
Astonished! Lahat na ng
Same.
words lalabas dito. Pero yes, Fluffy, I mean, this is really interesting kasi diba, we were talking about how like usually Icebox and Haven standard picks, standard comfort maps for most of these PH teams. Pero LFS, they're banning it out.
I mean, at least they get rid of Icebox because they saw how Zol played against Naus. And for Zol, I think they really just don't want to play this Fracture map. It seems like their team has always been working out whenever they play a lot of maps and they can just focus up and use their aim to their advantage, which is the strength in a way for Icebox. So moving to a more default map like Ascent, it's kind of just 50-50 for both teams. We know that this map is fairly basic. It has a lot of fundamentals in it. It has a lot of options. It's a great starting ground, which is why it's the first map that Valorant came out with. But also that means a lot of veterancy from these two teams that even though they're under different names, are played against each other. They know and are familiar with how each other play. And Split for LFS. Very interesting because they normally avoid this.
Yeah, gaya ng sinabi natin kanina. Again, there's not a lot of record, at least sa Split 1 nung Abaddon Abyss. They weren't exactly playing a Split back then kahit na open siyang i-pick. So, curious to see dito na ito yung pinili nilang mapa. Especially that, again, they're going up against Zol who again, is I feel like one of the really good teams on pagdating dito sa mapang ito. Kaya, well, I'm so curious.
Removing Lotus for Zol also sticks with that same theme of not wanting to play those big maps where you have to watch multiple angles, just like Fracture. But the Split for me is a bit interesting because also, if you're the one who chooses to split, you give the side pick to your opponent. So Zol opts to go for the defense, which generally speaking is the more heavily favored side on the map of Split. You could have banned this map and kept it as the decider, and I guess in a way you would give that map also the side pick, so you might as well just get it out early. That way you have more options, as Haven is banned out.
Wow. Again, the favored maps dito, the Icebox and Haven are banned out, pero it looks like they really want to push Zol out of their comfort zone, hindi ba? And our decider map will of course be Pearl dito. Rico, I mean, what do you think, especially since we're going to be seeing Ascent and Split, and I feel like, I have a feeling this can go this either be very, very short or very, very long series.
Yeah, I feel like, diba, sa nakikita natin sa VCT Philippines, there are 3 maps that have very, very strong identities. If Ascent is one of the tried and tested because it's an old map, if Icebox is one of those maps that is a bit inconsistent when it comes to team's performance, yung akala nila magaling pala sila sa map na to, tapos hindi pala. I feel like Pearl is a very big 50-50 because I feel like a lot of the teams are still trying to figure out how to maneuver around Pearl. I feel like it's one of the most difficult maps na nakikita natin sa Split 1, and I feel like it's very, very fitting for it to be a decider map.
I mean, so far, including the OC, the games for LFS at least have been very good on Pearl, so I'm not surprised that they directed that map bans to fall on Pearl where they have the advantage, regardless if they don't pick the side.
And this is going to be very heavy on the defense side. Maraming pressure sa side ng Zol to be very, very defensive because they are starting out on defense on both sides, diba? They need to be able to get that momentum. And I feel like, you know, on the side of LFS, they tend to be very, like at least from what we saw yesterday against Action PH, no? Pero medyo mabagal kasi sila. They really do want to take their time to kind of throw off their opponent dito. So I'm wondering what the dynamic will be as we step into the series. Pero I'm wondering din kung ano ba yung mga predictions nyo, panel, Fluffy and Riku, which way is the series going to go?
I think for me, I'm going to lean towards Zol. This team is tried and tested from that former NCG roster. One thing they've had above all other teams is really that consistency in this tournament, other events. They've always found a way to be greater than the sum of its parts. And now they have a new part, a new cog in the gearbox. They have Josh F to work with. And I think that has slowly improved them. It showed on their Icebox and should show today.
And para naman sa akin, have to agree 100% with Fluffy. I think it's Zol Esports winning this series dahil, again, based on their experience as Split 1, they're very consistent, they're very strong together. And it feels like the addition of these 4 players together with Josh F, parang hindi nasaktan yung team dynamic. Actually, it even added even more. I feel like Josh F has a lot of like low-key highlight plays. So, feeling ko Zol talaga sa series na to.
I also think actually it will go the way of Zol just because like of how strong they of a showing they were able to show against Now's Esports, and to be able to take a team like that into a very, very close series or a closer series than we would have expected, I think says a lot about this team. As I mentioned earlier, these teams are constantly evolving. You never really see the same form of the team twice, especially like with how VCTPH is. So I'm eager to see what improvement. Kung yun na yung parang debut ng Zol dito sa Split 2, ano pa kaya yung ipapakita nila dito against LFS. Pero again, these two teams, they have so much to work with, especially since these are rosters again that have been together for a long while. My foundation na sila. All of those are already there and they just have to keep on evolving and improving. We're gonna see how much as we step into this series. So casters, over to you guys.
Good evening, ladies and gents! Nandito na kayo sa second series sa ating VCT Stage 2. Ako nga pala si Ray Ray. Kasama ko ngayon si partner ko na si Honey Glaze with a double E. At may kita na nga natin ang labanan ngayon na kabang-abang din at the same time.
Yeah. I can still hear them in my head, but it is fine. We are now back, guys, as we prepare ourselves for the second series of the day. Again, it is going to be between looking for sponsors and Zol Esports. And we got ourselves, man, the first split of Split 2, no pun intended. For
Okay.
game 2. For game 2.
Okay. All right, sure. I don't know how to follow up with that, but I will follow up you with a random fact. Sorry. Mathematicians have discovered a new shape called it's a third-side polykite called the hat. And with that new piece of information, I actually do want to go back and reference the panel a bit. I know everybody was pretty unanimous with their Zol pick, and I feel like you and me, we both agree that this is actually a veto that's leaning towards LFS. How does the new shape coincide with this? I don't know. How is the series going to go? We don't know either. But with the data that we do have with us, is that Split has been pretty good for LFS. And Pearl, I feel like, was such a dangerous map to be left out because, ladies and gents, if you did forget, Pearl was the fortress of the old Abaddon Abyss, with LFS letting that be the decider. If this goes 3 series, then I don't think it's a good look for Zol.
Yeah, the thing is, for LFS though, is they're coming off of a loss against Action PH, where Action PH was just, I felt, again, we were talking about this when we were on the panel that's for series, that they just looked absolutely strong with the acquisition of Kelly S. But on the side of LFS at this point, I think they were also put to their paces where they were put on a map such as Icebox and Haven, where I feel like LFS tend to struggle a whole lot more, but that might not be the entirety of it as well. I think there was a point where Exotic was just incredibly shut down, even though as Mika was mentioning, he is one of the, you know, starred Jet players here. He was really put to his paces by Action PH. So if Zol can do that, I feel like they have a chance to beat LFS here, or more than a
That is
chance
true.
actually.
Yeah, again, there are a lot of win conditions in this type of setting, but once you shut down Exotic, right, we have so many contingencies on the side of LFS. Slay Them was mentioned by the panel a lot of times, and we have to talk about V-Black, who also has insane pop-off potential for an IGL, and really just the rest of the squad for LFS have proven their worth in the clutch. So going into Ascent, this is definitely going to be a map where they're going to see who flinches first. And if I remember correctly, Aster, Zol have a better win rate on Ascent in comparison to LFS.
I think you're right. When they were SR Nakage, I feel like Zind was having such a field day with this particular map, concentrated on the A short or catwalk play. Whether if they fail on A short, they go to mid. It's a standard setup for Ascent, obviously, but SR Nakage or Zol Esports at the time was one of the teams that I felt like did that the best. But that being said, there still is Exotic, and an Ascent map is a map that I feel that as a Jet player himself just thrives in this particular, you know, physical stage, this physical environment.
I'm trying to think about how the controllers are going to affect the pace of play here. I've said it many times again. We will expect the team with the Astra to be that much more active. But I do want to point out, Asterai, that you have mentioned that Zol, at the time, SR Nakage was very good at trying to enforce that catwalk play. But you have to remember, they have a new controller on the block, so potentially a new play style could be in the works. Not entirely sure how that butterfly affects to everything else they do, but right person in the wrong time or vice versa can be the biggest difference in the world.
I have to see how this kind of unravels still. I haven't truly seen the capabilities that Josh F has done for himself. I think hasn't been overshadowed, but I think more than anything else, we felt the switch up of Senior Carl, as I mentioned, right, back on that duelist, and it really is, I think, a change for the better for LFS here, because it gives Senior Carl more chances to show what he has in terms of the entry fragging, and he has been looking so well into things. I think as this series or this split of ours progresses, unless there's something so terrible that happens to Senior Carl in terms of his performance, they won't probably bring Zin back on that Jet. Well, never mind. He's actually on the Jet this time. I'm immediately wrong.
I love. Oh, but look at this, Asterai. This is something that we were hoping to see Senior Carl really flourish on, but it's Zin still taking back his reins, and now we'll clear out hell. I love that face check with the knife. That's an interesting decision there, Asterai, but what does surprise me is Naru on the KO here, which we haven't typically seen from him. We know that he's a second frag, but once again, it's usually on that Reyna.
True. He's much more known for his Sova, if I'm not mistaken, so having to see him on this one is a definite change of pace. Anyways, there's going to be the quick little retake from the defenders, and LFS systematically breaking them down, and already in the round number one, Hydra just stabs Josh F in the face quite quickly, and to set the tone for this first game.
That is true. That's absolutely true. I don't know how the knife really brings out the most primal sounds out of you, Asterai, but I feel like chat loves it. I'm not entirely sure how I feel about it, but you know, the panel was unanimous with Azul taking this, and with that round, I mean, it's pretty hopeful for you and me, right? We both agree that LFS would at least get away with this on top. I do still believe the map veto is in their favorites. Pretty much a LFS fiasco all throughout. But you have to look at Ascent, of course. As I mentioned, this is where they will test each other's mettle. Who is going to blink first? Who is going to flinch first? Zolt, they now posture themselves in A main, waiting to explode with what limited weaponry they have.
There's going to be the quick little pop in here. Zind, of course, always deadly on the Sheriff. Finds the quick little refrag. They secure the site itself. And LFS might want to take a step back first and wait for the rest of reinforcements to come in. Of course, the Black finds, or excuse me, B Black finds one through the smoke. That's going to help them as they come in back onto the site. Hydra spams through on the floor there, finds one, and the rest just crumbles right after. LFS, strong, suited as can be with that retake.
Indeed, and that was one of their strengths, right? We were talking about in the first split that if you really want to go into a direct gunfight with LFS and then Abaddon, you're really asking for trouble. Again, this team is so tuned towards straight up fighting that situations that allow them to funnel the angles greatly benefit them, Aserai.
Absolutely.
And with Zol kind of, you know, being very welcoming of that and not really taking control away from LFS, it could spell trouble. But look at Exotic, he already has an operator.
Already nursing the op in his hand. Spline! Alright, Exotic. Okay. He gets a kill here. And this gun is, or this skin is amazing, but if he doesn't...
Blame the skin.
Blame the skin. Exactly, exactly. You know what? Valorant's all about that skin feel. You know?
That's true.
It's the same with like food, right? They talk about mouth feel.
It's
This is
texture.
skin feel. Texture, exactly, exactly.
It's exactly about texture. It really does make the experience that much more palatable. And I guess for LFS here, with the operator in hand, they do have a bunch of awkward ranges that they have to take into account. They have 2 SMGs. They still have the Ares, which is arguably a very immobile weapon. But the operator is going to slow it down even more. Zol, maybe they recognize the situation now as they did hear that initial shot. So they go for that signature play that they, I guess, really enjoyed doing. But instead they go for a more market-heavy take. Ooh, good read. Slathem's the only one here, Aster, but Slathem has done many crazy things. But wait a minute, V-Black gets the first shot, but unfortunately the last laugh belongs to Naru. Senior Carl will open up the site here, or rather find the lurk, but Slatham still has not been dug out from the boathouse. And he is defending his home as well as he can, but Patman breaks in, he enters, and he steals. You know, the B side is so open. I don't think Exotic can go for this. This is pretty much a safe call already.
Yeah, absolutely. You do not want to remove that weapon from your hands. And at least what's good about this one is it's Hydra is only nursing the Ares at this point, so there's no need for him to actually go for the save. Just go for that exit as and look for picks as much as he possibly can. Holding a slow angle though might not work well for him as Patman is right around this corner just to go for this aggressive swing. Recon Dart shouldn't reach Hydra here, which gives opportunity. But Patman was very much prepared for it. Exotic, as you mentioned, just gonna hide, save, ROI the operator for next round. And again, see, no round presence because of the spline skin.
Yeah. And people are like, oh, but you know, he shot the op and delayed them a little. Okay, guys, now look for it. Look what happened. I feel like, once again, the operator is such a volatile weapon. Either it'll make or break the round. And Zol, despite everything, despite not even smoking top mid, right? They still went for that. That was so incredibly dangerous. It did pan out. But LFS, they'd probably spend a little more resource now to put a wrench in that default and maybe, just maybe, throw Zol off rhythm. What do we have here, though, in the utility belt? We still have a pretty healthy arsenal on both sides. Zol really not leaving anything to the imagination, right? They tried A, they tried mid. Now they're gonna go for B.
The charge on to B here. Delay tactics from Hydra will be well swept, but maybe it isn't. V-Black able to hold his hand a little bit here, get the trades quite efficiently, and still the back of the site is going to be Slatham. V-Black, if he tries to push for this, could get immediately traded, which he does, but gives opportunity for Slatham to start rocking and rolling, leaving only Senior Carl to remain. If he gets a pick, he can retreat immediately back on the spike, and then maybe TP. Is Exotic unable to catch him? That's going to be the case. That's going to be the question. And he answered it immediately as soon as he peeks out.
Yeah, and like I said, man, Zol, they are really trying to push the buttons here on LFS. If I'm not mistaken, this is actually a pretty attacker-sided map now. If the statistics from both Lock-in and Pacific are of any indication. But let's not forget, this is a meta that's been shaped here too. You know, personally, I'm not really a big fan of the KO. Both teams really taking it. And I understand why. They really don't want to deal with the Sentinel utility considering how strong Killjoy is at the moment, and Cypher for that matter if he was going to be picked. But with pistols abound, they don't really have any high impact ults here, so maybe ult orbs are going to be the #1 priority Aserai. As you can see, Zind and Padman very, very close to ultimates. Naru himself also at the edge of getting that coveted ability, that ultimate ability.
This is going to be huge for them to try to utilize said abilities. Zol struggling. It's a bit quiet, it's a bit slow as you were mentioning.
Yeah, it is fairly deafening on the side of LFS, right? As they haven't really gathered any info, but with this drone sweeping in, that's gonna be the first tell of Exotic. He will not allow such lurks to happen. VBlack, despite getting the first pick, still marching forward, and Zin, this is why he's so reliable in that jet. That pop-off potential's insane. And Naru proves that he is not allowing anybody to set foot in his area of control. Now, Senior Carl and Zin, they're scary, but not in face of Exotic, apparently. 2v2, a clean 2v2 perhaps. Clayton has to pick up the pace somehow and just be there for the trade. Exotic trying to peer down the sidelines with that operator. Has the Blade Storm, needs a body shot, but no, the weapon pullout takes too long. And with the salvaged weapons, Zol steal around away from LFS.
Oh man, that was beautifully done from Zol here. They were able to bank on the fact that, again, Sin is just that much of a demon here, setting up the rest of Zol to clean up house. As soon as that round, as soon as that site was taken, because of that, LFS struggling in terms of economy. They're gonna have Exotics as blades here, so is there gonna be any form of aggression? Naru, yeah, does have the blade. They do shut it down before it can spot Exotic, but of course, you can already see how many of them are so aware that this is going to be a huge, huge possibility. Exotic though can always convert, but that is a huge pick from Zol. Pushing them back, so your Carl wanting a little bit more blood could go for the aggressive chase. But, you know what, he passively, or rather, he respects the punish and backs away.
I like it. I like it a lot. I love the read and the awareness from Zol, knowing that LFS have that tendency to just try to push the limits, especially on ecos. And they did everything to give Exotic space, but once again, didn't really bear fruit in that situation. Meanwhile, Zin already to make everybody on the side of LFS agriculture, but VBlack farms Josh F. Naru responds in kind, but everybody's just kind of shooting through the smoke here, and nothing is really working in the way of LFS. Exotic still has blades up, but can't really find the necessary edge to cut down Senior Carl. As LFS, they lose that lead and potentially the momentum. Exotic still on a decent tear. Aserai, he still has that operator in hand. But Zol, we are getting that much more control over the situation.
That is definitely the case. And you know what? I had my mistakes with how I was thinking about what Zol wanted to do. They are interchanging both Singer Carl and Zin in different situations, or rather in different maps. And Zin being on that duelist, he wasn't bad as a duelist to begin with. There was no need to rotate him out, right? And now he's back on his role. He just is so damn scary, so damn refined. Singer Carl here on the other hand is the Swiss Army knife of Zol Esports. They can basically put him on any particular agent and he would still perform regardless.
That is true. That's one of the great things about Senior Carl VBlack. He's thinking about it. He wants to put the smoke. He's done it so many times that it's going to be lingering in the minds. Zol, what is happening as mayhem ensues? Enemy at the gates. Exotic announces, and Slaytham tries to pave a way for his brother. But VBlack going to be right on the trail. Patman has revealed where his location is, and that recon dart is only going to solidify that even more. Slaytham cuts him down. That's going to be yet another clean take by LFS. And that's exactly why you don't want to run into Exotic. Exotic's just way too confident with that operator. He's just not going to miss those type of shots.
How did he actually survive and still get a kill with, I think that was 2 HP before he got his second kill and secured a main? Hopefully you can see his POV right then and there, because that was huge for looking for a sponsor here. Aside from that, I honestly thought that was already a solid round from Zol. I thought they got it, put it in the bag already, and would have taken the lead. And again, it's exotic for you. That's the impact that he brings, or that's the the impact that he brings to the team.
Making it such a chronic situation for Zol is the specialty of exotic, apparently. They rotate the op towards B, and Batman has a slight tingle in the back of his neck. He feels that there's a disturbance in the force. And now
The
LFS,
force.
Yes, that's what I said, Asurai. Temple March could
We
potentially
did say the
begin
same
here.
thing at the same time, bro.
Was it at the same time though? We will just
You
have
did it
to
here because
figure
it was
out.
very synced. It was very
It was
synced.
very
man.
synced.
Alright,
I
anyways.
see. Anyways, Exotic once again finding maximum value with that. However, he has to
Can he break it to
get
the
that
wall?
out of here. Not entirely sure if they can. The Batman will get the trade, Asurai. So I still feel like this is so difficult for Zol. They're gonna run out of that potential info gather, and Play them decides to use his Hunter Fury to deny the plant. There's still 34 seconds though, so this is still gonna allow them to do so. Senior Carl, beautiful positioning here, but the timing is gonna be so unforgiving. They'll have to move up. He is still gonna remain undiscovered. Hydra will have that ult up, so he's gonna have a bit of a second life, or at least a chance. Killjoy's locked down, not finding their mark. Senior Carl really trying to get this, and despite the paranoia, Asta still gets to confirm. Now Zin, he will be ready to deny that res in a 1v2. Time is ticking. Asta has to make a move, and he has to be decisive. He's still slowly walking, but patience does not win him the round this time.
Might have been too much of a commit here for looking for a sponsor to deny the plant rather than retake the site itself. That was one of the more awkward ones, I would say, from Exotic, as I think he wanted to break the ultimate from what it looked like from
I
the
don't think he
X-ray
can.
after he got the kill, after
Yeah.
he went back. Exactly. If he was trying to do it, commend the effort, but unfortunately it wasn't meant to be at that point. I mean, theoretically it should be, right? Because Operator has, again, high
35.
penetration, so it
Yeah.
so it should be able to go through that wall. But in any case, what was undeniable was he did get picked, which ultimately gave Zol easier access to the B site.
But what you have to take into account too is that there is how does that stat go? Because there's player damage and there's object damage. I think there's even reduced object damage through the wall. So if
Yeah, there is.
he would break, it'd be like a whole mag of it. In any case, Asurai, as
That's
you
actually
mentioned,
true.
LFS,
Yeah.
I like this timeout. You know, they understand that momentum is slipping away from them, and Zol, they are starting to build up ahead of steam. Oh, okay. I thought that was a misclick on the teleport, but it looks like Senior Carl is going to be on flank watch. He's going to be a super turret, perhaps. Like you said, that was a little overzealous on the side of LFS. They really wanted to secure the round, but now look. They burnt Hunter's Fury, they burnt Null Command. They don't even have anywhere near that lockdown. So these next few swings are going to be super, super contact heavy.
They are playing very close to each other with the shares, so you know they're prepared for that contact play. But Seoul, all they do have their own standard setup, the 4-1 split, giving Hatman the reins for the lurk play, and this is going to be quite difficult to deal with because nobody's going to be on A short. It's just a full stack through the A site itself. What is sort of good, though, is they have quadruple stacked outside of A main a couple of seconds ago, which if they are able to find that proper angle, they might be able to run it down as well. Just quick little checks through the utility here. Very aggressive peaks altogether. Josh F still survives, and how does Zin find access to A main when somebody was supposed to be holding an angle there? In any case, Zol Esports picking stuff out, but LFS, all right, hold on. Hydra, though, spotted, gutted, paranoia to stop him from finding any more targets, but the wallbangs made Zol sweat a little bit.
Trying to see where Zol is really hinging off this attack. Once again, just the confidence of knowing that they have more ultimates in the back of their hand, or rather in the back of their pockets, is also kind of heavy in the mind of LFS. So pacing is going to be so strange here. Exotic, he's going to have the operator soon, or rather he's going to have the operator now. The question is, where is he going to be postured up? It looks like he might have a little bit of support towards A. Another thing that I've noticed with LFS is that they really love to double down on that strong side, as V-Black is going to spot Patman out. So anti-flank, another route of opportunity for LFS has presented itself, but Slatham will have to retreat to his cozy little boathouse here, Asar, as he sees many belligerents knocking on his site's door.
V-Black also got a bit of that beat down. Thankfully, he's still going to be alive. Has 2 stars to influence the push on the B site. Zol Esports, they have the old enchilada prepped up. Josh F, he does have the Hunter's Fury, but without Patman, it's a little bit difficult. They don't really want to extend their hand yet, as they hope that there is going to be some sort of flank, maybe as a free kill so that they can transition quickly. But LFS, they know they already have the advantage. There's no real need to go too aggressive into this, but the call, V-Black though, he's gonna get at least the sacrificial land. This could be very bad for them, but Slatham somehow manages to pick up the 2. That's gonna be huge. And the call immediately for Senior Carl to go the opposite direction. No, he just goes straight into the back of the site, smoke himself off, and this is such an isolated play that is incredibly risky. There is a kill from Hydra, there is a kill from Josh S, and now Josh F, excuse me, and Senior Carl in a 2 versus 1.
So close. Yet so far in the side of Senior Carl. I actually thought that ultimate might have pulled aggro away from the B site, but Zol, they just could not draw the proper cards for that one. LFS very, very sharp to commit on the retake, and knowing that they had the man advantage to begin with, no fear in rehiting A if they ever needed to. Exotic up and running, as well as Zin. So both duelists really making a case on why they have been picked for that spot. 5-5, everything has been pretty close, Asarai. And yeah, this is fairly questionable as a call, but to bait for Slatham and give him that small window of opportunity that he's capitalized on, in hindsight, it's pretty good. But in any case, we have to look for more flexible options. Is probably one of the things that are knocking on Zol's mind.
Knocking on everybody's mind too. Whoa! All right. Out away with bloody murder. The follow-up from Zin and Senior Carl, or Exotic's like, challenge me. I dare you. I got my shorty in hand. It's always a strong thing to do, right? Whenever you have your shorty, you get the extra confidence. What's up, shorty? Shorty.
He's T-Pain. You know, you get it. But Zin, he's gonna get more than just a reference here. Zol tearing it up now, Astar, pressuring many points in the map and freezing the rotator in place effectively. Now Asta left his own devices, cannot find the space, the wiggle room, as Naru also gets Exotic. Now Hydra. Kill one Zulu replaces in its stead, but not this time around. That's gonna be Zin being taken care of. Nearly clears Pathman, but almost is never enough apparently. As they'll take the lead here. Still a very, very competitive half, I must say.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's been very, very back and forth, as you can see here. And that was so interesting that that kind of happened. They did not respect that smokes are just smokes. Somebody from Zol can always try to go for the push. And the switch-up was kind of good, but the timing, they knew that there was already aggression on A short, anticipating that there would have been no follow-ups, was, I think, a foolhardy decision there from LFS. In a case here, it keeps everything very equal, and Exotic just gets fly-swatted out of the air. Recon Dart shows the whole brunt of the attacking team. They haven't really been able to mend that, or at least put a band-aid on it. 3 versus 5. This is... Slatham's the only one with a rifle.
Yeah. And to have V-Black at a super committed position is just more scary. And since they don't have any control towards mid, they have to commit to where they are now. Having a rotator is so important. Look at that. Zol, they go for the hyper safe rotation. LFS might have a good read on this unless Zol double back and hit him with a crossover. But it doesn't seem like that's the case. Instead, we have a rotation cut in the form of Patman to really try and, once again, secure this round for Zol with this Asrai. The march is on. A will have very, very little resistance. The Hunter's Spear is here, but what does it land on? Where does it land on? Patman with the Operator actually finding V-Black, and Zind getting peppered down by the Stinger. Oh my goodness. Unfortunate for him, but hasn't really changed the stances nor the probabilities of this round, as the gun advantage is a little too crazy, Asrai. The lockdown is going to come from Patman, adding insult to injury. And Senior Carl finds one of the last remaining members of LFS. Satham has to find, or rather Asta has to find an avenue for a clutch, but this is looking unlikely.
That lockdown really pushed him out of a good position. And he still has to deal with the 4 versus 5 or 4 versus 1. Patman mentioned it, he was able to pick up the operators, basically slap the players of LFS quite silly. Oh, that's how he was able to find it, through the recon. Excellent choice of catch-off, but unfortunately, again, not enough. Only Zind was taken down in that particular round, and everyone else from Zol just had perfect timing and perfect execution on the A site.
We are at a reset point here. LFS pretty successful with their pistol rounds. Zol, they remain unshaken. Actually, they only showed that mid play like once or twice in the first half, Asterai. But that was enough to really threaten LFS to potentially overcommit on how passive their, I guess, their mid player would be. But right now, they have their eyes set towards B. And no two ways about it. They're still anticipating some sort of push, some sort of info play on the side of A. But as long as that smoke is there, Zol have nothing to worry about. So they just let this happen. The sound cue was there. And LFS, yet another reset. Slay them does give a gentle pat on Zin's face there. Gentle but fatal.
Calls the entire rotation of LFS, excuse me, for this B site. Utility from the Killjoy is present here. But of course, they still have the whole gang about to go for the push. Able to clear all of the nooks and crannies there with the utility. This leaves only the players and their weapons to help them out. But look at how they just get cleared so quickly by the rest of LFS. And Senior Carl and Naru. Ooh, Asta, is he going to get the catch on Senior Carl here? That is going to be, yep, absolutely leaving Naru, the young gun, with the frenzy.
Bloodthirst perhaps, but numbers are against him, Astra, and as well as precision. Now, that was an excuse me bro moment on B main. I'm not the bro. How? Is that how that goes? I can't remember. I can't seem to remember.
It's I'm not your guy, buddy. I'm not your buddy
I'm not
guy.
your guy, buddy.
I'm not your friend. I'm not your guy friend.
And I heard you cough. I think I'm developing the black lung. I feel like Zoolander is just a little too old for our general audience, guys. Oh my goodness.
Yeah. Don't you love beautiful day?
There's more to male modeling than looking ridiculously, being ridiculously good looking.
No.
Oh no.
Really good looking.
Oh, Zind!
Oh! Well, that was really a good shot from Exotic.
That's how
Alright,
you
I'm
blow up
stopping.
a gas station, man. No. And again, Senior Carl really bringing just disaster to the side of LFS. And I must say, this anti-eco, not looking too good. Have to shuffle the weapons away, Astra, and just a little bit of hand-eye coordination there. And this is just kind of sad to see on the side of LFS, honestly. This will set them back quite a bit. And so all they have to do is just sit pretty. Wait the timer out.
Okay. When the timer out, they have full control of the situation, even without the stronger weapons technically. This drone is gonna showed them that they really do want to go for the push. Great tags all together. Stay close, stay safe, stay frosty. As now here comes the fight all together. They're able to isolate a couple of the angles. They are taking a bit of damage here, but that is too much of a commitment onto the back of the site. Although Patman is very incredibly low as they just rush him out. Naru as well from the back. Just not allowed to support Patman here. And well, this center for Ants has just been cleared up by LFS.
Don't worry, Asrai. Don't make the site bigger. As honestly, in that round, it did look like it was made out of paper mache and glue. As Mogatu would say, that is fairly dangerous.
Right here.
But right now, LFS still looking for their magnum here, Asrai. They're really straight shot to victory here. Actually, you could say the same thing about Zol. They haven't really done too much to, I guess, solidify the momentum. It did look very good for them in the latter rounds of the first half. But this time, despite winning the round, LFS suffering a very, very suspicious bye here. They only have a few pistols about, so they're still effectively saving up for a better, more balanced arsenal.
It's the yeah, it's the safe buy, right? It's the half buy rather for LFS here. They didn't go for the risky purchase because even though they do know that they were able to save at least the 2 rifles, they still want to be able to truly buy into the next one because right now, if Exotic can get a pick, his teammate can get the weapon, and then maybe it can stem from there. Unfortunately, here Zol, well, they've just been playing, as you mentioned, not too explosive, but honestly, their map control isn't too bad either here because they're able to, or rather, they're forcing LFS to go for fights that LFS really have to set up properly on for them to execute without taking too much damage on the site. And when has that ever happened? Not really. They execute well, but they're not able to get into the site without taking any casualties.
Well, that's exactly how the steps you have to take against 007 V-Black as well as Asta. They are tearing into the site here. Senior Carl still could make the difference here. That's going to be enough time. Enough time to still plant. I can't believe they still get away with this. Zin doesn't clear the corners. Due diligence, please. As Exotic is very, very low. But V-Black, oh my goodness. With a ghost of all things. And
dude, he got the first pick too with a ghost on mid.
That's insane.
It's crazy.
That's honestly insane. You know your aim is on point on that day. But my original point was, I think Zol have understood that LFS, they thrive in chaos. If you just try to take those raw brute force gunfights against LFS, it's gonna be pretty steep for you. Zol, they wanna make this as much of a controlled situation, but despite everything they did on that round, the strength of the fundamentals of LFS still really shining through.
Ghost is also one of those pistols that I feel like is very underrated when you're on a save buy, right? Usually everybody picks up the Sheriff, but honestly the Ghost is pretty brutal too because you can control that, I think, even more fluidly than the Sheriff, even though it does less damage. And the rate of fire is actually much faster too.
I will actually disagree with you, and this is from the perspective of a
good Sheriff player.
Well,
I'm not a good Sheriff player, so...
Nah, that's a lie. That's a lie. I've seen you win some clutches here, Astrai, but look at as our teams are trying to do the same here. Senior Carl channeling the inner clutch. Ooh. But LFS, they look to break the hearts yet again. They are looking to play the villain as Hydra is so low, Astrai, but time is winding down. The decisions have to be rushed, and that flash is perfect. It blinds both, but can't find the finisher here as Hydra. Is Senior Carl gonna stick it? Oh my goodness, Hydra has no idea! But the smoke dissipates! Oh. Senior Carl, does he have enough time? Oh, and he does have a million seconds. What was I even worried about? Come on, don't do this to me.
Well, thankfully he was able to half it, because if he wasn't, that was very close for comfort. Because you saw how much damage he also took. That's 11 HP remaining.
That was jarring. To be
Definitely
honest,
done.
I thought the timer was less than it actually was. Guys, you can call me. Raph was being attentive. Oh my goodness, he had to pay attention to both the macros of the team and how they're affecting each other. But no, he missed the timer on the spike. He's not paying attention. Anyway, like I mentioned, the comparison between like the Sheriff and the Ghost, I think it's fair. My only problem with the with the Ghost is that its pattern is that much more random than the Sheriff. The first shot accuracy for the Sheriff is also insane. I do agree that
That's also true.
although it does feel smoother than the Sheriff, and the rate of fire is a lot more forgiving, the Ghost has been a traitor to a lot of people. You would think that shot would land, much like Zind with that flick, but really no dice. Not even close, apparently.
That is one of those shots that you don't really expect him to whiff altogether, but because of that as well, right, it gives at least knowledge for LFS. There is no more dash again on this Jet. They know where he is. They might rotate him, especially with this motion through the A site. This is good for LFS, but the catch off onto V-Black was also pretty damn huge. If they're going to force themselves through the door here without the smoke anymore because, well, V-Black's down, this is going to make that doorway push through tree very, very big as a point of interest. But somehow, some way, my guy, LFS still able to find some access and even the plant on the spike.
Ugh.
Oh, Chef, you madman.
Well, Access Asar, you have been throwing quite a few dams, but LFS, they've been looking like beavers. They've been chewing through everything! And Asta takes a bit of a syringe shot there onto the thigh. It made him look a little bit like, oh, please. Get rid of it. The double jump does not necessarily connect, but the double swing is an even favor. But Josh F doing a little bit of a fancy footwork there.
You failed.
Oh my gosh. That's such a rare situation for a Phantom, too. I'm not entirely sure how that panned out. But, as you mentioned, LFS, Chaos, they thrive, and they will find a way to strong-arm the competition. But unfortunate events happening on the side of LFS, really denying a 3v5 comeback.
Yeah, you think, though, that the double up on Hell was the correct decision here from LFS. And I think for a certain time it was, but I wonder what was happening there going in the heads of Hydra, why he would double up right beside V-Black. That reduced V-Black's ability to strafe back to and fro from fighting end cover. And then because of that as well, I think Xol was just able to perfectly play. And then there was also a point where V-Black just couldn't refrag him because they were just bumping shoulders. So that little bit of adjustment from Hydra just ultimately led to LFS not having, I think, even more effective position. But to be fair as well, they also had to deal with the other person dropping down from heaven.
Which is why we promote good routing. You know, just general movement around the map and spatial awareness is such a big skill. And guys, it has been a few months since me and Asarai have been on the Technical Pause podcast. Welcome back, ladies and gents. It has been
Weren't
miles
we
away.
here like
What?
Like the other day? Day
No,
2?
we were not. No, we didn't have a technical pause
Really?
for us. Not us.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, it
Well, then,
has
good
been
job.
a good minute. Our pilot episode was also on. Was it Split? I can't remember. But now since we're here,
And speaking of
And
pilot
just-
episode, man, we haven't done an episode of our
well, we've been really
our
busy.
podcast in a hot minute. Yeah,
has been a
VPL and
hot
VCTPH together. Yeah, we should
Yeah.
make an episode, I think, by like next week. I'm free.
We have been. Are we really going to discuss this on air, Asarai? What else are we gonna do?
just
Expose our
chill in while we are on the
gemstones?
technical pause.
Yeah. But there's really not much to talk. Oh well, now we have to talk about it. Okay, so I was just about to say there's not much to talk about here on the side of LFS. Against Latham has that Guardian, and everybody else is on a pretty conservative buy. LFS, they do have a decent win rate on these eco rounds, but not because of some sneaky planning, but just because of raw fragging power. And I know that's fairly reductionist of me, but that's really just the truth. Now they have a bit of a window to abuse. And wow, Slatham nearly knocks down Zin there. And it's Exotic actually finding his co-site mate. Zin, despite living, will bring death upon all his enemies. Although he is knocking at death's door himself. Slatham, this classic is pretty much like a sheriff, but V-Black is there. And Asar is right on cue, right? I did say that this team has a decent win rate on these eco rounds just from sheer brute force, blunt force trauma. As V-Black is going to knock Senior Carl, give him a concussion. Naru has no idea where to look. And V-Black with a Requisition Vandal will absolutely splatter Naru's robotic brains on that ascent wall.
my god, this is why V-Black is what he is. He's able to just find all of these shots. My guy, look at that. Just absolutely decimates the opposition. The first 2-3 kills was on the Sheriff. And as you said, the acquisition of the Vandal, just to put a cherry on top. Unfortunately for Naru, his shot connected, but it was a wallbang. It was a headshot, but it was a wallbang headshot, so the damage reduced. And V-Black had plenty of ferocity to spare and basically won the round from LFS there. And speaking of LFS, they've called for the timeout. They know that they've been struggling even through those scuffed buys. They still have to respect that Zin has been a thorn on their side. And speaking of the man, 20-15-2 with the KDA.
Interestingly enough, despite a pop-off, or I'll say a pretty good performance on him, has it been translating in the win? You could say. It's been pretty close. Actually, Exotic has been doing so well too, but everybody else in the supporting cast on the side of LFS, it's just a slight edge over Zol at the moment. So I feel like what's been fairly lacking on the side of, I guess, Zol right now is to take more map control as a unit. Sorry, they've really been going for that, what, 2-1-2 split, 3-1-1 split, and yeah, they've been relying on the Ackers to give enough space for the rotators to come in and obviously do their job. But if they get success in this, then potentially, just potentially for a minute, people will believe that I know what I'm talking about, despite having a weaker buy.
Well, you know what? You do know what you're talking about, but you also have to consider the X. We also have to consider, everybody also has to consider the X factor of Zin. My gosh, this man is just always on the terror. Once again, if they're going to force the hand of LFS to just start pushing through the B site. They know that their opponents are on the weaker weapons, but they have to be careful that a push through the wall is always a possible thing. And look at how they were able to isolate. Oh my god, Zin from out of nowhere. Asta has to wait for this cloud burst, but this gives so much opportunity for them to take back Naru, to take back the numbers advantage, and Asta might even be forced to use his ultimate at this point just to force them back, pick up the spike. But yeah, the Onos is very merited. Is Zin, he's on the very long lurk. And with his opponent having to slow push this every single time, it might be working successfully. Well, no need for Zin to do anything more than what he did already as Josh F finishes it.
I guess this is where we have to expound why Zol being active on the space taking resulted in that win. And just the way we have to put it is that LFS have been burning a lot of time just to have a proper wind-up on these very heavy B hits. So while they have a window of timing that they're still not mentally prepared for the challenge, Zol, just despite getting that one kill, one kill, the push just had to be forced. Now LFS a little more aware of what might happen. Shock dart lineup, and two lineups actually for both these players just to get rid of potentially ubiquitous traps. Now they try to wrestle mid control away. This time it's LFS with the eco. Now if they win this eco, then maybe, just maybe, we should just play cops and robbers with everybody running the pistol. Okay.
Just gonna run it down if they can, if they could. Well, they should. But it's unfortunately being just pushed all the way back. I also have to mention, timing perfect. Should have been perfect for V-Black, but uncharacteristically, his brain lagged. Maybe he was actually making a call for his teammate. In any case, Patman, all he's really got to do is burn as much time, and even if Hydra could do something there, or Naru shuts him down, excuse me. But yeah, I think V-Black was, as you mentioned, right, but previously looking at the minimap or making a call, and unfortunately wasn't able to catch the person right in front of them.
I do believe that Zol, they're way better at sustaining the pressure in comparison to LFS, but granted, they only have pistols there. Now, looking onto this round and going back to my original point, the sustained pressure by the side of Zol has been pretty impressive. Again, they have a lot of preemptive utility, and off of that, they will make the according adjustments. And as vague as that sounds, it looks like they're already preparing for a retake here, Asarai. They're already preparing for a flank 2 on the side of Senior Carl. They only really have that Hunter's Fury. Not Not entirely sure if they want to cancel it, but there you. Oh, you are dead. Apparently, Hydra. And none of those heads are gonna grow back. Not in time. At the very least, it's still Zind being that smooth operator that we know him to be. 9-12. A close matchup suddenly snowballing out of control. Has LFS run out of layers, Asarai?
Oh, have they run out of layers, or is it just more of Zol grooving a whole lot more than we've seen at the start of this game? That looks so scary, to be honest. Like, what was that? Hydra was already prepping up for a null command. It wasn't even given the chance to do so. Hunter's Fury into the Zin op shot combo was just too much for him to handle. Exotic, on the other hand, I think he's been silenced quite heavily by Zin. Both of these guys have been going for first contact. I don't know if we'll see it with the first blood percentage, but it's been solid all throughout. And Josh F, of course, one of the pickups, not gonna back off from also getting them highlights.
What the heck? Sometimes that's the only real reaction we can give, considering that LFS, they just have so many ways of shooting themselves out of a bad situation. It's in with the operator. He's definitely gonna hold on to main if they have full confidence that nobody's playing Jenny, which is very curious why nobody's playing Jenny Asarai, considering they do have a flash with Hydra. With the double up, they find more value in it. Scared that something might be amiss.
One enemy remaining.
It ensues. Exotic. Like I said, how on earth does LFS win these types of situations? And the dash is going to be canceled. All they have to really do is just distract him. Doing a little boogie. Doing the SpongeBob. And Exotic will get the kill on his counterpart. 10-12. I mean, no way we're going to overtime on map 1, right? No way.
I mean, it's very plausible, my guy. Oh my gosh, Zin is like 27 kills already. Out of everything, he's just been so damn strong. But of course, it's not yet over till it's over. Exotic still doing that contact play, or still doing a lot, setting up LFS with those contact plays, giving them a fighting chance. 2 rounds is not a lot of rounds in terms of trying to make a comeback. So it still is very plausible here for LFS to get to that point. Zin though. Oh my god, Zin!
Why though? It's okay. I completely understand.
Came out of me.
Why? Yo, you better get that checked. Why did Slay them try to go for a direct challenge there? You would think that there would be a dart, maybe a drone, but once again, LFS potentially running out of ideas here and maybe layers, but that's a very worrying sign. This is only the first map. Granted, it is Zo's pick. And granted, we did say for the long run, this is pretty much an LFS leaning veto. Doesn't really matter though, Asurai's Exotic trying to read some sort of aggression from the disadvantage they have. But so they're very, very comfortable in just running down the clock. I have no qualms of just chilling. Basically, they're just chilling.
Yeah, they have been chilling for just a good chunk now, as they are just, as you mentioned, no need to really force the trigger, right? No need to. Oh, he heard it. Naru contacted Senior Carl quite immediately, and he's not gonna know, and he's gonna pop off. Look at Senior Carl transferring kills, giving Zin the final blow, and that is just going to be Zol Esports dominating at the last possible round that could have maybe jettisoned LFS to go to that overtime. I know it's going to be 11-12, but in terms of economy, it felt like that was already a good start for LFS to mount that comeback. Unfortunately, again, denied by Zol altogether.
Denied indeed, and LFS still fairly young as a team, and this is exactly one of the strengths that we pointed out with this version of the roster, in that they're very, very used to playing from behind Asarai, and they're not a stranger to momentum being in favor of the opposition. But despite everything, they still pull through. I do kind of find worrying that it was as close as it was, especially on their pick, but a W is a W.
Oh, excuse me. Now let's look at the post-game real quick here. Well, yeah, I'm casting right now, so it can't be excused. But look at this, man. Zin, again, Exotic and Zin were trading blows somewhat equally up until a certain point. And I think the first kills are a very good factor of that. A good chunk of that was just the exchange between the both of them. But somewhere down that path, that struggle, Zin start to pull ahead. And I feel like that was a good metric as to how Zol was able to also transition rounds. Granted, Senor Carl was doing a lot of good things as well, but again, Zin's operator and first kills, I think, were a big factor as well as to how Zol was able to influence rounds into their favor.
Yeah, and you know, as much as I want to try and explain some of these rounds in more detail, it did really come down to just stuff like that. Like, how, man? But in any case, Zol, they did have a bit of a slip-up in terms of being a little passive with the map. When they tried to go for more aggressive plays, that's when they really started to flourish. When they cut down that how do I put this ass right? That pre-sight hit, they defend from the burst fairly well. Now we're gonna go on... Was it Pearl next? I can't remember. My goodness, my memory has not been very sharp today. What was it deciding?
Let me
I think it's...
Yeah, it's gonna be split, brother.
Split. Okay, so LFS split. Very good. At least with the small sample size that we've gotten from that. 3-0, right? So if they do drop this, Zol have been cooking something. I do feel like... Although I could be eating my own words here. I'm trying to like think of what advantages teams really have on each other for the preceding maps. But so far their pacing has been pretty much the same. Master Ash, just Zin has been an absolute demon. He's been an absolute monster, a man possessed.
He has truly been. It was back and forth for both teams. Now going away from the direction of the Jet players, it has been very back and forth for both of them with how the approach has been. But again, Zin has definitely been the biggest factor that has influenced the difference here from both teams. In any case, guys, we are going to go for a quick break. When we do come back, it's going to be game number 2 on Split. Or rather, before that, apologize, we of course have delivering the win with Grab Unlimited and none other than the operator player from that Ascent map, which has been Zol Esports' Zind.
And you gotta say, man, volume, impact, everything was a very complete package for Zind here. And despite the role swaps that he's been enduring, or not enduring, but experiencing these last few days, he was on the Sentinel, found quite a bit of success there too, and now he's back on something that we're more used to. Nothing has changed. It's like as if he's never left. But moving forward, I wonder what else we can get from Zin. I wonder what other agents are going to be coming from his end. Again, we've seen the Jet, we've seen the Killjoy. Are we gonna see something like maybe a Neon or a Raze? Because once again, I feel like that really rounds out a duelist player. The Raze and the Jet, two of the most important things. But before we do get sidetracked, Asterai, are there any final thoughts before we throw this to a very short break?
Well, I am still very much the fan of his chamber as well. So maybe, right, on Split, we'll never know. Anyways, guys, we're going to go on a break. So when we come back, it's Split for game number 2.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the second game of the day, as LFS is still looking for a little bit of success and a little bit of a second chance on our second map, as they did kind of have a little bit of a fumble at the tail end of our opener. But once again, my name is Raph. That handsome gentleman that benches 4 plates is Asterai Gaming, Mr. 225 himself. What is up, my man?
I'm doing good, man. I got caught off guard by that again. Thanks for that intro.
Just like the
But,
first time you tried
yeah.
to do 90 on the bench.
Oh man, I almost made a very big boo-boo there. Ooh. It's like, yeah guys, I feel like I could do it. And then proceeds to load more than an extra 10 kilograms. It's like, oh wait, I'm able to lift this up. This is pretty good. And then I was just falling down. Wait, this isn't the right height. Thankfully you and Black and Blue and Knock were there, or else he would be having a different co-caster at this point.
You know what, Asterai, just to align that with the things that we've been looking at, some of, I guess, the rounds, there were times where maybe potentially LFS overcommitted on some of those plays, potentially loaded up an extra plate, and despite having them having a very impressive launch, just the negative control was not there. So maybe that's one of the biggest reasons why they did drop Ascent. It was still a very, very valiant effort, but they have to pick it up now, because once again, I'm pretty sure they're very excited to take this to Pearl.
You're definitely going to be excited to take this to Pearl. And again, as you mentioned, with the small sample size and everything, this is a very strong map for Abaddon Abyss. Actually, I do want to double check. What was the integration for... sorry, for LFS. You're right. They're not called Abaddon Abyss anymore. I was looking quite quickly on the statistics as to who was playing who on this particular map. So this entire team still on the same configuration. We'll be seeing V-Black as the controller. I thought Exotic was maybe going to go on the Cypher, as he does on Fracture, but no, he still plays as the duelist here. So there shouldn't really be too big of a difference in terms of the iteration for them. I think maybe just Slatham being on the Sage with the double Sentinel, just to expect things. But other than that, still perfectly the same roles, no swapping for LFS.
You know what we have kind of seen fall out of favor, Asterai? It's been the Fade pick. I feel like the Fade pick win rate on pro play has just not been that good, and has kind of lost a little bit of its touch. In fact, we've seen way more Sova than we've seen Fade. And maybe, just maybe, it's how the pro teams have been approaching the game again. They've been valuing quite a bit more range and just hard info instead of raw dueling power. And I guess this was one of the things that I really did not expect, because we don't really have any statistical changes with Fade, at least in the recent patches. So maybe we might see a resurgence on Split.
Isn't it just more because of the fact that, as we were, mentioning, especially in the regular season, the rotation of the maps just revolves around maps that Sova just plays a lot better? Because even Icebox, I would argue that Sova is better than Fade in most scenarios. You would want to have the Hunter's Fury than the Nightfall more than anything else in even clutches of situations, because it's so much more applicable in different scenarios compared to the Nightfall. At least that's what I'm seeing.
Oh, we do actually see that Fade come on the side of Zol here. They do have a very aggressive lineup here, Asterai, and a very stingy one in terms of space. There's going to be a lot of denial, especially with the Breach and the Astra again, that they have been hinging off. I do think there's a little bit more of staying power on the side of LFS here, especially with the double heal. Again, it's not really the biggest thing to worry about, but it's one of those things that could turn the tide of the fight. But I do appreciate the Cypher pick. I still think Cypher is a superior pick over the Killjoy and Split, just because of how Double Cage can have so much impact on that default. Again, you'll always be in a guessing game if either they're gonna commit towards the Heaven push or just hinge off of that.
Yeah, and I think at least compared to any other map as well, right? If you're somebody who's gonna try to play against utility, against the Cypher, Split is where it gets a tad bit more difficult, right? Because if you're close if you're close enough, or even if you're not, you can still hear maybe a Jet go with the updraft, right? Or if put on a certain location, even if you try to updraft over it, at least, or yeah, as the Jet, you'd bump over on something and go back onto the tripwire. And this is just with that. If you're a, let's say, an Omen that tries to step across, there's a lot of really strong angle holds for the Cypher that just makes it easy for him to punish said kind of infiltration plays.
Infiltration,
So, yeah.
subterfuge, stealth. Could be one of the biggest agendas here on both our teams, Aserai. But it seems that both these teams want to go blow for blow here. But nope, not at all. Redirection, maybe misdirection. As like I said, look at that. Cypher's already crawled up towards a heaven here. But that also means that he has no more cages. The guessing game has somewhat begun, but with that smoke, it's going to be telegraphed where LFS is. And Exotic finds a stray kill onto the anchor. Now that side is open for the taking and still no heaven control. Oh, Patman. That is unlucky for you. Still, they do break it. He still has a spooky balloon. What? What? What?
Oh no, that's stun. No stun! No stun, Patman! Okay, alright. He whiffed a couple of the shots to slay them, but he's been damaged, and he still was able to redeem himself with that first kill. That is absolutely huge coming in from him. Rabab's on the corner. Of course, deals with the 2 on the top of heaven. 2 versus 4. They're going to try to get a little bit closer onto the side itself, but it's so difficult with so many angles to just worry about. That was huge from both Patman as well as Rabab's.
Huge, if not large. I don't know where I was going to go with that. It was like the top of my head. Gigantic. Gargantuan. Rabab's massive, as you mentioned. And, you know, LFS, they've been very, very good at taking these pistols. It's really when we hit that third layer of adjustment going into the game is where they kind of struggle. Wow, I didn't actually see that draw animation before. But look at the patience, or rather, just the conservative buy on the side of Zol here. Doesn't seem like they're really willing to challenge anything. And oh, there you go. Wait a minute, is Riri casting? I don't want to put this on her, but the timing is just really uncanny.
She is.
Oh well, what an unfortunate coincidence.
On the other side.
It's not Ray Ray's fault, guys. Come on now.
I mean, has it been transferred to someone else? I feel like it has been, right? I think
Not
Vil has
entirely
been
sure.
the one that's gotten the heaviest of the tech pauses, if not Osiris.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
That is true. You know, there is a lot of superstition in the Valorant community, I have to say. The 9-3 curse.
The
this
9-3
and
curse,
that,
the caster's curse,
Yeah.
the Ray curse.
The panel curse,
How about
basically.
blessing? You know, we know. Truth.
Well, Aserai, here's the thing, right? And I think this is just something we've noticed. You know, when casters, and this is not isolated to just us. This is like a global thing where if they say the call and it happens, people are just like, oh wow, what a good read on the caster side. Move on, you know. But hey, that's our job. Can't really complain. Wow, we're getting really sidetracked here.
True enough. As always, we'd like to tell you guys to just chill, you know, get yourself some nice little orders with Grab Unlimited again, free for your first month. And enjoy such fine delicacies. You know what? I was able to, you know, procure some halo for
What?
me and my family yesterday. Halo.
I know, but why would you call it that? You know,
What?
just feel like
Dessert. yeah.
I get it.
No, I think I made a mistake. It was the accent.
What? Come on, man.
But yeah. Halo.
Yeah, I know. Stop trying to explain. I know, dude. Relax. Brother, man.
All right, we've gone through the tech pause. It's fine. We're good now. We're back on the game.
Yes, we are back in the game, Aserai. As in, would like to procure himself a nice headshot, but Senior Carl finds an aware V-Black, unfortunately for them. LFS, maybe clear the right corner. They do, but that is just not enough on the side of the Classic. They're not on in any universe, really. Slay them is going to just power through this Asterai. Would I still say this is winnable? Yes, absolutely it is still winnable, but with the lack of utility and just raw firepower here on the side of Zol, it's pretty tricky.
They still have to deal with one underneath on Hell there. Josh F slowly trying to creep up as his teammate tries to give him that long-range support system. Artillery from the distance, but fortunately not going to be enough. Slaythem has picked up a whole bunch of takedowns already here, man, and he's about 2 charges away from his ultimate. That's really good, considering now that this is going to be the bonus for Zol in this 3rd round.
Absolutely. And I think we had a pretty long discussion about this this map specifically, in that in recent years, or in recent memory, it hasn't really leaned towards the defenders as heavily as it did early in its lifespan. It's honestly become like a decent 50-50 map, if you really think about it. Because on what planet did we normally see attackers get that initial swing off? Now it's pretty common, you know, and there was even a time last year where it would take 6 rounds for the defense to adjust. So Split, after all those small changes, has made this such an interesting map.
Yeah, it's one of my beloved maps, to be honest, because the reward of the close quarter combat is always felt, right? And speaking of which, that's one of those examples. It just feels very good, and you know that you get such a huge amount of control because of that. Look at the quick adjustment here for Zol. They are willing to just back away first. Naru just looking if there's going to be any pushers on the top of B. Quick fade away flash, but seems like LFS here not really going to get phased by it, although that high ground control from Patman could get snuffed out quite quickly.
Oh.
This is going to be a one and done for him. If he doesn't kill, this is going to be good. If he doesn't, this is going to be a quick wipe. But of course, Josh F with the Nano Swarm does make it worthwhile. But as I mentioned, dude, look at that. Slay them. He's brought back his teammates to life. 3 versus 2.
2 rifles and a sheriff. Of course, a dream in the back of their pockets. LFS try to hold on, but that res is just not enough to maintain the numbers advantage, although that is going to be enough time. Sound spots are there. And wow, Slay them. Really finding value in such dramatic fashion here is Naru. Where can he really go? It seems that he's found himself in a bit of a conundrum here. He doubles back again. Time is still burning. He has to take into consideration that these weapons... Oh, and I take a pause as Rababs, who's been an absolute unit for LFS, go and steal that anti-eco away. Like you mentioned at the beginning of the round, they are unfazed, Asterai. And like I said, man, Split, interesting map with interesting turns of events here. I don't know how to feel about the Nano Swarm really catching up to you, or any mollies really, when you're vertical like that, because it kind of doesn't make sense, like physics-wise.
There's a certain distance vertically where the Nano Swarm doesn't do damage, but if you just jump, yeah, you're right. It still sizzles underneath you.
Yeah.
Or does it? I actually can't remember. I think it sizzles underneath you for like a couple microseconds. So it shouldn't, but because you jumped and dropped down to the ground very quickly, the damage just keeps rolling for the Nano Swarm. Anyways, they won't be dealing with that anymore because Josh F has just been bamboozled, has just been picked off clean, leaving Zol to once again retake the A site.
Indeed. This is quite a conundrum that Zol have to be dealing with here. They do manage to get some weapons on their side, and the post plan is still going to happen here, Acer. I don't think Zin has a dash anymore. Senior Carl, very, very close. Let's try to back up those trades, and they want to get as much value as they can with these compact duels. Exotic, already very antsy here, but the lone rifle on the side of Zol has been dealt with. Senior Carl is quick on the trade, but V-Black, too fast. The ever-consuming darkness. And maybe, just maybe, we'll get that magic number 6 again, Asterai, before Zol can finally adjust.
that, or Slatham just carries this team to victory, because look at how much impact he's already gotten once again. Top fragging, able to just get the follow-ups. Even on the bonus of LFS, he is enter fragging so well. Exotic doesn't really need to follow up because Slatham is incredibly comfortable here. Zol, of course, they've allowed Split to, well, shift through the map veto. This time they're feeling the hurt of things. As you mentioned, it still could turn the tide of Zol here, but they still have to respect that they gotta slow down the pace because LFS is starting to roll a lot harder this time around.
So one thing that I like about Split, and I'm not entirely sure how to describe this in a simpler way, but there are a few coaches and some analysts that agree with me in that Split, especially in rotations and just the way you handle the map, sometimes have to go away from the norms of the roles, right? It's just the way the map is laid out. I wish I could explain this better, maybe in some other time, maybe if we have a little bit more room to really gather our thoughts, but just in that vein, right, LFS has just been super fluid in taking the site. They have been super fluid in just holding down on it. And when push comes to shove, they've really been denying so much control over the side of Zol, despite Zol having a more control-oriented lineup. It really is such a bedazzling fact.
Did talk about how you wanted to see the Fate as well, and how he hasn't really gotten as much love as we were kind of hoping for, as much control as they were kind of hoping for. But Zol, even though they do have that much control, right, these cursed technical pauses, but yeah, going back to what you were mentioning, even though Zol do have that huge amount of control, it's more of like, even if they do have the control, there isn't any player from them that can follow up while they're using that control. You know what I mean? Because the big problem here is LFS, they're just able to punish so much faster or stem the problem before it takes root.
Prevention is better than the cure. And Zol, there's a little stumped here, right? How are they supposed to adjust? I feel like they haven't really had too much presence in A main, perhaps. Oh, not A main, sorry, A heaven. And we've talked about how pivotal that position of the map is, especially on the defending side, or rather, frankly, on any side, really. But we haven't really seen too much of... I feel like the breach impact, honestly, where the flashes, where all the stuff that makes breach. I mean, I get it, you know, this...
Yeah,
has been such a daunting task for Zol, especially with LFS having such a grand start at this, right? Too many equals being stolen away and too many close calls dodged by the ex-Abaddon squad.
that is very concerning though, because you can see right now, at least, even if Naru's trying to use his utility, it hasn't converted into much, if not anything, at least for now. And you kind of see that with the assist just being flat at 0. Again, it's not the be-all end-all, but when it's 0 and it's already been this amount of rounds, and you know that your teammates need a bit of impact as well, at least there is a bit of change that is not to what they were kind of hoping for. No way Slatham still hits that. No way they're able to isolate Zin, and he gets away, and now they can back all the way through the B site after getting so many picks. Josh F, I don't think he was able to hear that massive rotation, because right now the whole enchilada is going on the opposite end. Wait!
What?
You see me lag?
What? Yes. That
Wait,
was,
did he TP on the back of B?
I think so. I mean, small mistakes
Yeah,
perhaps,
because
right?
he should have been able to clear through. Yeah. As when I was looking at the minimap, he just appeared on spawn from somewhere. Maybe just was a visual issue. But okay,
No
I think
way.
he did go just to the back of B.
Ooh.
No way, indeed. Slatham. Yeah, even breaks the lockdown.
What is up with Sages lately? I mean, the Sages have been popping off, man. Aeonix is another. Slay them now. And I think the other day, Witch was also playing Sage. My memory could be failing me again and confusing me with Split 1. But it's been a blur. what isn't a blur is this lead built by LFS. So much clarity and just undeniable force. Again, as I was saying at the beginning of the series, man, Zol letting Split and Pearl go, maybe less Pearl, more Split, is so curious.
Whether it's a read of confidence or they're like, maybe we can beat them here. Never know. Still though, they are looking for that formula. Fortunately here, the formula hasn't really been up to par to standards. Now coming into the corner, we do see it's going to just be a Rababs holding the location here.
My
But
lord.
that webcam, that camera is so huge. They're lining up though. This could be the big punish if Patman can convert, which he does. Patman gets slapped by Slatham. All right, hold on. Zin, Exotic gets back. 3 bullets though in his weapon and he has to reload. Oh, that is unfortunate. Picks up a weapon that had very, if close to no bullets at all in LFS. Gosh.
Okay.
Look at the kills on Zol, man. Single digits and even below 5.
Hear me out. This is the magic 6th round that I was talking about that was so prevalent in last year's split. Or was it 2nd split? Yeah. Zol is probably going to adjust now. If they don't, then troublesome. Troublesome indeed. I feel like I'm underselling it a little bit Aserai, but now we see Zol do a little bit more activity on their side. This double cage is going to be proving, or is rather has proven to be such a big problem on their end. And LFS being the consummate professionals they are, they leave nothing to the imagination. Throw every single bit of utility here, and everything hits its mark, just like a well-oiled machine. An Exotic, though, very rare chance, or rather a very weird timing. He misses potentially 2 kills here, but Patman will figure out where Slatham is. And now, suddenly everything is falling apart. It looked so good for a moment there for Zol. A window of opportunity, but shut right on their fingers. This is looking brutal. Magic number 6, maybe lucky number 8 for them. But what do the numbers mean? LFS, their control's just a little too crazy right now. And I think this is probably one of the rare anomalies that we've seen on the pro circuit where we've had this much of a lead on the attacker side.
For Split, yes.
Yeah, for
think,
Split specifically.
But at least, yeah, for Split specifically. But at least, can't forget the Lotus one with, gosh, I keep forgetting the team already. I had it in my notes again.
What was it?
It was Dear Darling. Yeah, anyways, I'll come back to that because there's going to be a huge, just basically whole bamboozle of abilities on top of the B site. Slatham is expended by it. They push back Exotic, and this is what Zol were actually looking for. Rolling Thunder from Naru to keep the pressure on. Zin, though, gotta be careful. Could get spotted as he tries to get that takeoff. Fortunately, will get gutted. And this full commit getting shut down ever so slowly. Patman's right here. Has the help of Josh S, but they know Patman's right then and there. 2 more. Oh, if he can hit the shot, it's going to be crucial, but gets blinded by the Seekers. Oh, the humanity at LFS bring it back for the 8-0.
8-0, Aserai, and I have to say, this is just surprising, appalling, really. Considering Zol is one of the more systematic teams and one of the more practiced teams, for them to crumble like this, maybe it's just unfamiliarity. Again, the data on Split, just not that much of a sample size. The panel did bring it up. But I do believe LFS is 3-0, looking to be 4-0 on this map. Mochi, what's wrong? Seems to be upset about something. Maybe it's Zol's shaky defense that's riling up my lovely pet. Rababs still finding value this double cage, and he hears that sound cue, but Senior Carl still finds him through the mist, through the disturbances, I would assume. Patman still has that Nightfall too, Aserai, so with this 4v5, they can really put the pressure on, but maybe Patman's biting off a little too much. as Exotic is gonna sink his teeth, but break his jaw. Trying to take this heaven, and Patman doesn't back out, but Naru provides a perfect hold. All up to V-Black. To clutch this out, but 8 HP. I don't know about this one.
Yeah, just gotta have to V-Black just looking for value other than clutching the round. Couple of kills, maybe. As good as it can get. Making a lot of noise on B main here. As he really just wants to get that initial blow. Josh F not giving him any satisfaction. He's actually technically alone, even though he does have the help of Zin here.
30
It's
seconds left.
not really up to what he was expecting. Quick little stun. No noise from V-Black. Smoke's about to dissipate in a couple of seconds. Timing is going to be ever so crucial. And Josh F. Well, patience is key, and patience leads to perseverance, and perseverance leads to reward.
Huh. That was a lot of words, man. 1 leads to 2, 2 leads to 3.
Remaining.
But in any case, Aster,
Direction.
I do agree with a lot of your points there. You know, Zol, I did say this too, and Aster has mentioned it countless of times, that they're not a team that's a stranger to fighting out of the trenches. They're very, very good at making these comebacks, but they need a bit of a better cushion, considering that their team should be winning these utility shuffles and kind of driving home the point that I feel like Cypher just has that much more benefit on the attacking side. We see the value of Killjoy, yes, if you want to play super compact with your team, but that double cage is something else. And Zin finds a peeking Exotic, and Exotic will remain extinct for the remainder of the round here. LFS now thinking what they should do. The Nightfall is there, but they still are within the safety of their side of the map. And Slay Them has a wall and a res. Nobody's really far enough on the side of Zol. Oh, I stand corrected. It's actually Zin still peering down the lane with that operator. Patman, I love the patience. Still has a full belt of utility. Could kill every single member of LFS here. Slay Them, who's been outstanding in this map, has burnt his res, but with that complete blind, Zin escapes, but not before getting tagged up here. Pressure is on still, Aserai, but LFS, they have not vacated the rest of the area. They have an opportunity here as Zol have not fully committed the rotate, and V-Black is going to create it. He goes for a very, very open teleport here. He is going to be discovered by that tick, and that is going to be the end of Zin's operator. Still going for the mobility play here. Patman coming alive at the most crucial times. V-Black, oh my goodness. An absolute beast. A huge 3K to turn the tides and a paranoia for the ages. 3v2 still has an ult that he can use to scout. And call me an oracle. Asta just waiting for that flash to come out. Killjoy lockdown already being expended here. LFS have no choice but to back out if they can. But they instead go for the riskier route. And Rababs removes yet another hostile element towards this retake. Naru's walking out into the arms of death. And Zol, an investment, a sacrifice. But no boons, only Bane coming their way.
The biggest problem here is it feels like there's just a bit of a lack of step. Look at how quickly they were able to expend him in V-Black. This was his round, man. Everything that he just did was there to get control of the round. What was curious from Zol here is I don't think they realized how risky it was, or not unrisky it was, to just peek through what was that again? Through the back of A, or rather screens, excuse me, just to see if somebody's gonna try to exit out from the site, because they already know that the lockdown was gonna occupy a good chunk of the site, except for that very most right back position of it. So it's either that or they try to cross back onto a main here. And you never see Zol really wanted to go for the fight. They were setting up so much utility that other than that, they didn't really get the crucial information to play off of.
So much information. Potential analysis paralysis, Asterai. Just, again, overstimulation, perhaps. And I have to, once again, give credit to LFS. They have been keeping these hits simple. They have been cycling their utility very, very well. And it never felt like there was a deficit to really make up for in terms of utility. Zol, man, that's tough, buddy. They're still trying to crawl back from this one. And they have positioned themselves in a very, very dangerous spot. Now they take a little more proactivity towards mid, hoping that they catch out any rotators or any would-be sneaky boys on the side of LFS. But Exotic, again, will be the sacrificial lamb. Is that enough space and time to really sell this, though? But the bots are going to come alive. There's movement on the opposite side of the map, but V-Black, I'm not too sure about this. That was so scary, man. That was so incredibly scary. But now they have to play the guessing game here. Naru has that E available for him. Oh, no. Do they know? Does LFS know that there's one more member? And V-Black playing hero yet again, finding a crucial pick, but everywhere else is crumbling for him. Rabab's trying to help the situation, but Zol finally take a second round on the board here. Astrai setting themselves up for a potential 9-3 reverse.
9-3 reverse. I like that over the curse, as this is the course that Zol are trying to put themselves on to change the direction of how this entire second game has just gone against them. It looks perfect from LFS, at least in the second game, how they're able to approach so many of these fights. And what at least does good for the favor of Zol is 3 of them about powwows. They got the walls, they got the Rolling Thunders and whatnot, and Patman and teammates, they're just running it down as quickly as they can. They're trying to negate, to disrupt the offense, and it looks like it's working.
Well, this is exactly what led to their success on Ascent. The more proactive they were in taking forward space away from LFS and preventing that burst, just gave them a second wind to really erupt, maybe rise from the ashes. But LFS, still a decent, if not amazing lead on the attacking side. It's again a bit of a rarity here. Attention, 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 and aggro has been pulled. A tell, perhaps. And so, look at this. Look how far Patman has infiltrated enemy lines. Senior Carl still has that wall, but will be unavailable for him. Josh F trying to find a band-aid solution. Naru is also here to provide a few more hands. But man, they don't know where the last 2 members are. And Zol, they get that third round. A very, very brutal and very agonizing climb back to the top. LFS, hopefully, and I mean hopefully, they don't drop the lead this time around.
Oh, that twice water though. It all starts with a single step, Samurai. It's more of like, wake up, Samurai. All right, anyways. Going off topic here.
No. That's exactly how the game starts. It's basically 9-3. Think about it.
Of course, it has to go that way. You know what? We always have to say it in that regard, right? And just we have to just make the words prettier.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, Mr. Silverhand himself has pretty much inflated his value in some of the stories. And if you are a fan of the books, you know what I'm talking about. That fight between him and Adam Smasher was not as close as he would like to lead us to believe. But we are going to be looking at yet another maybe pro tag story here on the side of Zol. Get bruised up a little bit on that first half. Maybe, just maybe charge up that, again, plot armor. But Exotic, still a little wary here. Asar, he has been the first pick for quite a few rounds now. He doesn't want to repeat that same process for his team. But if that is what it takes to lead them to success, then he is incredibly willing. But the retake is here. Exotic, instead of being the first to fall, he's the first to kill. And blood spilled everywhere. This has become a bit of a pit of malice. And LFS, they enjoy, they revel in that success. They barely have enough time. Just don't let go, man. There you go. Ooh.
6 seconds. That's still plenty of time, to be honest. In any case, right? With how LFS are just so dominant on split, we could be looking at a straight up game number 3 right now, with Zol struggling to find any form of control at this point. Exotic just dropped down, and he dropped Senior Carl. And crazy performances all together. Is there going to be... Yep, there it is. The force buy from Zol. It's a risk. They know that their opponents have the better weaponry as well as the range. If V-Black spots this, this is going to be deadly. But they do set up with explosion in mind. Quick picks, quick takes, as well as the post-plant. But with these weapons, they can't really play far back, can they? They have to find the picks right here or right now. And that Zin pushed through the smoke. He's been doing it in the previous game. He's going to do it now. And that is an excellent, excellent start to the force buy of Zol.
I think this is going to be a timeout from any of the sides here. But Rababs, wow, peppering them down with the Blast X. Slay them, slaying everybody where they stand. And that 999 stands for the damage he's doing. A clean 2v2 here. Both SMGs, maybe a rifle about, but man, what a Goomba stomp on Rababs. Flattens and concaves Patman's head here. Josh F. Little scared of what might happen here in the double swing. They're both so low, but Rababs! Unlucky number 4 for him. Zol, so close yet again. And now a stifled by and potentially a wounded mental going into the next round.
As long as Rababs and, well, Slatham is still breathing, for Split, there is nothing Zol can do at this point to stop them from mounting such a strong round. And all of that, man, they're going to have to forfeit this one, push it to the 3-12, unless these Sheriffs can deal the impact necessary. But I don't think that's ever happened, at least here on Split against LFS. Any case, looking into things, it's looking at the possibility of Pearl here is very, very much real.
Well, this is probably the most map, or rather the map that has the most strikes to counter, if you know what I mean. That's exactly what I was alluding to earlier, as V-Black, man, they are just driving this home now. Is this the call for Zol? What is that collateral by Patman? But unfortunately for him, LFS have too much insurance. And my, Aserai. I have to say, though, despite having this monstrous lead, LFS just don't seem like they're rushing things. Everything has been paced so perfectly. And this frag distribution and difference is kind of crazy at the moment. Actually, no, it's not. It's fairly even. I really like the systematic look from LFS is what I'm trying to say. They do have that shades of, yes, let's just W key if we have to. But if we cannot win by brawn, then we will use our brain.
Other than that, Slatham has just been such an impact player in this whole particular Split map. And a lot of the rounds where they're also able to impact even more is rounds where Slatham has already garnered so many kills that his resurrection is up so quickly. Oh, Exotic. He's been sucked in. That is what Zin was kind of hoping for. The setup was huge. Smoke's about to drop down right here, but he's getting spammed so hard. And Zin, was he able to pick it up? And, well, throw it closer to them than it is to the opponents?
Yeah.
Op, I mean?
I feel like that's another thing that they have to worry about, Asar. They have to protect the guns now. LFS, they've just been so fantastic with just throwing out all these check utilities that Zol not really had enough time to wind up for a bigger attack. But in any case, V-Black. Oh no, Zin, we saw the idea there. But a little bit of misfortune on the side of LFS, or rather Zol. But Patman, he will keep things together. Again, so reliable in the clutch. And look at Senior Carl. Undiscovered, Asta surrounded, and potentially outgunned. And the potential has been realized. Zol climbing back so slowly, yet surely perhaps. But that was the bonus, and the damage has been done. LFS, they are ready to swing that final blow. They can see that icon above the head of Zol Aserai. All they have to do is press G.
Press the G. Well, ready, set, go.
Eyes up.
Okay. Let's see how this works in their favor now. Zin's got the blades, setting it up. Ooh, this could be risky though. He has to also look for the tripwires himself, unless they have a fade they can do basically just that with the Prowlers. That's going to be a step in the right direction because it leaves Zin to focus more on the picks and the other utilities than anything else, and not expending his efforts. Again, holding the screens valiantly alongside Batman.
Valiantly indeed.
Huge.
Oh.
Yeah.
Huh? How did Josh F just crawl through that? I mean, I love the confidence and I love just the bravado. They know that they can't pull any punches, Asterai, so they are just literally throwing everything, even caution, to the wind. Zol get another round for themselves. But they have to realize LFS will have a very, very strong bank. Mochi, please. My dog tried to jump on me. That was a very interesting sequence of events. As LFS looking to find that killing blow. As Zol, they're doing a great job of hiding their weak spots right now. But as I mentioned, LFS, I'm trying to decide if this is a good timeout or a bad timeout. I feel like it could have happened in the previous round, but once again, this is still enough space for them to really recollect their thoughts. The side of Zol, they have, I mean, does it really matter now that they have enough to buy? Because they have to be perfect now, Asarai.
They really have to be. But, okay, I will say, from 4 to 12, 5 to 12, again, 5 to 12 is much easier than the 4 to 12 difference. But, feeling-wise as well, it feels like it's very doable for Zol, especially if they're up to this point where the momentum feels a lot better for them. They look a lot more decisive, a lot, when you look at how they push, it's a lot surer. But of course, that is up against LFS without the full force, without the full buys. And Exotic has gone straight for the operator, and we usually know how that kind of goes here. Senior Carl's hoping that maybe he can find Slatham moving through Rafters for an easy pick. Unfortunately, Slatham is a little bit too, well, safe for that. I do love how Zol have been utilizing the Prowlers to clear out the trips in the closer distance so that Rababs can't go for these free kills. Anyways, ooh, that is going to be huge. But not taking down Zin is a huge, huge upset. Smokes, though, to keep the rest of the players not checking him out, and he hits a shot on Nara. Traces it absolutely perfectly. Hold on. Josh F and teammate trying to kick some waves. 3 versus 3, but they need to pick up the spike first. There's time, but the cross, it's guarded by the defenders. They somehow managed to actually pick it up all the way to the default. And this is where the real fight begins.
The real fight, the real bout, the main card, and the Haymakers, they swing left, right, center. Ducking and weaving are the remaining members of LFS. And an overhand to the jaw of Patman absolutely obliterates them. And we are moving to a third map, Asarai. Now, I am fairly curious why they decided to stick with the jet pick. That's not bad here. I think she's okay. The operator notoriously weak on this map too, so maybe just going against the kid of Exotic, but despite all those things, did such a great job of just still providing space for his team to succeed. And I feel like the standout person here really, well, actually it's between, I think, a Slatham and Rababs who've anchored it down for our boys over at LFS.
I gotta say, aside from Rababs, dude, was a demon in that first half. There was just no stopping him on the Sage. He looked stoppable almost all throughout the second game. And with that being said, man, we get ourselves a Pearl match. I am excited about this because this time we will see again a head-to-head between both of these teams who show such great proficiencies on the map that they selected for themselves. Again, to remind everybody that LFS did select Split as the second map on their veto, and now we go to our decider once more. So with all that being said, let's just look at the stats real quick. How many first kills do we have and who had the most impacts? 309 for Slate first. Was there any doubt? But right behind him, V-Black as well had the craziest amount of TP plays. A lot of cojones with how he just, you know, TPs into enemy territory, even if he's playing around his dark cover.
And that's what Omen says. You know, that's my favorite quote in the entire game. That's all he says. But like you mentioned, a lot of
What
raw
does he say?
playmaking that we are going to... Oh, you didn't hear that? All he just says is, the best quote in the game, Omen. Like I mentioned, I really feel like the cages provided so much early, I guess, pressure on the side of Zol, or rather on LFS, that Zol couldn't reliably have aggression towards Ram just because. And whatever is happening to Zol right now, I guess they have to chalk it up to, hey guys, this is still a series. Pearl is still arguably one of their best maps. We have to try to soldier on. Asterize, Senior Carl, and really the rest of the gang kind of disappeared in this one.
One enemy remaining.
Well, they just weren't able to find their, how do you say this, their groove at this point. Everything just stopped so efficiently well by LFS.
Enemy remaining.
This is what I love about LFS, man. They always have that one player that can always create the purpose plays. They had no issues. I might not be having issues right now, but they're not having any issues as we are delivering the win with Grab Unlimited. And of course, it's LFS's Slatham to bring you that final blow.
Do you want to know why I love LFS?
Why?
Because they're from Cebu. You know, the people are like, oh yeah, of course this Monocaster is gonna like, yeah guys, of course. I mean, you know, rep the hometown. And they've also just developed really, really well. My biggest issue, and of course I'll be hypercritical with teams that come from where I am from, is that it's always been gunfights first. LFS had a systematic approach, and I appreciate that because it really rounds out the entire kit. And I said this in Split 1, I'm really hoping to see more of them in the future because this core has a very, very, very bright future ahead of them. We already see them make Juggernauts bleed. How much more if they develop the chemistry? Enough of that, Asrai. They still have one more challenge to face, and that is going to be the Zol Pearl, one of their fortresses, one of the original bastions. But do you have any closing thoughts before we throw this to a very, very short break?
I'm just happy we're going to get started with game number 3, man. Anyways, yeah, we're going to go on that break. When we come back, it's going to be Pearl. We're bringing you guys back the action here once again at VCTPH Split 2 with the match with LFS as well as Zol Esports. That game number 2, man, that split was just a thing of beauty from LFS. If we have Game of Alpha who dominates on Lotus, the team that dominates Split as of now has got to be looking for a sponsor, also known as X Abaddon Abyss.
That is true. That is absolutely true. A sentiment that I will not disagree on. And until other teams prove their worth on Split, then they will remain on top of that hill, and they will really die on it. But now they are traveling to the opposite ends of the earth. We are gonna go right under the Atlantic Ocean. We're going into Pearl, a map that's also incredibly slow, and today has been incredibly slow. Very uncharacteristic for some of these teams, and you know, you would assume that LFS would be the team to have the most explodes, but really they've just slowed it down. They've had so much room to really wind it up.
They have actually really been able to do that, and honestly, it's always good to see that because, as you mentioned, you're a huge supporter of the LFS team because, again, they're the homegrown Cebuano roster. And aside from that, I've also been a fan of this particular team when V Black was, again, still I think a fledgling competitor. He showed a lot of a lot of promise, and the growth really is felt, especially right now in 2023. So with all that being said, very much looking forward to seeing how this team keeps going and coming into map number 3. On the flip side, for Zol Esports, gotta say how just Zin has, I think, all right, out of all the Jets, right, just as I'm trying to create my thoughts here, who do you think is the strongest Jet that we have right now in the PH roster? If I can maybe name just 2,
Are we
your
just gonna
selection be?
Are we just gonna isolate
just,
Jet mains, or just performances overall?
Primarily Jet players. If they can switch up, it's fine, but they don't have to be like a straight up Jet. Well, we're still waiting for the agent select.
I still think Ja is the best Jet we have on PH, because his mastery of just backing out and using the kit as a whole and his decision making solidifies him on top, but he hasn't necessarily had the highest volume in terms of Jet usage. So if we just isolate that to what, minimum 5 maps Jet, or just like what, 4 picks Jet, then I would have to say Zind is really there on top in terms of volume and just consistency of his performances. Again, very, very difficult to pinpoint where he's had a low point. Who would be my number 2 for the Jet? Let me think. I think Exotic would be close, but I feel like the performances on the side of Zind have been not much more impressive.
Honestly, I was about to say the same thing as well. I know that we have, a lot as well on the line list, such as Georgie, and as you mentioned with Ja. But
that's true.
I really have been turned in terms of impact with Zin as well as Exotic, because I feel like they bring something so different to the teams that they're playing on. With Zin, it's just absolute. How do you mention this? There's 2 different playstyles. For Zin, it's utter confidence in how he is able to overwhelm opponents, and for Exotic, it's a mixture of his confidence plus his crazy reaction time. Right, Zin is able to anticipate his opponents a lot better, but then Exotic, he's just able to react to his opponents a lot faster. At least that's how
I feel like
see
it is. I feel like it's a mortal sin for me to forget about Georgie, of course. Then again, it's like,
of course,
it's kind of like if this was the NBA. It's kind of like LeBron. LeBron's gonna do LeBron things. He's probably gonna average like 23, 4, 8, and you're just like, oh yeah, he's always used to doing that. But let's just put this in terms of recency, because I feel like Georgie is in a class of his own. He's definitely evolved into a more disciplined player, and in turn, a complete player. So, I guess body of work, Georgie sits on top. Man, this is actually kind of difficult, Astra, if we just really narrow it down. Signature, I think iconic. The most iconic right now, Georgie. You know it's gonna be Georgie. The man, the myth, the burning sun of the Boracay Jet is just insane, right? But then again, you have one of the best operator players, if not the best operator player in the game right now, or at least in our region, Ja. So, there's just so many factors you have to take into account. This could be on the podcast. Nah, I'm kidding. I'm absolutely kidding. We're talking about it here right now.
Well, we are still, just waiting for the game to begin. I don't know if I'm having the issues right now, because I think my mic is slowly dying on me. So hopefully not, because I know, man. I don't know what's happening. Well, this trusty thing has been casting with me through all the online broadcasts that we've had. So Hopefully, it's not heard by our wonderful, wonderful chat right there. Anyways, Agent Select is already prepared for you guys. Let's get into things, as Pearl is our final destination, not the movie, because that's hella scary. Never want to be in that kind of experience because, but yes, it excites me that we are here for game number 3.
Well, Sleetham could be the transporter to, like you said, the final destination for Zol, as he's been so consistent and a tried and tested composition on the side of LFS here. The signature Phoenix on Exotic, that's been an absolute wrecking ball. And now we look at Zol, who have a slight variation on their end. Instead of having a fade, they go for the sky, so that's going to be extra flashing power. However, not a lot of reliable information. So we have heavily inspected LFS as a team who play on Pearl. And I think what they have been lacking, or at least just in general of their kit, they've been keen on ignoring mid in terms of control and just prefer those heavy side takes. So maybe that's something Zol can keep an eye out for. Well, in any case, a lot of thinking to be done, Aserai, and a lot of time to really scrub over this game or rather this series as a whole.
So speaking of this series as a whole, right, I think it has been a good indicator as well as to what the power level is for our certain players here, or certain teams right now. That being said, Pearl, I feel like has been pretty good, much more for Abaddon than it has been for SR or for Zol Esports when they were SR Nakage. I remember Abaddon pushing the limit against their opponents. In any case here right now, right? Gotta go straight into the pistols. Flash already from Patman here to at least aggress. And what? Whose wall is this? Is that Naru's? In any case, yeah, it was. So it basically stops the offense of LFS.
And turn, it also stops the response of Zol. So an eye for an eye, but if that is what we're going to be reduced to, the whole world will go blind. It doesn't really matter though, as LFS, they regroup somewhere else. They find better footing onto how they want to manage this map. Already the early scouting on the side of Zol. As I mentioned, LFS, they do kind of at mid control. Oh, but a misread on the side of Zol. They think that a rehit might happen, might occur. And this Killjoy utility is going to have a slight delay after, right? And with Senior Carl leading the charge, and a big double kill for him. Maybe a third. A fourth, only in his imagination. But the value, the damage, and the death has been laid upon the entrance of B.
Last player standing. Spike down B.
Well, no matter what the outcome is, Zol, they recover very well from that, again, that split map, which showed the strengths of LFS. This time around, they're going to have the superior weaponry. Maybe what we're looking for is Zol to aggress a little earlier and establish that control and not give LFS the time to really go for those heavy hits. Now, though, we have a set play towards mid. Art might be a bit of a problem position.
Yeah.
So they already know where LFS is going to be coming from, and the gravity well is just going to delay them that much more, Aserai.
That much more indeed. Hopefully the viewers can hear me right now, because there is going to be that is shouted from the heavens by LFS. Hear me roar, hear me push, and hear me do things, as they overwhelmed the lone defense of Patman right then and there. V-Black is just here outside. Naru's patience might pay off, because right now this is going to be rather useful for him. Quickly charges upon it. Zin helps him out. There's the big flash, and they're able to hold on very, very efficiently, leaving Rababs by himself. No more heals, 50 HP. And as he tries to find any form of control here, he still has to deal with Zin, who is holding very steadily once again on that angle.
Holding that angle and holding strong. Zol secure that bonus round for them. Rather, that anti-eco round. Not much losses here. And I fear that the LFS have actually been red on Aserai. You remember when Phoenix was not as common in our region, at least on Pearl? Now it seems with the sample size we've been given, quite a bit of our players have taken many ideas from LFS and have been using it successfully. Now LFS, they have to learn how to play against their own comp.
Ooh. You have to play against that composition that they not very much used to right now. Zin also is... Honestly, I didn't know that Zin is proficient with another agent in terms of the duelist role other than the Jet in competition. Because I remember I saw him using the Raze before, but I don't think I remember him using the Phoenix as well as this. In any case, right, with all of the performance that he's done now, again, the run it back presence is definitely going to be felt. In any case, there it is quite quickly. Slatham does find some access into the back of the site, but they're taking so much damage already here. The trades looking slightly in the favor of LFS, or rather in the favor of Zol, but with the remaining players a step behind, LFS still has some bite back. V Black and Asta playing very slowly as they respect Naru. Might have been able to pick off himself a weapon. This wall gives him a bit of coverage, but it also blocks the line of sight against the rest. If he can pick this up, he has a weapon. But he has no first where they've actually tucked themselves in. And big problem to that is with 2 versus 1 as quickly as he peeked out.
LFS, speed and momentum potentially going their way. But this is pretty much the standard start. You know, 2-1. Zol have been responding in kind. And I love that Naru has been super proactive with the stage play, if not optimal, right? LFS, they have to be a little more sharp on their toes. Otherwise, Zol could steal us away. Again, they fought so hard for split. And that blind is beautiful by Patman. They are just swinging for the fences. But my goodness, Zin had more volume, Exotic had more precision. Naru looking if there are any people that would greet this as hard as he would like. But nope, not at all. Josh F has so much control over mid. Senior Car also a massive flank for him. And now LFS suddenly cornered, trapped. Where do they go? They have to find some sort of contact, some sort of reprieve somewhere else in the map. And they have been pretty much funneled into A here, Aserai. They prepare for the hit. Exotic does have run it back. Can he make A site a stomping ground? Oh my goodness, Patman. He has just been an absolute monster. Again, the later the series goes, the more he is activated. Exotic cannot find the kill, and he's all alone. One flash. Rather, a molly and a blaze wall to his name. But not much else. Trying to see if there are any Zol members on the flank. There could be, potentially. That's all. They play super patient now.
30 seconds
Exotic looking to find a stray head. Looking to plaster some brains on the walls of Pearl. But in this underwater tomb, only one team, rather only one person can fit. He does find a Vandal, so maybe he's potentially baited out a reaction here. But the timing, sir. Oh dear.
Wow, that's just unfortunate for Exotic there. But the map control really felt, as you mentioned, all throughout, especially with Patman. His flash timings have been on point for the most part. And once again, in the span of about 5 rounds, he's almost going to have his Seekers once more here. That's just going to add even more insult to injury. Actually, wait, I'm thinking he had Seekers on the previous game as well. Maybe I'm just overlapping my my recollection here. But in any case, oh, that's a pretty good wall that actually allows you to still get the orb. Sometimes you can put it straight in the middle of the walls and you can't even pick it up at all, right? Anyway, Zin, his timing has to be pristine with this. If he flashes it correctly, that's going to be a great pinch play between him and Josh F.
So many Joshes in the world. So many bullets. But once again, the blind, the timing by Zind, immaculate. Trying to solidify himself as one of the most consistent duelists we have here in the official circuit. Patman trying to grind them down before they can enter B-Link. But Josh F's Nano Swarm is going to be a huge help. Senior Carlo. What? What? Where's this happening? Once again, the meat grinder will churn out more LFS members. And uh-oh. It seems Zol is very willing to take that underwater crown yet again. LFS. I think this is their timeout. It better be their timeout.
It is. You definitely need to, because this crown, supposedly originating from Kim Neptune, has been awarded to Zol under the sea. As well, you'll find them just, again, drowning their opponents in pressure. Ooh, this is a little bit difficult for LFS, dude. Zol Esports are just unstoppable at the moment. Senior Carl's been activated here. Patman's just been doing so well with the utility usage. Zind provides so much pressure, live or die. He charges to the run it back ever so quickly. And once it happens, the retake for Zol Esports gets even deadlier because Zind, I mean, any player would feel the pressure against the run it back. And when you, with the mixture of how aggressive Zind can be, it's an even more dangerous aspect for LFS to try to accommodate with their plays.
Accommodation and flexibility has been demanded for everybody really on the map here. But again, it's really the finer details on what's making it so different for Zol. They've been layering their utility slightly better. Josh F turning on that Nano Swarm is, I believe, a Senior Carl swinging, eliminating the trade potential. And of course, Naru landing 2 crazy shots there. Like I mentioned, it's really in the small details, and Zol is as punctilious as they are. Exotic responds with a flash, but gets blinded himself. And Zol looking absolutely fantastic. LFS. Hey, actually, I feel like this has not been addressed enough. LFS, or at least in their iteration as Abaddon, could not win a series if it was not a 2-0. Is this the stamina issue from the previous split that's rearing its head yet again?
I think so. It could be a possibility here too, because this is still the exact same roster that they've had. They've just, again, changed team names.
Yeah.
So there's no real difference with their current player environment, at least with their team environment, right? Anyways, this is Zol just sending it on mid, absolutely confident from them, and they're chasing them down. They put the wall up just to stop them dead in their tracks, but these Seekers, man, are delayed further. Zol, well, smartly backs away as they've already pushed up so far that they could get flanked if they're not careful, but the utilities from both ends is still there. They have Senior Carl and B-Long holding that just in case. They had the Killjoy utility on A main just in case. So even though it was a very aggressive and maybe at times greedy prospect, it wasn't without its fallbacks at least, just in case. But yeah, I thought that was just a whiff shot, but no, Asta actually connects a beatdown on Naru.
I like how there's just this one off-camera shot and you hear the moan of pain. Ooh. I don't know. I find that very, very amusing. As we look way past the entertainment value and look at the nitty-gritty of this game. Zol, they've been incredibly patient. Asra, as you can see, they've really rarely overextended. I feel like that pick onto Naru was a bit of an anomaly, as he's been using verticality as his main source of success.
10 seconds left.
In turn, LFS, they try to respond. Another run it back here on the side of Zin. And they don't check their corners, but Zin, surprisingly, gets cut down where he stands, and Josh F locking the side down. No more time, unfortunately, for LFS. Patman even adds more salt to the wound as Slay Them was supposedly the last bastion of hope. Not anymore, though.
This is just getting grimmer and grimmer for LFS. And what more can we actually say? The the contact play of Zol has just been, again, it's a rinse and repeat. Have Xin push Xin die, have Naru help him out. He has a wall. I mean, let's say not in that round, or Patman actually. So this is like the triple heal comp. Have a lot of contact. If you take damage and you kill, perfect. You can always just top you off. And look at that. That's the play. That's the name of the game. And again, Naru has an ultimate here. Can bring back a teammate if they did lose one, but they haven't. Xin, shish kebabs, basically grills Exotic for a nice little barbecued Exotic right there. And we're all left to Asta. But hold on. They're challenging it bit by bit, but the roar of the Trailblazer, I thought that would actually get Asta, but it's still Xin regardless, and he has yet to fall in that round.
Get down, Mr. President. You see that? I think the Trailblazer actually blocked a bunch of bullets for Xin.
Actually.
So
it's
this
the
is a
secret
very...
it's the secret service for Xin. The Xin secret
Yes.
service.
It's he's a president. Look at that. Poor pupper though. Wow.
Tasmanian
LFS.
tiger, bro. Tasmanian tiger.
I don't care. At this point, it's like it is considered dog. Now it's forever dog. But yes, it is a Tasmanian tiger. I think those things are actually extinct, Astra. I don't think that's a good look. But, or rather, they are endangered. So let's not speak of that anymore. LFS. They try to mount some sort of comeback here. But with sheriffs in hand, they do have a lot of ultimates. I'm trying to dissect what has happened in the previous 8 rounds or so. As Zol, they've handled all these attacks and these approaches very, very well. Except they will get a bit of a freebie there. Asta getting a little overzealous. We'll get that pick, and at the very least, LFS get rid of that resurrection as a consolation prize. But wait a minute, Patman, big flank, has revealed his position, just like the bat signal he has posted on that box. Still has a flash available, but I think he's just reserving it for up until his teammates come. And that is just not enough for LFS to hold it down. And this is yet another habitual thing that LFS have been doing since the last split, Asarai. They use the ultimates not as a complementary to a sure win round, but a supplementary piece to try and even out with Hail Mary plays, just like that.
Yeah,
and it's not necessarily a bad thing, but it's a little expensive.
Yeah, it's more to scare the opposition than it is to be a foundation for another play, I guess is what has been an issue there for LFS. Were they the team that we saw the other day that was actually doing that with the others as well? Damn, I actually can't remember now. But in any case, at least for this Pearl map, that was what we were kind of, or not kind of, but what we are seeing. Now Zol, full confidence. Look at this. Xin is once again almost nearing another of his ultimates. So this is a budget wall that's going to be... What's up?
No, it's just a bit of a crucial whiff here, Asura. And sorry to cut your train of thought, but Xin has no brakes. And he will run through every single person trying to invade his site. That's it. He's getting his mallet.
God. That was kind of crazy too. Because again, I was mentioning how Xin was already nearing his run it back. Lo and behold, he's used it once again. 16 kills already. So that was a triple-pronged approach. Naru, even though he wasn't able to get the most of impacts there, it gave them a chance to start setting up the two that were closer to the rest of LFS, right? And Zol feels like this is... Like, if LFS could do no wrong in the second map, Zol feels like they could do no wrong in this Pearl map.
Truly holding their own here and doing more than that. I cannot believe LFS. Well, I guess I don't have to, as they have so much belief in their ability to just hit those contact plays, run through everything, the classic. Now, they have to kind of power through this wall here. Hopefully they don't get shredded to bits. Sorry, they bait it, but Exotic gets a trade. I actually love that. That's a very smart play there. Play close, bait out the blind spot. And Exotic and Xin, they blind each other, but Xin, man, all aboard the Xin train, taking you to destination death. Asta, It's planted for him, but he gets removed from playing Naru. He is treating this Vandal like an operator. He's been a long-range assassin.
You know what the best way to counter a Phoenix Flash is? Just get behind or get in front of the Flash, not get flashed by it at all.
Last round in the
Technically, technically the reason why that happened is Zin was just so close to the Exotic Flash. The Exotic did not realize how close this. What it was. There it is. See, just went right behind him. Oh, they were blind because of Zin, but Zin wasn't blind because of Exotic.
Blind.
Dead
is the word that's been repeated
blinded
over and over. Blinded. And I cannot believe that LFS have lost their nerve on this map, Astra. You would think that it'd be a little closer, but outclassed. Honestly, as I hate to say it, they are outclassed by Zol. And you know it's a heat check when Senior Carl picks up an operator. As of the moment, we have LFS. That's going to be one of their first few run it back to be used. Let's slay them. Once again, a rock will get disintegrated, or at least watch his teammates disintegrate into dust. The Zol. Where did this come from? Josh F nearly peeks into death. Zin once again.
Oh my!
No way, Exotic. I love that shot. That is a beautiful shot, Obs. Thank you very much. And Exotic coming alive. And that is the second round, Asrai.
Well, to say, right? That
yeah.
I was just gonna say that Naru has a res as well. So even if Zin was knocked down, if he can get the takedown on Exotic, that would have been so helpful to keep the press from the behind very much felt. But Exotic's Exotic still gets a great fadeaway round there. In any case, LFS, they still realize that is not their game, not their map. I mean, it's obvious with the 10-2. So a quick call on the pistol is just what they were just is what they definitely want and what they need.
Oh, it is getting pretty late at night, guys, and with this timeout, I implore everybody to explore their grab apps. See what you can find for dinner. Maybe you want dessert. Maybe you want a quick drink. As this match has turned out to be an absolute banger. Dominance on one. Actually, it's really crazy. You would think this map would be the closer one. But Ascent was as competitive as it could get. LFS, their time has run out for that, well, timeout. And this is a round that they have to win. Otherwise, it could be good night.
Well, it's 8:36. This is just the waking hours of the God Gamers. Whoever those are. Well, maybe LFS is part of the God Gamer squad. Everybody in the VCTPH is, I think, part of the God Gamer squad.
Like I said, when people talk bad about the players in the pro scene, it just baffles me. Like, it is just so incredibly... You know what? Pardon me, guys, but it's so incredibly ignorant for a lot of people. As Exotic, he hates this. No bliss in ignorance, only clarity and knowledge. It's a different beast, it's a different game at this level of play. As Senior Carl backs out, and Rababs, he's thinking about it, man. He wants to wall this up and just not deal with it anymore, but perhaps a different route has opened up for him for this wall as of late. But look at this, look at Slaydom. He could be in the perfect position. This is such a deceiving corner. Nobody really checks this either. Now, if Zol do that, that's going to be mind-blowing. No, they don't. No, they don't. They need to pay the price for it. But the numbers, man. Yeah.
Whoa! Taking on for a ride there, taking on for a spin. Naru just hits the godliest of 2 takedowns with a ghost. All right. You know how I said that the best way to counter a Phoenix is to get in front of his flash? Once again, that is what we have seen. But other than that, more than anything else, is just great presence, as well as, I guess, nerves of steel The 3-man squad, no way V Black still clutches this. He has 27 HP!
Oh!
V Black! And he has plenty of time to spare to defuse that spike. LFS back on board on the pistol.
Wow. I was about to cash in my one cuss of the broadcast, but no. No. But oh my goodness. You called it right on the spot. Again, so many shots. Tit for tat for all these players, and V Black, once again, the jaws of darkness, the jaws of death belong to him. Zol, they recover, they only have the pistols, and they understand that they have so many rounds to give. They have so many rounds to step back and reassess what might happen. Zin has already found himself a very comfortable spot towards mid, and Patman taking quite a bit of damage from that turret here. And LFS, they don't really have any reason to overextend this. Again, Patman dodges that. A flash is ready, but Zin, he finds Exotic yet again. Exotic not having the greatest of times. And wait a minute, it is looking like the Wild West here. Dead eye from a lot of the players on the side of Zol. LFS stuck in a rut and stuck in a wanted poster. And LFS, their bounties are getting collected left, right, and center, Asarai.
Left, right, and center, and happily gonna just take it bit by bit. That was a great bait play, mate. Leaving only Rababs by himself. We'll say, though, Rababs has been quite the hero, quite the savior at times for LFS. This game, this round, exceedingly crucial. The thing is, right, I feel like LFS will have to force by next round if they lose this one. And there's so many positions. Look at where Naru is right now. So if he can clear at least one on B main, maybe, but that is a huge, huge whip undertaking. Zol Esports just bring it all the way back. Unfortunately, we weren't able to see the isolated starting kills. Let's see it right now on the replay. But more than anything, it's just great trades altogether, and I think a play on the of LFS to, like, guys, they're not making any noise. We gotta get that map control. And then as they peak, Zol's timing just absolutely on point.
That was crazy. That was heartbreaking yet again on the side of LFS. Remember, guys, when you lose an eco like that, it is not only a blow to your economy, but also to your morale. Again, a heat check of the ages on the side of Zol. Potentially an unintentional one, too. Zol, they rather gather their forces outside of A as LFS. Spread out there at the map. And maybe, just maybe, get a cheeky steal away from the leading team. And Josh F, I love the patience, but if he looks away on this, then I have not seen worse time. Are you joking? He hears the footsteps. He fears for his life. And he understood the assignment. That's it. My time has come. He saw the peach tree blossoms. Despite his team not ready to leave him yet. Oh, what? Are you kidding me? Come on. Are we going to see back-to-back thrifty steals? Nope. Naru says no. My goodness. Naru has been so sharp. You know,
they pick up 2 rifles, though.
Yeah. And this is not looking too much of an eco steal. 2v3, expensive as it is. Rababs, so reliable. The shield, the great hope. Exotic trades out Zin, but that's another life to be burned. A 2v1, perhaps a clutch? No! Patman denies him. The penultimate round goes in the way of Zol.
Oh, match point indeed. And again, I understand the assignment to also, you know, go for the save buy here, just go for the impact play. But playing on 12-3 is obviously one of the most stressful situations you could put on yourself in Valorant, and of course in VCT in general. So with that being said, the grind definitely is truer than it was for LFS. Because we've already said this in the past in different games as well. They have to play absolutely perfect, up to a T, no mistakes, no hiccups. Of course, again, we know this because it's 12 rounds in for their opponents, man. And Naru has can reset everything.
Reset everything, but I fear that we are close to admitting that the panel had their prediction spot on, and Naru willing this to existence, getting 2, 3 unholy picks, and Patman will put Exotic away for now, but that run it back is gonna give him an extra try, an extra shot at redemption, and oh dear me, the Molly is only going to be saving them just for another moment. Asterai, the Wonder Duo, will they ride into the sunset, slay the mix-up? Ooh,
Go
a
for it,
very
go for it.
iconic stab, but no! The classics enforce dominance, and Zol 2-1 take the series away from LFS. Impressive stuff.
I really have to say, man, in the open qualifiers, in terms of stats, one player was, I think, the one that really was the most improved, at least with this particular roster, has to be Naru. And he shows the reason why here on game number 3. Again, open qualifiers, he was playing a lot more some of the maps there. He had like 30 kills in that one game, 20-30 kills in that one game, and we see the reason why. He's just able to heat up when his teammates give him the space to do so. Now looking at things, yes, it was Zin for the most part that was creating all the plays, especially on the first half, but you cannot remiss as well that he was just being able topped off quite quickly and efficiently by Naru as well, giving them chance to keep reloading the fights, keep the pressure rolling, and leave LFS in the dust.
In the dust, in the ocean, as they are gonna be eaten up by its denizens. Zol, you know, like, again, the improvements from both sides have been incredible. Naru has been the man of the hour, landing so many precise hooks, so many precise crosses, and it's just insane. You know, we were talking about what his role truly is on a roster like this, but he solidified himself as one of those beasts where, like you mentioned, if he has enough space, there's literally no stopping the man. What is that?
Crazy stuff, man. That pistol was almost the highlight of the game. If not, if V-Black just didn't do what V-Black did with the frenzy then and there. Any case, again, he's able to get that 4th kill. I was looking for the stab, you know, just the things. But this time, it's not going to be. Still, of course, delivering the win with Grab Unlimited is going to be none other than Naru, finishing it off with the flurry, with the nice little finish in this 2-1 series.
I was about to show my, again, appreciation for Naru here. And once again, like you mentioned, he was the final blow. And I have to say, sorry, maybe this is his potential unlocked. As difficult as his conditions are to heat up, once Naru is unleashed, then I feel like it is the end. It is just so... It is such a fun sight to watch him just tap away. And, you know, if you really think about it, who has an aim style that's similar to him in VCTPH? Not a lot, honestly. Those tap demons that we don't necessarily get too much here in our own backyard.
I agree. He's one of those players that whenever a team picks him up, there is a lot of value that he does give. But what is good about this is him having a lot more experience right now is also very beneficial, because I feel like one of the issues that he was experiencing before was he does tend to kind of go off tempo, off script for whenever he's put in a position where he needs to clutch, and that doesn't bode well too much with the team. But with Zol Esports, again, sticking with him and everything, it looks like it is going so much better right now for him, and that is just great. Hopefully we can see more of that coming into the future with Zol Esports, again, finishing off this series 2-1. So with that being happy for them, LFS though still needs a lot of tweaking for this team. Anyways, guys, we're gonna throw it to the panel to discuss things a whole lot better.
Both sa English tsaka sa Tagalog, kasi nakalimutan ko batiin yung Tagalog kanina. So ayun, bumawi na ako. And yes, sobrang roller coaster ride yung nangyari sa series na yan, hindi ba, Fluffy? We've said earlier that it could either be a very short game or a very long one at mukhang napunta tayo dyan sa kabila dahil nga nagka-cast din si Ray sa Tagalog stream. Pero, ayun nga, roller coaster ride ito, quite literally with you know the ups and the downs and the very one-sided maps that were kind of surprising, Fluffy.
Yeah, a lot of one-sided maps, but we start here on Ascent with a very close score. We ended this with 10-13, and Zind on this map was just insane, almost getting that 30 bro and Exotic not far behind.
Yun nga yung in-expect natin kanina. Sila, iba, yung flex roles, yung head-to-head natin. Pero feeling ko sa first game talaga, tulad ng sinabi ni Fluffy, it is definitely the duelists that stepped up here na parang sila yung nagtutuos lagi sa what do you call this, sa mapang ito sa Ascent. And so far, it feels like it has been Zin that truly popped off.
Outside of him, of course, we mentioned Exotic for a bit, but the controllers are not far behind. Vanta Black and Senior Carl had a great game, especially on that Omen, on that Astra, providing not just the smokes, but also the frags to back them up as we move on to Split. Split, a different story. This is one of the maps we were a little worried about earlier onto the panel because it's not a very popular map for LFS. Before, on that Abaddon Abyss roster, they're kind of scared and kind of banning this out, not really playing that Split. But maybe this is why, because they had such a dominating performance, especially on that first half.
Oo nga, ito pala yung sorpresa nila kasi tulad ng sinabi natin, hindi nila masyadong pinipili yung mapang ito sa Split 1. Tapos nakita pa rin natin na si Zol Esports yung nag-showcase ng strength nila sa map na ito, especially when we looked at the open qualifiers. Tapos surprise pala, napakagaling ng LFS sa mapang ito.
Oo nga eh. It's so surprising din. Tsaka, you know, you have to say, you really have to enjoy yung Zind versus Exotic battle dito sa series na ito, di ba? It was really a treat. But there are also some really memorable plays. Like, for example, meron kasi yung si Vanta Black, I believe it was a 3K clutch.
Oh, yeah.
And I think he was like 1. Or siguro 26 to be exact. And ito yan eh. Ito, 27 pala. 27 pala. Tapos nakuha pa niya yung clutch. There were some really great plays here all around from both sides. Pero we really have to enjoy what we have here. That Zin was able to show us that he is usually more than enough to hold aside. So what a player. Feeling ko nga, siya yung magiging MVP na tong series na to. And true enough, it is going to be Zin indeed. He didn't quite get that 30 bro, nasabi mga Fluffy during Ascent, quite almost. But come on, in this series, altogether, siya talaga usually yung top frag, I believe, on 2 maps and coming in second on Split.
I mean, more than 42 kills overall, not including the third map even. Zin has really overperformed, and especially on that first map, we mentioned his impact play, and on that Jet, he really made it shine with the knives, with the rifles, with the AWP, but more importantly, just the positioning and how he's able to enable his team. If you look at the stats, the ACS 272, kills 18.5, and deaths 14.33 for that last map, even giving some assists also there.
I actually have to wonder if you guys agree with yung sinabi ni Honey Glaze kanina, just before she threw it on over to the panel. Kung endurance ba talaga ang problema, ang parang weakness dito ng LFS? Because feeling ko hindi naman, I think it might be a point na endurance na parang they run out of steam quickly. Pero I feel like it was just really, Zol Esports just really had a great day today.
Feeling ko nga, it's definitely a matter of the map pool and yung mga comfy maps din nila. Considering that we've seen them, si LFS dati sa Split 1, they've gone through a lot of map 3s, kagaya ng sinabi ni Fluffy back then. So parang, I feel like it is definitely the map mastery versus Zol yung nangyari din dito.
Oo nga eh. And then look, speaking of all of the series that we've had so far, let's take a look at our updated group standings as they stand at the end of day 3 dito sa VCTPH. And I think that, you know, Action PH, they are definitely looking like the front runners here. And they are not just because na naka 2-0 sila ngayon or naka 2 wins na sila, pero they, as a team, they also look so cohesive din dito. Pero syempre, I believe, you know, we're gonna see a little later that it's been a while, of course, since we've seen Oasis and Nows and Fluffy. I have a feeling that once these teams do come back and make it onto your screens, mag-iiba naman to, syempre.
I'm sure. I mean, the first 2 days, every team has at least played one game. And today's the first day where we have a couple teams playing their second game, and we can really see the consistency factors start to step in. You mentioned APH, and they're doing wonders with their new addition and how that's fitting in together. They look very rock solid. Oasis Gaming, Now's Esports, Game Lab Alpha, as well as SR Nakage still have a lot to prove tomorrow or when we come back, but also the rest of the teams, it's a bit worrying. I know it's only the start, but for LFS and Rambutan Tatay, they already played their 2 games, and at this point, every game counts for the group stages.
Yeah, it's definitely very important. Every single map will count. And isa sa natutunan ko dito from the first week of our split 2 is that feeling ko the gap between the open qualifier teams and the teams that, you know, qualified from split 1, I have a feeling na based from na nakita natin sa una, parang maliit yung gap. Is it just me or is it my imagination or yeah?
Paano kung
I think it's
imagination
pretty
mo lang?
close.
Yeah.
Pero that's the thing, diba? As we take a look at yung mga matches for next week, I have a feeling it's like, it's the first week, so minsan kasi 50-50 siya eh. Tapos pagdating ng next week, like as we get into the middle talaga of the split, mag-iiba din. So parang, I'm really not sure as of the moment. There are some front runners, I think, pero alam mo yan, yung parang feeling mo the tables could be turned at any point in time here, Fluffy.
Yeah, but one thing for sure that we can expect is a lot of these banger games, especially Game 1, Game 2. Nows versus Oasis, always very high, but NCG
Oy.
and Glab to open that day. So make sure to come back here on VCT for that broadcast. And I think Mika's right in saying that overall the shakeup can happen at any time. But I think for me, a big difference between today and next week is there is that time. There's that time to review and look of what happened in our initial round here for VCT Split 2.
It's honestly so spicy. Honestly, looking at this, looking at this schedule for tomorrow, the fact that we'll also get a rematch of the grand finals we got from Split 1 on next week, Nows versus Oasis, is gonna be pretty spicy.
Oh yes, indeed. And then syempre, you know that all eyes are on that second series that we have. We've seen it so many times. Why not another one here for Split 2, hindi ba? And as we mentioned, we're not quite sure yet what is going to happen here on Split 2, but there looks to be some very strong front runners. Pero tune in next week to see if the tables do indeed turn around. And of course, as we do wrap up, we do have to thank our sponsors. Thank you so much to Mineski PH and to Riot Games, as this event would not be possible without you.
And if you joined us for that long haul, I'm sure you're hungry. So don't forget you can enjoy free delivery every day and get exclusive discounts when you subscribe to Grab Unlimited. Don't miss out on your free trial for your first month.
And of course, this tournament is officially sanctioned by the Games and Amusement Board. Thank you po.
I am subscribed to Grab Unlimited. Sulit na
Nice.
sulit siya, guys. That is a very honest review. Sulit na sulit talaga siya. Thank you guys so much for tuning in to day 3 here at VCTPH Split number 2. We're gonna see what happens next. Kung ano ba talaga, ito ba talaga ang totoong standings? Ito ba talaga yung totoong front runners? Or may magka-comeback ba dyan from the lower half of the standings? We don't know. Tune in next week to see what happens next here on VCTPH Split 2. I've been Mika Fabs with Fluffy and Rico here on the panel. We'll see you next week.
Baby.